then, hello everyone. Once again, good morning and welcome back to the Rye House Kart Raceway. Thank you for bearing with me there for a few moments just while I got all of the live stream and whatnot set up. I'm about ready to go here in the commentary box now, as the drivers have already been ready to go. I'm the one being caught napping this morning, and we'll see if any drivers are caught napping when they go to race starts later on this morning. But for now, it is qualifying, and the time to see which drivers can string together the best lap time and where they pop themselves onto the grid for the first heat of the day. Sadly, looks as though one driver has pulled over to the side down through in sector number 3. Trying to spot who that is that hasn't come through. I think it's potentially Nicholas Answer that's parked up alongside the circuit there. I do believe it is the number 18. Sadly, my eye's not quite good enough to read the number all the way over there. I keep saying I need to invest in some binoculars at some point, but for now I rely on my very dodgy eyes. Well, the driver it is getting pushed back into pit lane, which is less than ideal. There is only about a minute and a half left to go on the clock, but still, that is precious time for Nicholas to try and find pole position. He was only 24 thousandths off of pole there. But his car has given up the ghost, and that is session over then for Nicholas Answer. Well, River de Giorgio Miller is on provisional pole position at the moment. As I say, Answer was his closest challenger within a quarter of a tenth. Next fastest after that, though, Aurelia Capalonga. And they are about a second off of the overall pace at the moment. So as time continues to tick down in this session, let's see if anyone is able to get closer at all to River de Giorgio Miller. Trying to make sure my levels are right here in the commentary box. I'm trying not to deafen everyone around the circuit as well. Please do give me a shout. At Ratters Media on Instagram. Drop me a message if I'm getting too annoying. Tell me to turn it down. Right then. So 6 drivers in our Coma Bambinos here today at round number 4. Which is good to see. That's a little bit faster once again for River de Giorgio Miller. He's only increased his gap at the sharp end by another quarter of a tenth of a second. But either way, yet again, River showing that he can consistently be the fastest driver out on circuit. Well, checkered flag has now come out then, here in Coma Bambino qualifying. A couple of drivers already seeing it. Harper Ray. Oh, Harper Ray just getting beaten there last time around. Jax Wilmington with a new personal best. Nice final lap there from Jax. And he jumps his way up onto the second row, courtesy of that lap time. And he beat out the time of Harper by around 0.09 of a second. A nice lap there to finish off the session from Jax Wilmington. But I do believe that is all our Bambinos across the line then. They've all seen the checkered flag. And it is River de Giorgio Miller who takes pole position here at round number 4. And yet again went even faster on that last time around. Was the last driver to see the checkered flag and went over 3/10 clear. River getting quicker and quicker through that session. Let's see what they can do when we do get to racing conditions. Nicholas Answer will line up alongside them on the front row with Aurelia Capalonga, Jax Wilmington. They're on row 2. And then Harper Ray and Oliver Coe round out the grid there as 6 drivers in Coma Bambinos. Well, already then, one qualifying session comes to an end. And we jump straight on and in to our next qualifying session. The Honda Cadets head out on circuit. They also now have 7 minutes plus 1 lap on the clock to see what they can do and see who grabs pole position. Hello to everyone on the YouTube, by the way. Good morning and welcome. Thank you for joining me. I hope the coverage is all right for you. I might make that timing ever so slightly small, actually, just because you can't really see. There we go. I'll go to the Marshall post, and at least you can see what's going on down through the second hairpin as well. Right then, well, as I say, Honda Cadets now out for their qualifying session. And immediately setting the pace is Mr. Harry Grant. Grant with a 41.307 to set the pace, but only a quarter of a tenth off is Jensen Kula at the moment. Those two, of course, battling over the championship already in Honda Cadets here at the Rye House Kart Club. It is 8 points between them as we go into today's racing. And at the moment, out on circuit, only, goodness, what is that? 12 thousandths of a second between them. Nearly the same amount of points in the championship as it is thousandths of a second between them out on circuit. Those two at the moment working together at the front of the train. But they're not fastest anymore. Brandon Laxko goes fastest by 9 thousandths of a second. Nice lap then from Brandon. But again, we're not even halfway through this qualifying session. So Brandon takes an early pole, but as we say, oh my goodness, it's less than a tenth between the top 5. That's ridiculous how close that is at the sharp end. But again, they come through to finish another lap, and again, the timing screen changes. Kula's back to the top. 700ths in it between Kula and Grant. And potentially a little bit surprising that Grant is the faster of the two there, considering... Oh, sorry, that Kula's the fastest of the two, considering that Grant is the one chasing him. You would think potentially Grant able to use the slipstream and maybe study the data of Jensen in front as well to work out where the grip is currently showing itself. But for the moment, Kula out front leading the train and also leading in lap time as well. Across the line they go once more. Will it be further improvement at the sharp end? It is. Kula goes even faster. Brandon Laxo goes back into second place, and it's Ted Fry into third. So an improvement on that lap from Harry Grant, but it's not enough. And now he drops down into fifth as Callum Ryan goes up into second place. Less than 1/10 off of Kula at the moment. So where is Callum on the 33? I think Callum's all on his own, isn't he? Yes, he is. Callum now heading down through into hairpin number 2. But Callum absolutely going this one on his own, and for the moment, it seems to be working quite well. Less than a tenth of a second off of the ultimate pace at the moment. And we are now well and truly over half distance in this qualifying session. No further improvement at the top that time. Best time still of a 40.750 from Kula. And no massive improvement there from Harry Grant. Does go a little bit faster. Puts himself now within a quarter of a second of Kula. Did briefly jump up into 4th place, but now Kian Kimber steals away that position. As I said, Grant leading the championship, then 8 points ahead of Kula. Then it's Freddie Williams, Brandon Laxko, and David Kiyoka in the top 5 in the championship. Good to see again 13 of our Honda Cadets out today. They always make great racing here at Rye House. It's definitely a circuit that creates good racing in these type of karts. So 2 minutes left to go then. A couple of drivers improving once more. Kimber's back up to 5th place. And now David Kiyoka. As we said, David is 5th place in the championship. He's just jumped his way up onto 7th on the grid at the moment. Jaden Bond for a moment there was up in the top 4, but he's now dropped down into 8th place. And Chase Wilmington there as well in 11th at the moment. We've, of course, just seen his younger brother Jax out in the Bambinos. Good to see the brothers cheering each other on here at the Rye House Kart Club. And Chase improving a position there on the last lap, just within half a second of the ultimate pace out there. It's really close in terms of lap times between all our drivers amongst the field. And that just makes it even more punishing. You make a little mistake, lose a tenth or two here and there, and suddenly you're dropping 4 or 5 positions on the grid. Really, really pressurised session, this one, for these young drivers. And just over 1 minute left to go. Jaden Bond wants to work here with the 61 of Freddie Williams. Pointing forward, I think what's a bit of a push. 72, that is going with them as well. That's Dominic Uzak. He needs to find a little bit of time in the last part of this session. Even if he finds about a tenth or two, he could jump up 3 or 4 spots. Less than a minute now on the timing. Less than a minute left to go. Who will find the time? Can anyone beat Jensen Kula? A 40.649 now the ultimate pace. He's gone even faster on the last lap as Kula. And now he's only just less than 1.5 tenths clear of the rest of the field. Well, we saw earlier, Jaden Bond wanted to work with Freddie Williams. That hasn't happened. That group of 5 continuing to scrap, and now Kiyoka is going side by side with Uzak. This is not going to be helping with their lap times. I think they're all trying to set themselves up for a good final lap here. They are cutting it fine, though. Less than 10 seconds as they come into the final corner. I think they'll just about sneak out another lap, these 5. But they've got to be absolutely perfect in tow here to try and put a lap together on the final lap. Right, session is over. Wilmington, Meyer and Uzak see the flag, and they stay as they were. Callum Ryan also comes across the line. He stays second place. Kian Kimber stays in 4th. Well, at the moment, then, it seems that it's Brandon Laxgo, the driver to watch. Can he find a time that chucks either Kula or Ryan off of the front row of the grid? Through the final corner come some of our drivers then to the line. Will Harry Grant improve at all from 5th place? Across the line he goes, no, stays in 5th. And the same as well for Laxgo. He stays in 3rd place. And I think that's going to be it for the session then. Our last few drivers coming across the line to see the checkered flag. And it will be Jensen Kula who takes pole at round number 4. It was between him and Harry Grant early on. He was then able to just build on his lap time and snuck ahead by a good couple of tenths of a second. It's Kula from Ryan on the front row. Brandon Laxgo and Kian Kimber then on row 2, with Harry Grant and Ted Fry on row 3. David Kiyoka and Chase Wilmington on row 4, with Jaden Bond and Freddie Williams on row 5. Then Sebastian Meyer, Dominic Uzak and Max Saunders round out the grid there of 13 drivers in Honda Cadets. Well, Honda's straight back into the pit lane then, and as we always do at Rye House, thick and fast through these ones. On to qualifying session number 3 of the day, and out next, it'll be our Micromax drivers. Right then, on we go into Micro Max. Yet again, another cadet class taking to the tarmac. And let's see who gets pole position in this one. Early pace being set by your championship leader of Leo Hunt. Leo finding himself 8 points clear in the championship, ahead of Tommy Lovejoy at the moment. Then only a further 4 back to Hugo Senna. And it is those 3 drivers that have won a final so far this season. So 3 different final winners so far in Micromax. A very exciting championship here at the Rye House Kart Club. So let's see who sets the pace today then. Will it be finally a repeat showing in the final? Will we have one of our drivers who's already won a final this season winning a second for the first time this year? Or will we see a 4th different winner here in the Micromax class in 2026? That would be sensational if so. But I have a sneaking suspicion it might be one of those 3. And for the moment, it is those 3 setting the pace. They're within 800ths of each other. Well, they were. And now they all go a little bit faster. Vieira now goes to the top, with Leo Hunt 2nd and Tommy Lovejoy in 3rd. So it won't be Hugo Senna, as he's not racing here today, sadly. Leo Hunt and Tommy Lovejoy looking for those 2nd victories. I had stupidly forgotten about Caio Vieira, though. He was absolutely dominant at the last round that I was at round number 2. Caio was very, very impressive. I want to say, if my memory serves me correctly, he won every single heat and got pole position, but the final got away from him, and it was a DNF on lap number 4 of that race. So definitely don't count him out. And at the moment, he's fastest. Well, just as I say that, he gets pipped to provisional pole. Tommy Lovejoy goes faster, 40.185. Now the time set by Lovejoy. Less than a tenth in it between Lovejoy and Vieira on the front row. And then a couple of tenths then back to the likes of Leo Hunt and Cooper Galloway. Robinson Matthews down on the third row at the moment. Now, Robinson Matthews was mightily impressive when I saw him out a week or two ago at GYG in Super 1. Ezra was flying and battling so well. The best I have ever seen Ezra drive. It was phenomenal to watch. And hopefully he's back on form yet again here today at Rye House. At the moment, I know he'll be hoping for a little bit more than 5th place on the grid. But it is close up at the sharp end in terms of lap times. If you can find a couple of tenths, you might just jump up into the top 4, top 3 on the grid. So still plenty of time to find it. Just over 3 minutes left to go in the session. And as I say, very close in terms of the championship so far this season. Of course, Mr. James Carver is your champion from 2025. He has since moved on and up into the Rotax Interclass. So it's open for the taking by a new champion here. As you say, Hugo Senna winning round number 3 final last time out. He was second in the championship last year, missing out by 33 points from James Carver. But as we say, he's not racing today. He's going to struggle to mount a championship charge. Missing rounds. If it is just this one, doesn't matter too much. You have one drop round across the season to play with, but more than one, and that starts to really scupper your chances of taking home the big trophy at the end of the year. Well, we don't need to worry about that just yet. That is quite far in the future. 8-round championship. We are at the midpoint here at round number 4. And then, of course, it will be on to the London Cup at the end of the year as well. I'm very, very excited for that. But looking back out on the circuit at the moment, changes at the sharp end. Caio Vieira goes back to the top. 400ths in it now between Vieira and Lovejoy. So you can barely fit a piece of paper between these two. If they had a ghost lap like we see in Formula 1, they would be absolutely on top of each other. Ridiculously close. You can see 94 entries across all classes today. Thank you all so much for joining us here for round number 4, and fantastic to be back. I've given you all a little break from my shouting and shenanigans for a couple of months, but I'm back and I'm ready to cause chaos. I hope you're not feeling the same. I want you all to be nice and relaxed on the racetrack. I want to see some good racing, as we always do here at Rye House. The biggest class for today, what is it? Juniors, 24, 14 seniors, and 18 177s. I heard there was a lot of 177s that I missed, sadly, at round number 3. And I heard there was a bit of an incident as well. So I hope all drivers involved in any incidents that I missed at round 3 are all okay and on the mend. And hopefully back out and racing here today. But as I say, midpoint of the season then, the championship starts to get a little bit more tetchy as things really start to ramp up. And it's now the moment where you've got to make that break and try and get as many points as you can. Of course, drivers try to do that every round, obviously. But this is a real crucial point of the season. If things have started a bit wrong, they continue to go wrong into sort of round 4 and 5. That's really when the top drivers break away. And it's difficult to reel that championship charge back in. Never say never. Crazier things have happened. But it just means you can take the pressure off a little bit for the last few rounds. Well, pressure is on for the drivers out there at the moment. Time has ticked to 0. Checkered flag is out here in Micromax qualifying. And it's still Vieira at the sharp end, but it is still 400ths difference between Vieira and Lovejoy. Those two both on their final laps. Robinson Matthews has jumped up into 4th place while I've been looking away. AJ Halil into 5th. He has finished his session. He's seen the checkered, so it will be 5th for AJ. Around the last couple of corners come a few drivers. Can anyone get any faster? Vieira's across the line. He stays the same. Hunt improves, but not quite enough. Stays in 3rd place. And round the final corner comes Tommy Lovejoy. Will he improve? Not quite. Not quite enough. Wait, hold on a second. Did he just match his personal best? I think he might have done, you know. Best lap of a 39.922, and on the last lap did a 39.922. But it hasn't marked it as a green lap, which would lead me to believe that it's an identical lap time to the one that he did earlier in the session. Well, look at that. It doesn't get much closer than that. An identical lap time, but still remains 400ths off of your pole sitter then, provisionally, Coyote Vieira for round number 4 in Micromax. Love joining alongside him on the front row, with Leo Hunt and Ezra Robinson-Matthews on row number 2. AJ Halil and Cooper Galloway are on row 3, with Lucas Otley Thistlethwaite, Is Stopirstis and Ralph Dempsey rounding out the grid there in Micromax. We'll see them out for their first heat of the day a little bit later on. Before then, we turn to their slightly older brothers and sisters. It's Inter Rotax out on the circuit in a few moments' time for their qualifying session. Well then, drivers pressing on through this Inter Rotax qualifying session. It was Santiago Simeone who took the initial pace on the first lap out of the pits, but he's now been pushed aside by a few other drivers. James Carver now the driver setting the pace. As I say that, Simeone beats him, Carver beats him immediately, and then TJ McLeish goes to the top. We've got a few drivers here who are going for pole position. Good 4 or 5 of them I could call here for potential pole. This is going to be an interesting one here today in Inter Rotax, as now Akil Guillanon goes to pole himself. Well, there we go. Plenty of drivers in this one looking to go to the sharp end of the field, but only one of them can do it. Let's see who it is. Got to give firstly a big shout out to Santiago Simeone, final victor at round number 3. His first ever victory in a final. So a big well done to Santiago on that achievement last time. Apologies that I missed it, Santiago. And also a massive shout out to TJ McLeish. It was an honour to commentate over him racing at Super 1 at GYG a couple of weeks ago. And of course, I'm not sure, I don't want to speak too much on it, but I'm not sure what you would have seen. Of course, TJ experiencing a medical episode behind the wheel of the car, and amazing to see him fully looking super happy. I had a nice chat with him earlier on, back out and racing here today. Brilliant to see. I was very worried when that all happened back at GYG, but amazing to see him back so sprightly, out in the car and pressing on very, very well. So a massive shout out to TJ. At the moment, third on the grid for TJ, but consistently getting quicker. Sadly for him, though, as are the drivers around him. James Carver now goes back to the sharp end. And Carver now retakes provisional pole position by just under a 10th and a half at the moment is Carver. Giannone then second, McLeish, Panayutu fourth. Of course, Rio leading the championship by a considerable margin, the largest margin we've seen of any of the classes so far out on circuit. 33 points it is between Panayutu and Poloskov at the sharp end. Poloskov at the moment, 5th place in qualifying. So those two currently lining 4th and 5th on the grid respectively. Outram's 3rd in the standings, then Bradnam, Stonebrook, Nurse Moore. That's your top 6 in the standings. So James Carver, I know he has raced this season. It was just round 3 that James missed, so same as me. But he is down in 8th place in the standings. That will be his drop round for the year, so he can't miss any more if he's looking to go for the championship. But he does find himself, what is that, 114 points off of Rio Panayutu at the moment, who also missed round number 3. But that was thanks to 2 perfect rounds to kick off the season for Panayutu. A 200-pointer at round 1 and a 200-pointer at round 2. Pole, victory in both heats, and victory in the final. Amazing from Panayutu. He was very dominant. Well, that round off at round number 3 has allowed for some drivers to get back involved with the championship. But as I say, still, what was it, 33 points clear at the sharp end. It's going to be a tough one to beat. Hello. And it's going to be a tough one for them to close in on through the rest of the championship, especially if he can't bag pole position yet again. And at the moment, he sat in 4th place. Poloskov's now been shuffled down to 6th. That's a new personal best from Santiago Simeone. Up onto the 3rd row now goes Santiago. Carver still at the sharp end, but Giannone has closed in. Less than a 1/10 of a second now between the drivers in the top 2. And just over a minute left to go on the clock. So Giannone is getting faster, but will it be enough here as the session draws to a close? Only a couple of laps to get this done then for the likes of Giannone. McLeish not far off either. And Panayutu, they're in 4th. Outram now jumps up into 5th place, so a couple of places gained for him on that last lap. Nice lap for Harrison. But there is a little bit of a gap then ahead to Panayutu. About a 1/10.5 between Outram and Panayutu in 5th and 4th respectively. Around the final corner come some of our drivers at the sharp end. Carver doesn't go any quicker. But Outram does again. They're in 6th place. Giannone still only 700ths off. But last time around doesn't go quicker. I think Giannone might be in this little group here coming under the gantry now. And is indeed the 1:28. Does an identical time to James Carver. There is nothing in it between Carver and Giannone. They have both popped in a 37.390. When do you ever see that in qualifying here at Rye House? That's amazing. An identical time from the 2 drivers on the front row. But sadly for Giannone, Carver did it first, so he holds on to pole for the moment. Well, 1 or 2 more opportunities here for Giannone to steal pole. Checkered flag is out then in Rotax into qualifying. To the line goes Giannone, and he can't beat it. He can't beat it. He's half a 1/10 off on the final lap, and he stays in 2nd place. Panayutu stays 4th. Outram Poloskov 6th and 7th respectively. And I think that's drivers to the checkered flag. Yes, they all dive to pit lane. And that is session over then. And wow, that's, I think, the first time I've ever seen that here at the Rye House Kart Raceway. Identical times for pole position. But James Carver gets it because he set the lap first. So it's Carver on pole then from Giannone, McLeish and Panayutu on row 2, then Simeone and Outram, Poloskov and Stonebrook, and then Abdeen and Griffin round out the drivers. 10 drivers on the grid then for Rotax Inter, and their qualifying comes to a close. Up next, it's Junior Rotax. Their qualifying session will start in a couple of moments' time. Hello. The person who set the time first. Yeah. Whoever set the lap time first. Yeah. Well, one of them had to cross the line first. They couldn't have been like that. Whoever gets to the line first. Are you guys doing? Okay.
And what if they statistically they can?
Yeah, they could, but like that would be the most crazy situation. No problem. Doesn't bother me. Juniors then out for their qualifying session. Not quite halfway through this one just yet. 4.5 minutes still left to go. And it was Ronnie Jones on provisional pole, but that's now beaten by Tyler Mason-Gray. Just immediately as I say that, Ronnie Jones beats him back. Back to pole goes Ronnie. And now Tigran Gregorian goes to second place. So as quickly as you like, Mason-Gray goes from first to third on the grid. Good to see 24 junior Rotax drivers out today. As we say, Ronnie Jones goes back to the sharp end, and he is at the sharp end of the championship. Leads by 9 points ahead of Ayrton Rye. And then a good further 14 points then back to Thomas Welsford in third place. So Jones and Rye already looking to scamper off in terms of the championship. And at the moment, Jones backing that up again. And look who he's beaten by. It's Ayrton Rye. It's almost like they can hear me. Thank you, guys. As Ayrton Rye and Ronnie Jones go back to the sharp end. Jones goes even quicker, though. Yet again, another purple lap time. 35.651 now for Jones. And now, biggest margin we've seen at the sharp end so far in this session. Just over a 1/10 of a second. Sadly, though, it looks as though one driver already out of the session down at hairpin number 2. Looking down at something down on the left-hand side of the car. And not too happy behind the wheel. Trying to spot exactly who that is. It's not Mason-Gray. Potentially, no, it's not that driver. Oh, maybe it's, no, Timmy Sheen, he's just come across the line, so it can't be him. It could be, I haven't seen Ayrton Rye go round for a second. But we'll double check who that is when they come through. Again, those binoculars would be really useful. Looks like a 45 to me. So I think that's Charlie Hamilton then. Yeah, I think it's the 45 of Charlie Hamilton who's pulled over to the side then. And he is punching the tyre wall like it is his arch nemesis. Understandable. That's now going to relegate him to basically the back of the grid for the entirety of today. It's going to make today a lot more challenging, sadly, for Charlie. And understandably frustrated with the situation. And he's already dropped down onto the back row of the grid. And with his kart giving up the ghost, he's not going to be jumping up the grid anytime soon. Tell you who is, though, Tigran Gregorian. Gregorian's gone to provisional pole position. He's pipped Ronnie Jones for the moment. Bye. See you later. By only 0.03 of a second, though. So still potential for a change at the sharp end. 2 minutes left to go here in Junior Rotax. And a very, very busy circuit out there on the black stuff. Very, very busy one. Yet again in juniors, 3 different final victors across the season. Round 1 went to Ronnie Jones. Round 2 went to Harry Friel. And round 3 went to Ayrton Rye. Good to see Rye getting an overall final victory in juniors. I want to say that's potentially Ayrton's first, maybe second ever junior final victory. Either way, a very impressive showing from Ayrton, and that shows why Ayrton has sided this way back into this championship hunt here as we get into the midpoint of the season. Well, still Gregorian at the sharp end. He's actually gone a bit faster, has Tigran. He's extended the gap to about 0.08 of a second now between Tigran and Ronnie. Mason-Gray still there in third place. Then it's Richards, Rye, Shahini, Crosby, Canellas, Suresh and Search, your top 10 at the moment. As I say, still 0.08 in it between the top 2, and now 0.08 in it between the top 3. Tyler Mason-Gray almost matches Ronnie Jones's time. Those two now within 0.02 of a second of each other. It does not get much closer than that. Saying that, though, we saw an identical lap time in the last session, so it does get closer than that. We literally just saw it. And can Jones or Mason-Gray find a bit of time here in the dying moments of this session to shuffle Gregorian off of pole? Mason-Gray comes through, doesn't better his time. Stays in third place. Contact warning for Gregorian as well. You don't often see that out in qualifying as one driver pulls into pit lane with 15 seconds to go. So that's their session done. A couple of drivers just diving through here as the time is about to tick to 0. Going to see the first couple seeing the checkered flag in a couple of moments. Under the gantry goes one, and there you go. Checkered flag is out. And Felix Jolly, the first one to see it. He stays in 22nd place. Mason Gray stays in third, can't improve in the dying moments. We watch and wait for Ronnie Jones. Across the line comes Ronnie Jones and he stays in second place. Rye stays fifth, Riches stays fourth, and it looks like Gregorian might just have pole position in Junior Rotax. As the rest of the field comes through to end the session, I think that might be it. A couple of improvers there in the last couple of laps. Jones jumps up, so does O'Connor and Watts. But no reshuffling at the sharp end. It is Tigran Gregorian who takes provisional pole position. Ronnie Jones alongside him on the front row. So if Gregorian can be the victor in the final, that'll mean 4 different final victors from this year. But Jones alongside him, looking for his second of the season. Mason Gray and Riches on row 2 then, followed by Eton Rye and Timmy Shahini on row 3. Row 4 is Liam Crosby and Leon Canellas. Then Vinnie Cunningham and Harvey Watts round out the top 10. They're followed by Dylan Suresh and Harry Surge. Then it's Mia Minot and Edward Jones, Mason O'Connor and Lucas Hilton. Then Lachlan McDougall and Tyler Nickelbean. They're followed by Ronnie Chapman and Luke Weavers. They round out the top 20. And then finalising the grid, Tudor Gianta, Felix Jolly, Charlie Hamilton and Susanna Mikolovska. They're the 24 drivers there in Junior Rotax. A shame there for Charlie Hamilton, over before it even really started there for him, and has to start heat number 1 from the back row of the grid. Well, on to Senior Rotax we go then. 2 more qualifying sessions still left to come here at round number 4 of the Rye House Kart Club. Once again, thank you all so much for joining us. In a moment's time, we'll see the seniors out on circuit. 7 minutes plus 1 lap, qualifying session about to begin. Out onto the circuit go our senior Rotax drivers then. And their qualifying session here at round number 4 begins. Anthony Parfitt setting the immediate pace. But times, I'm sure, will continue to tumble as drivers get into the session and start to get a bit of heat into those tyres once again. Speaking of heat, not crazy warm here today at Rye House. And the clouds, well, in one direction looking all right, and in the other direction looking a tad threatening. Let's have a look then. I did have a brief look previously. Yeah, it's looking like it should be okay. Cloudy all day, and the chance of rain only really starts to increase around 6 p.m. So we should be all done and dusted by the time any rain threatens here at Hoddesdon. Still does say 30% through the afternoon. So there is potential for a light bit of pitter-patter here and there, which could really sprinkle some excitement and chaos into the action with drivers on slick tyres here at Rye. We'll see if that happens. So for the moment, sun still, I was going to say beating down. Giving us a light smattering of sunshine, I think is a much better way of putting it here at Hoddesdon. Certainly not tropical here today in the UK, but not awful. And we will take that. We'll take that in May. It's when you get to June and you're like, it's going to be lovely, and then it chucks it down all day and you think, what is going on? Why do we have rain all year in the UK? But that is why drivers from the UK, when they move on to international karts and car racing, are so good in the wet. Because we are so used to driving in the wet, and particularly drivers who come through from sort of rental karting or arrive and drive things like Club 100 and things like that, who have learnt to drive in the wet on slicks as well. That really, really gives you the skills to know how to handle a fast-moving machine in damp conditions. If you can do it on slick tyres, you can do it on anything. And like I say, that's what gives British drivers that competitive advantage when they move on further afield and start battling drivers from around the world. You'll often find some of the best wet drivers in the world are from the UK. Or similarly damp countries, thinking of the Netherlands, for example, a certain Mr. Verstappen. Well, for the moment, in this one, we're nearly halfway through. And Anthony Parfitt, still your fastest driver. He's gone faster and faster throughout this one. Was again quickest on the last lap, 34.756 now the pace set. With Ryan Welsh his closest challenger. Just less than 1.5 tenths in it between those two. And it is Ryan Welsh who leads the championship. By 18 points, that is, ahead of Mikel Islam. A shame that I can't see Mikel Islam's name on the live timing. That is a real shame. As oh dear, there's been a spinner down at hairpin number 1 as well. The 132 of Ollie Mann, that is, facing the wrong direction there at hairpin number 1. Waiting for a clear spot to rejoin the traffic. But he's lost a bit of time there. And will need to get himself back into the groove as he heads around to start another qualifying lap. Like I say, a real shame that we don't have Mikel here today. Mario Smith then 3rd in the standings with a Saud, and then Anthony Parfitt 5th in the standings. I think by the orange I can see on the standings that there was a DSQ at some point last time out around number 3. That's lost him some points. And given Anthony wasn't at round number 1, that is already his drop round for the season. So I think that's hampered his overall points slightly, and that's why Anthony down in 5th place in the standings at the moment. But he has just set what my live timing says is a new lap record here at Rye House in Senior Rotax, a 34.643. What a lap time that is. As yeah, looking down the finals, we have never been anywhere close to those times. 34.755 was the fastest time in the final last time. So a 6.43 could potentially be the new lap record there. What a lap from Anthony Parfitt. He's now 2 tenths clear of Ryan Welsh and looks pretty set to take pole position. 90 seconds left to go on the clock. That's going to be a very tough lap time to beat. And funny enough, Parfitt and Welsh just set identical times on the last lap. Sadly for Ryan Welsh, though, that time was about half a second off of pole. Mario Smith, as you say, 3rd in the championship, and he's 3rd in lap time at the moment. 3.5 tenths off of pole, with Bradley Keaton behind him. Taylor Jarrett only about 100th off of Keaton's time as well. Good to see Taylor back out and racing here at the Rye House Kart Club once again. Good to see him a little while ago racing out at the British Universities Karting Championship over at Silverstone. Putting on a good showing in the Drivers' Championship was Taylor. At the moment, sitting on the 3rd row of the grid. But as I say, he's only got 100th to find to beat Keaton. But Parry is then only a further 200ths off of Jarrett's time. So very close around the 2nd, 3rd and 4th row of the grid. But still, no one can match Anthony Parfitt's time. We tick down towards 0 now. Carson Fernandez puts in a new personal best. Up to P9 goes Carson. That shuffles Chloe Kundarzik down into 10th place. Only by 4 thousandths that was. Carson beating Chloe's time. 4 thousandths in it between those two. But timer does now tick to 0. Checkered flag is going to come out. And who will be the first driver to hit it? I think it is Taylor Jarrett. It is purple racing gear. Yeah, across the line he goes. He stays in 5th place. Can't quite better his time. For the Sullivan Racing team is Mr. Taylor Jarrett. As Parfitt comes across the line. Can't beat his personal best. Stays pole. It's going to be a struggle for Welsh or Smith to beat it, and they can't. Neither goes faster on the last lap. And that is it then for qualifying in senior road tax. Anthony Parfitt takes pole position here at round number 4. And by quite a significant margin, over 0.2 of a second. Ahead of Ryan Welsh, it will line up alongside him. Mario Smith and Bradley Keaton then on row number 2. With Taylor Jarrett and Josh Parry on row number 3. Row 4 will have Jasper North and Thomas Assaud. Row 5, Carson Fernandez and Chloe Kundarzik. That rounds out the top 10. They're then followed by Ollie Mann, Matthew Kendall and Antonio Scholl in there. Rounds out the grid of 13 drivers there in seniors. But we do only have one more qualifying session left to go then, ladies and gentlemen, for round number 4 of the Rye House Kart Club in 2026. Our 177s are heading out on circuit in a couple of moments. Let's see who can get pole position in our last qualifying session of the day. .177's out on circuit then. Last qualifying session of the day is underway. And immediately, as maybe we might have predicted, Bill Bowyer going fastest. Now, Bill's been racing at Rye House for a while, has Bill, but he's really turned up the wick this year. He's always been very quick, has Bill, but he's never been an outright consistent front runner. I don't think he'll feel that's unfair to say, but he has been flying this season, always battling for the lead. Every time I see him out on circuit, Bill has been going it for it this year. It has been awesome to see. Racing for RB Motorsport. Same for Jake Bradfield and same for Ryan Sands. They're first, third and fifth at the moment, the RB Motorsport lads. And 1.5 tenths clear at the moment is Bowyer. Brancato's just gone second with a slightly quicker time. Sands to third, Pereira fourth, Bradfield and Smithers there rounding out the third row of the grid. So I say that, Bill Bowyer has been mightily impressive, but he hasn't yet won a final this season. He has been second in every final. All 3 rounds, second place in all of them. One he was 6 seconds off, one he was 10 seconds off, and one he was 5 seconds off the race leader. But always squabbling at the sharp end, but that final victory has been elusive so far this year for Bill Bowyer. Will it be today? Will it be round number 4 where Bill finally stands on the top step of the podium in the final? Well, let's wait and see. Starting as he means to go on here in qualifying, still on provisional pole, but that gap now is only 1.5 hundredths. Brancato has closed the gap again to Bowyer. Not quite enough to steal pole position, though. Nice lap from Declan J. Elsher. New name to myself. Not sure if Declan was racing last time, was he? I'm looking down the list. He was. It was DNF in the final, sadly, for Declan. But he's back again here at round 4. He's just jumped up into 6th place. Now gets relegated to 7th, as that's a new personal best from Jason Newman. Nice time from Jason. Always good to see him out and racing. But it's a new best time of the session from Bill Bowyer. He extends his gap at the front once again by about a further 1/10 of a second. 0.12, now the gap at the sharp end with Newman 3rd, Bradfield 4th, Pereira 5th, and Sands now dropping into 6th place. Sands 2nd in the championship, 2 points behind Bill Bowyer. Very, very close between Bowyer and Sands. But it has been 2 final victories for Ryan Sands so far this season, round 1 and round 2. It was a 1-2 for Sands and Bowyer. Round 3, though, went to Taylor Bellini. And what a field it was. It was at 28, I think, if I'm not mistaken. 28 177s at round 3. I can't believe I missed that. That must have been brilliant racing. We do still have 17 here today at round number 4. So still a good number of 177s. That was a bit of a sketchy moment there down through hairpin number 1 for, I think it was the number 12. Yes, it was the number 12. That is Domenico Brancato. Almost finding the grass there on the entrance to hairpin number 1. He's able to wrangle the kart back on circuit, but this won't be a personal best lap time, sadly, for Domenico. And that 35.512 for Bowyer, that's looking tough to beat, that is. As I say that, he's not got a little marker that shows he's going around the circuit. So I'll wait and see if that changes, if Bowyer does come across the line. But for the moment, I can't quite see him. I can see a Tony Kart suited driver down in Parc Ferme. So I am confused in the commentary box. I think potentially Bowyer is out of this session. I think he might just be, you know. I think potentially Bill Bowyer has had to pull in early. So he set a blistering time as Bill. But now the door is open for a driver to beat him and he won't be able to have a response. So Brancato, Newman, Bradfield and Pereira, and to be fair, Sands as well. All those drivers within 4/10 of pole at the moment. But none of them quite able to find it in the dying moments just yet. 60 seconds now left on the clock. And this is it then. Pressure is on. Can Brancato, Newman, Bradfield, Pereira, Sands find that bit of time? Do they continue on to what will be potentially their penultimate lap of the session? Bit of time for one more, I think, after this one. Let's look at that. New personal best from Brancato. He gets within 9 thousandths. 9 thousandths of pole for Domenico Brancato, and it's still not quite enough. for the driver of number 12. I think Domenico's still on his own, is he? Whereabouts is he on the circuit? He should just be coming through. I thought he should be coming through sector 2, but I can't see him. Oh, no, there he is. Now heading down through sector number 1. There is the number 12, down into hairpin number 1 at the moment. So this will be the last lap then for Domenico Brancato. Last opportunity here for him to beat the time. 9 thousandths of a second to find. Well, 10 thousandths really, if he wants to beat the time. 100th of a second to find for Brancato. Newman sees the checkered flag. He stays in 3rd place. The onus is on Brancato here. Can he beat him? To the line goes Domenico Brancato. Can he find the time here on the final lap? The answer is no. The answer is no for Brancato, and he stays 9 thousandths off of pole. And as Newman, Bradfield, Pereira and Sands all come across the line, none of them can improve their position. There was a slight improvement in time for Jake Bradfield, but not enough to jump ahead of Newman. He stays in 4th place. Well, that is session over then in the 177s, and Bill Bowyer gets pole position. Your championship leader starts the day as he means to go on here with pole position. But I do believe he was in there very early on in that one. Yes, 6 laps completed versus the 12 of the other drivers around him. So it was Bowyer in early, but he just did enough there on that final flying lap. Beats Brancato by 9 thousandths. Brancato alongside him on the front row. Jason Newman and Jake Bradfield will be on row number 2, with Hugo Pereira and Ryan Sands on row 3. Declan Elsher and Dave Darnborough on row 4, with Wayne Smithers and Drew Lamas rounding out the top 10 on row 5. Then it's Adam Smith and Chris Emerson on row 6, Stephen Kahn and Nicholas Anso on row 7, and then James Benton, Rob Church and Jonathan Militello rounding out the grid of 17 drivers there for Road Tax 177. Well then, qualifying is done and dusted here for round number 4 of the Rye House Kart Club, and we jump straight into racing action. The first round of heats is about to come, ladies and gentlemen, and let's see who is able to take victory in the first heat of the day in Coma Bambinos. Drivers getting ready then at the end of the dummy grid, and soon enough we'll see them head round for their formation lap. Then they'll line up on the grid for a standing start here. The youngest drivers of the day, make sure you show them lots of support around the side of the circuit. Give a big cheer to all of our young Bambino drivers. They head out onto the circuit then, do they? I can hear engine notes rising. As there they go. Like I was going to say an angry swarm of wasps. A subdued swarm of wasps as they head out of the dummy grid. And through they go onto their warm-up lap then. Let's have a look at the grid for your first race of the day, ladies and gentlemen. River de Giorgio Miller lines up on pole position, with Nicholas Ansa alongside him on the front row. Aurelia Capalonga and Jax Wilmington are on row 2, with Harper Ray and Oliver Doe rounding out the grid. Sorry, Oliver Coe. Apologies, Oliver. Need to get my eyes checked. And that is your 6 drivers then on the grid here for Coma Bambinos. So then, of course, we didn't have any Bambinos at round 1 or 2, which was a real shame. So this, for me, is my first time commentating over racing for Coma Bambinos here at the Rye House Kart Raceway this year. They did make an appearance, thankfully, at round number 3. So that's really where we've kicked off the championship. And it was a perfect day back at round number 3 for Aurelia Capalonga. Aurelio, what a showing at round 3. 200 from a possible 200 points. So that's pole, victory in both heats, and a victory in the final for Aurelio. But for this one, Aurelio starting behind pole position. It's 3rd place on the grid this time for Aurelio. With a perfect showing, though, to kick off the season. Let's see if he can carry on that momentum here at round number 4. Racing about to get underway then. Our young drivers look up to the gantry and watch and wait for those lights to come on. As soon as the red lights go green, they go foot to the floor. The lights go out now, and we're racing here in Coma Bambinos. Their first heat kicks off, and it's a run down to Stadium Bend for the first time between the Giorgio Miller and Ansa. As they head round out of stadium, looks as though I think your pole sitter has held on to this one. Yes, River takes the lead then with the 18 of Ansa behind. Then the 16 into 3rd place. So Capalonga stays 3rd. Has been a change, though, for 4th place. Harper Ray getting past Jax Wilmington. But Jax looking to get it done there on the exit of hairpin number 2. Those two will run side by side down into pylon. But just about a good enough exit there for Harper Ray. Sees him hold on to that 4th place that he gained at the start. So one change there on lap number 1 in our Coma Bambino class. Top 3 starting to break away. Initially looked as though DeGiorgio Miller and Anser would press on their own. Capalonga's trying to go with them though. About a second between the top 2 and then Aurelio in 3rd place. But as we say, he was your victor in all of the races last time out of round number 3. So definitely don't count out Aurelio there in 3rd place. And just like we saw in the qualifying sessions a few moments ago, 7 minutes plus 1 lap for these first heats as well. Same for the second heats. And then it'll be slightly longer, up to 8 minutes plus 1 lap for those finals at the end of the day. Little half spin there for the 23, that was. So Oliver Coe there just going for a slight little half spin down at hairpin number 1, but he's got it straight back underway and rejoins the race. Looks as though potentially Capalonga's fallen further off the race lead, sadly. He has a further 9/10 it is on that last lap. Gap increased from 1.8 to 2.7 seconds. But the gap between DeGiorgio Miller and Anser closed ever so slightly. New fastest lap for Nicholas Anser. And he's now, well, at the start of the lap, he was 6/10 behind your race leader. And a mistake from the race leader, and he goes wide. Anser's up the inside on the exit, but they'll run side by side down into pylon. A slightly aggressive chop there from Nicholas Anser, though. That was good stuff from Nicholas. Said, no, River, you're not taking the inside line. I am taking the lead of the race, and that's exactly what Nicholas does. So through he goes then into the race lead. It was just a slight mistake through hairpin number 2 for River. Tried to just carry a little bit too much speed, I think. The rear end just stepped out a little. It was a nice catch from River. But that lost the exit speed as, once again, a little bit too wide there off of Stadium. I think River just wanted to press on and get back involved in the scrap with Nicholas. And maybe just overdriving ever so slightly there out of Stadium Bend. But either way, has held on to it. And still lapping really, really well here is River DeGiorgio Miller. Again, another driver that I was honoured to commentate over out at GYG a couple of weeks ago. River was very impressive. And at the moment now looking to try and get back into the race lead. Anser's consolidated throughout lap number 4. And as we head on to lap number 5 then, what will be the gap between these two as they come across the line? 0.2 of a second. Sadly for Aurelio, that gap continues to increase. It's gone up by another 0.8 on the last lap, up to 4.4 seconds now. It is back to Aurelio Capalonga. So a shame there for Aurelio. We already knew it wasn't going to be another perfect day. 3rd on the grid. Looks like it might be a 3rd in heat number 1 as well. And needs to get stuck in with Anser and DeGiorgio Miller early in this one. Or sadly, this happens, drops out of the slipstream. And then it's difficult to keep on pace with 2 drivers who are slipstreaming each other around the track. Similarly behind, there's been a change behind as well. That's good to see. Jax Wilmington has got back through on Harper Ray. I think there was a lap or so ago that change happened. Those two still staying absolutely nose to tail, battling really well. So Wilmington and Ray squabbling over 4th place. It's sadly Capalonga and Coe who both find themselves on their own in this one. But again, those two leaders almost nose to tail here in Coma Bambinos. We've got 2.5 minutes left to go on the clock. And who will take the first victory of the day here in Comas? Well, Nicholas is very aware of River behind him. Looking to cover off, especially exit of hairpin number 2. Nicholas really covering off the up and under exit attempt. River's never had quite the speed to actually get it done in previous laps to this. So potentially a bit of over-covering from Nicholas. Better to be safe than sorry, but still will be losing a bit of time there. Especially through exit of hairpin number 2, because you carry all that speed down through into pylon and then into complex Nouvelle as well. But for the moment, hey, Nicholas is still ahead, so who am I to say in the commentary box here? Nicholas is doing a great job. And for the moment, River doesn't have an answer to that pass for the lead a few laps ago. Again, Nicholas covering that off on the exit of hairpin number 2, but checking over the shoulder, sees that River nowhere near to mount a charge there on the exit. And Nicholas gets his foot down as they head through into Pylon and Complex Duvel once again. Round will go on to lap number 8 of this race. And still just a couple of tenths in it here between the top two. And what are they doing? Around 50-second lap times. So it will be, including this lap, 3 more to go. And the question on everyone's lips is, can River de Giorgio Miller mount a charge here and try and steal away the win here in heat number 1? And of course, this is just as important as if it was the final lap of the final later on today. Of course, you don't get a trophy from this one, sadly, but you do get exactly the same amount of points from a pole in qualifying, a heat win, and a final win. It's all 50 points here at the Rye House Kart Club. So this battle for the lead in terms of the championship and the points at play is just as important as the final later on at the end of today. Across the line go our drivers then. Crossing the line with about 20 seconds on the clock left to go. So penultimate lap begins for Anser and De Giorgio Miller. Again, De Giorgio Miller really close to the rear bumper of Nicholas Anser, but just not enough to think about a move. Nice exit from hairpin 1, but again, not quite enough exit speed to get alongside. And I've got to say, Nicholas is, even with that covering off on the exit of hairpin number 2, he's still able to carry a good amount of speed through that corner. It just means even the bit of exit speed lost there from dropping back across so quickly doesn't really hamper him too much. Around the final corner they come then. This will be on to the final lap of the race. And once again, Anser covers off the inside line. I thought potentially De Giorgio Miller might be able to drive around the outside there, but Anser covers it off. Down into Stadium Bend we go then for the final time in this first heat of the day. And not only that, they're closing up to the back marker of Oliver Coe as well. Let's hope that doesn't play a factor here into who wins this race. Down through hairpin 1 they go. Again, Anser carrying some lovely speed there through hairpin number 1. He is keeping River de Giorgio Miller at arm's length at the moment. Covers off the up and under out of hairpin number 2. Loses a bit of exit speed. Giorgio Miller will close up to the rear bumper once more. But opportunities for overtakes dwindling here in heat number 1 in Como Bambinos. Through Complex Duvel they go. And it will be into the final corner. And it will be Nicholas Anser who leads us through into it. As long as he carries the speed okay, it'll be absolutely fine. It is a nice exit from De Giorgio Miller, though. They'll run to the line side by side here. It just goes to Nicholas Anser by 33 thousandths of a second. Very close across the line there from Nicholas, as De Giorgio Miller got a lovely exit. Anser just doing enough there to hold on. Well, he grabbed the opportunity when it fell in front of him to steal that race lead away when River made that small mistake down at hairpin number 2. And then Nicholas driving a very impressive race there for such a young driver, keeping River at bay and keeping River behind for the entire rest of the race. Heat number 1 win goes to Nicholas Anser. River de Giorgio Miller in second, Aurelio Capalonga in third, with Harper Ray, Jax Wilmington and Oliver Coe, your 6 drivers there, all making it to the checkered flag. Well, heat number 1 done and dusted for Como Bambinos, then they'll make their way back into pit lane, and soon enough, it'll be heat 1 out for Honda Cadets. It was good to have a few of the Honda Cadet drivers up in the commentary box a few moments ago, so hello to all of you if you can hear me down in the dummy grid, and a best of luck for your upcoming heat race. Honda Cadets are up next. Honda Cadet drivers out onto the circuit then, their first heat about to get underway. Let's have a look at the grid for this one. Jensen Kula What a lap it was from Jensen in qualifying to take pole position. With Callum Ryan alongside him. Good to see Callum up at the sharp end as well. Very impressive lap time from him there to jump onto the front row. Brandon Lasco and Kian Kimber are on row 2, with Harry Grant and Ted Fry on row number 3. David Kioka and Chase Wilmington on row 4, with Jaden Bond and Freddie Williams rounding out the top 10 on row 5. Then it's Sebastian Meyer and Dominic Uzak, and Max Saunders rounds out the grid here. 13 drivers in the Honda Cadet class here at round number 4. As we say, Kuda, impressive lap in qualifying. He's always one to watch at the sharp end of a Honda Cadet grid. He'll look to drive off with this one. Plenty of drivers around him, though, looking to stop that from happening. And watch out for the likes of Harry Grant coming through from the third row of the grid as well. He would have been hoping for a little bit more from qualifying, as he is one of the drivers battling for the championship. He's leading the championship, 2 points ahead of Jensen Kula. Well, this is an opportunity for Kula to bag some more points. Of course, already, Kula would have taken the championship lead, courtesy of that 50 points in qualifying. Well, here's a race to prove it then. Heat 1 for Honda Cadets is underway. And drivers put pedal to the metal as we fly down into Stadium Bend for the first time in this race. Will Kula still be leading on the exit? Yes, he is. Ryan's still there in second, but there's a contact. Kioka's over the top of another driver. What a shame. Both those two drivers barreling off to the exit. Seemingly both okay. It was Kioka and the 26 there coming together of Ted Fry. A shame between those two. Always two drivers we expect to see near the sharp end battling well. And it is Ted Fry's kart that is walking wounded. I think it's just the NASA panel that's been knocked to the side there, so shouldn't be any sort of issue when he gets to scrutineering at the end of the race. But now those two need to lock back in and try and chase down the rest of the pack. Well, after lap number 1 then, it is still Jensen Kula at the sharp end of the field. It's Callum Ryan second. Harry Grant has made up places into third. 2 positions gained. I said to watch out for him, and he's backed it up there. Bond's up 2, Williams is up 3, Meyer's up 3 as well. Uzak up 2, Saunders up 3. A couple of good starts out there. A couple of drivers benefiting from incidents ahead as well. Well, the top 3 looking to break away. Kula, Ryan and Grant going together. And it's Grant the one teetering between the 2 groups. Then Brandon Laxgo, who leads the next train, and that's basically the rest of the field behind him. Kimber, Bond, Williams, Meyer, Wilmington, Uzak, all in that train. And then it's Saunders, Kioka and Fry that have dropped off. Oh dear, Fry's into the pits, and you can see why. Well, it was a slightly wounded NASA panel, and now it's a destroyed NASA panel. And, yeah, we don't have halos in karting just yet. And that slight block of the view won't have been helping him too much there. Back into the pits and out of the race goes Ted Fry. A real shame for Ted. We've had a change for 4th place out there, I'm pretty sure. No, we haven't. I'll tell a lie. It is still Brandon in 4th place. They stay as they were. Looks as though they've lost a bit of time to Harry Grant. But he himself isn't quite closing into the top 2. It's Callum Ryan who's really taking the fight here to Jensen Kula. He set the fastest lap on the last lap. That's stolen back by Kula and immediately re-stolen by Callum Ryan. Ryan is on a charge in this race. And let's see if Callum can find his way through on Jensen Kula. Easier said than done. Kula, as you say, battling with Harry Grant for the championship. Where is Callum Ryan? He's 8th in the championship going into today. Very close, though. He's oh my goodness, that's so close. He's 5 points off of 4th in the championship. That's crazy. 5 points separating 5 different drivers in the championship. That's how close it is here in Honda Cadet. So the results like he's putting on at the moment for Callum Ryan, that is going to see him leap up the championship at the end of today. A good result from today could see him jump up into the top 3 and be battling with Kula and Grant for the overall victory across the season. And well, with the pace he's showing in this race so far, he is well deserving of being up in that group. Well, Grant has now closed back in. Brandon's doing a lovely job of keeping the rest of the pack behind him, but they are losing touch considerably now of the top 3. I think also assisted by the fact that Kula, Ryan and Grant are not battling. Ryan's almost close enough to think about a move, but not quite. Harry Grant, though, does take the fastest lap of the race on the previous lap. A 40.564 now the time to beat. That was a good 10th quicker than the lap time set earlier on by the likes of Kula and Callum Ryan. And Grant's now putting himself into this leading squabble. But it hasn't turned into much of a squabble just yet. And honestly, this race couldn't have gone much worse for David Kyoka, sadly for him, as in how it has played out. For someone who's had an incident on the first lap, it couldn't have been worse because the drivers haven't been battling. They've all been working together. They've all been pressing on ahead. We haven't seen many overtakes, and that just means that the ability to catch back up to the pack is even more of a challenge for David Kyoka. And this has really put the nail in the coffin for him in a disappointing first race of the day. A real shame for David. And the same can be said, of course, of Ted Fry, who's already out of the race. Well, Brandon under a bit of pressure here, down into hairpin number 1. The 20 of Kian Kimber. He's finding some good pace out there. But he can't quite find a way through on Brandon at the moment. We're side by side in the background. That's Freddie Williams looking to find a way past on Jaden Bond. He's on the outside, though, into pylon. We always say that is a challenging one to get done around the outside of pylon. And this time, that's proven again. Williams not able to get it done. Has to slot back in behind Jaden Bond. And he's got Sebastian Meyer with him as well. Sebastian having a good race so far in this first one. Getting a few positions on those opening laps. And now getting stuck in with that battle for 6th place. Well, still, Callum Ryan absolutely on the tail of Jensen Kula. But again, Kula, so calm and collected behind the wheel as Jensen weathers the storm beautifully. He's done this time and time again as Jensen, leading the race with pressure from drivers right behind him. And Kula, once again, dealing with it absolutely fantastically so far in this race. 1.5 minutes still left to go, though. Still potential opportunities here for Callum and Harry to find a way past. Harry, once again, ever so slightly sat in the wings. Drops back a couple of kart lengths off of the top 2 once more. So he's really there to pick up the pieces if things go awry between the 2 ahead. Awry, nice. A Rye House Kart Raceway. Anyway, I make myself laugh in the comedy shorts anyway. But he's there sort of waiting in the wings. He's not really getting involved for the moment, though. But 3rd place for his championship anyway. Still a decent haul of points. Issue for him is his championship rival is 2 positions ahead. Never what you want to see. Well then, on to a new lap we go. So this will be on to the penultimate lap, I think, just. Yeah, it will be. 3rd to last lap of the race. And as we say, opportunities dwindling here for Callum Ryan. He is on pace here with Kula, but maybe doesn't quite have the overspeed at any particular point on the circuit. So think, yeah, that's the place where I can make the move. That's where I can get it done. And with how these Honda Cadets, especially when we've moved on from the 160s into the 200 engines, how these karts race, it's very difficult when drivers are so close on pace to get overtakes done. Very different to what we saw previously in the 160s, where that was just constant nip and tuck racing, back and forward, back all the time. Honda Cadet has changed since we moved from 160 to 200. It's much more calm and considered racing and really teaches the drivers a lot of patience and makes them very good at hot lapping because they've got to do it every single lap to keep themselves in with a shout of a positive result. Well, on to the penultimate lap we go in this race then. Looks as though Laxgo and Kimber have broken free of the rest of them now. They have. And it's Freddie Williams who's jumped ahead now of Jaden Bond. So Williams is up then into 6th place now. That changed a couple of laps ago. Bond and Meyer still battling over 7th. So that had changed at one point. Bond's now back ahead into P7. And then behind Sebastian Meyer is Dominic Uzak and Chase Wilmington. That is your top 10. And Kyoka still on that challenging drive there in P11. He is not going to catch the back of the train. A real shame for him. On to the final lap we go then. And this is it for Callum Ryan. As we say, it is only heat number 1. Where he really wants the win is in the final. But heat number 1 offering the exact same amount of points as that final later on. So really, this is just as crucial for the championship. But as we say, 8th place in the championship at the moment for Callum Ryan, and he's 4 points off of 4th place in the championship. Good results like these today is going to see him leap up the championship and start to get stuck in with these 2 around him. But in Heat 1 at least, it is going to go to Jensen Kula. Weathers the storm beautifully and takes a deserved Heat 1 victory, does Jensen Kula. Across the line they go, ahead of Callum Ryan and Harry Grant, then your top 3. Nice start in the race there from Harry Grant. Exactly the start he needed. Was right on the coattails of the top 2 for the entirety of the race, but just couldn't quite get stuck in. Stays similarly behind as well. Brandon keeping himself ahead of Kian as those 2 round out the top 5. Then Freddie Williams in 6th, then followed by Jaden Bond, Sebastian Meyer, Dominic Uzak, Chase Wilmington, David Kyoka and Max Saunders, the last of your finishers. And then what a shame, Ted Fry, of course, we lost earlier on in that race. in that instant. Just got collected there. David Kioka going up over the top of him. And sadly, that NASA panel did not want to stay attached. Up it went, and out of the race went Ted Fry. Well, hopefully we do see Ted back out. I mean, it's not going to be a huge fix for him. One of those frustrating ones where you have to come in because it's unsafe, but it is having no effect on your performance. But either way, a shame for Ted, but hopefully we do see him back out for heat number 2 in the afternoon later on. On the cadet, heat 1 is done and dusted then, and we'll move swiftly on to session number 9 of today, which will be heat number 1 for Micromax. Those drivers heading out on circuit in a couple of moments' time. Well then, it's time for our Micromax drivers to show us how it's done. They head round for their first heat of the day. Caio Vieira takes pole position in this one, with Tommy Lovejoy alongside him, on the front row. Leo Hunt and Ezra Robinson-Matthews on row 2, with AJ Halil and Cooper Galloway on row 3. Row 4 has Lucas Otley Thistlethwaite and Ayar Stopirstis, and then Ralph Dempsey rounds out the grid of 9 drivers. First time today, we go to a rolling start here in Micromax. Of course, standing is only for the Bambinos and the Hondas. Rolling for the rest of the drivers today. And do we go to the race start first time of asking? Yes, we do. Well done to our Micromax drivers. First time of asking. And race begins then in heat number 1. Down through Stadium Bend we go for the first time. Looking to hold on to 4th place there is Robinson-Matthews, and he's just about done it for the moment. Anyway, back up the inside goes to 17, and we're side by side for the race lead. Off and wide goes to 118, looking back up the inside, but no, Leo Hunt's got it. Down into hairpin number 2. Lovely battling there at the sharp end. Leo Hunt wants to work together there. Vieira getting shuffled out wide. He's able to chop back in and retake second, though, I believe, as they now head down to the end of lap number 1. Yes, they're second place for Vieira. So Lovejoy, I think, fell down on that opening part of the lap. He did. Down from second place. A less than ideal opening lap there for Tommy Lovejoy. Drops down into 6th place. Bit wide for 3rd there. Off of Stadium Bend, and there might be a thought for the lead. Not quite from Vieira. He was close, but not quite close enough. Lovejoy's up the inside. Little bit of side pod to side pod contact there between himself and the 32 of Cooper Galloway. And this time, Lovejoy can't find a way past. Side by side for 3rd. Robinson-Matthews backs out of that one. I think that's probably the right idea there from Robinson-Matthews. Outside into pylon is never a nice place to be. AJ Halil's had a great start to this race, though. He's up into 3rd place. That was who Robinson-Matthews was trying to go side by side with down there into pylon. Doesn't work. Halil holds on to 3rd place. As I say, lovely start from him. And he might just benefit here from battling ahead. 3rd, 4th, 5th need to work together, though, and 6th as well of Tommy Lovejoy. They need to work together here to close back up to the back of Hunt and Vieira. Those two at the moment going along together. Now, of course, we saw Leo pointing forward earlier on this race, wanting to work with Caio. Whether the 118 actually listens to Leo is another one. Let's see. No official agreement between these two, not teammates. I'm sure they know each other well. But Vieira wants the race lead, and he looked for the inside line there down into Stadium. He looked for it, and he's got it. Vieira's into the lead. No working together between these two. Hunt's down into 2nd place, and it's all chopping and chaining behind as well. Up the inside is looking Tommy Lovejoy. He sends it up the inside into hairpin number 1 again, leading on the driver on the outside, and again can't find a way through on Cooper Galloway. That was almost a carbon copy of the first attempt a lap or so ago there. Lovejoy just not quite able to get enough alongside under brakes, and Galloway toughs it round the outside and holds on to 5th. And that's dropped them a couple of kart lengths now, once again, off of AJ Halil and Ezra Robinson-Matthews. Gap between the top 2 and then the chasing 2, that's increased by 4/10 on the last lap. Up to 1.6 seconds now, despite that little bit of battling between Leo and Kyo. Robinson Matthews trying to find a way through here on AJ Halil. Halil's a little bit wide there off of hairpin number 2, but again, Robinson Matthews finds himself on the outside line into pylon, and once again, backs out of that one. Well, that brief bit of side-by-side action between those two has once again brought Cooper and Tommy back into the squabble as it's wide at the final corner there. Wide at the final corner for AJ Halil. When he put up his hand in frustration, I didn't see that one happen, but his frustrated hand leads me to believe there might have been some contact there between himself and Ezra Robinson Matthews. I didn't see it, so I couldn't possibly comment. Either way, Robinson Matthews is into third up the inside once again. Yet again trying it up the inside at hairpin 1 is Tommy Lovejoy, and yet again he can't get it done. Finds himself now on the outside, under pressure up and over the back, almost. AJ Halil almost takes to the skies there down at hairpin number 2. Thankfully, though, he lands back down on all 4 wheels, gains control of his kart once again, keeps it out of the barriers, and now has to try and hunt back down the drivers he was squabbling with a moment ago. They just saw the opportunity as Lovejoy was shuffled wide, tried to pop the nose cone up the inside, but it was a little bit too late there from Halil. And thankfully, he lives to fight another day. Well, still as they were at the sharp end, Vieira ahead of Hunt, but it is Leo that now takes the fastest lap of the race. The last time around the circuit, again, contact and Lovejoy. Contact between Lovejoy and Galloway, and Galloway's round. Galloway spun round there out of hairpin number 1. Yet again, Tommy trying to go up the inside at hairpin number 1. And yet again, lots of contact between the two of them on corner exit. And this time, sadly, it's Galloway spun across the nose of Lovejoy. He's done well to get his foot in and get back involved, but he's lost, 3-4 positions and a lot of time, sadly, for Cooper. He was having a good race in this one, but these things happen when you're racing that closely with drivers around you, and Cooper drops down into 7th place now. A shame there for Cooper. So that now means Robinson Matthews 3rd, Lovejoy's 4th, Halil's 5th, and now the 61 of Otley Thistlethwaite is into 6th. Galloway now 7th. And then we've got Storpirstis and Dempsey rounding out the field at the moment. We turn our attention then back to your race leaders. Vieira went fastest again on the last lap. So these two just trading times at the sharp end are Vieira and Hunt. Yet again, both of them putting in personal best. 400ths between them. But Vieira, the slightly quicker of the two. We still have a minute and a half left to go on the clock. But your race leader of Kyle Vieira still very well aware of quite how close Leo Hunt is to his rear bumper. Not defending just yet, but I have a sneaking suspicion as we head through into the next couple of laps, we might start to see some defensive manoeuvres here from Kyle Vieira, as Leo Hunt still absolutely in his wheel tracks. On we go then, onto the 3rd to last lap of the race this will be. Yet again, new personal best for both the two leaders. Fastest lap goes to Hunt, but not for long. Tommy Lovejoy now takes the fastest lap of the race, and Lovejoy is almost onto the back of Ezra Robinson Matthews. Ezra defends down into hairpin number 1. Lovejoy tries to get the up and under exit, but can't quite get enough exit speed to put alongside of Robinson Matthews once more. And we'll have to rethink that one. But clearly, Tommy Lovejoy showing that in open air, he can be the fastest driver out on circuit here in Micromax. As the leaders cross the line with just less than 20 seconds left to go. So onto the penultimate lap we go. Lovejoy nearly with a good enough exit there to pull alongside. Robinson Matthews just about covers that one off. Any further alongside there, and that could have been a bit of an incident there between Robinson Matthews and Lovejoy, but thankfully, just about enough space given as they press on down to hairpin number 1 again. Once more, Lovejoy tries to get the up and under and can't. And Robinson Matthews, now it's his time to weather the storm as he tries to hold on to the last of the podium positions here in heat number 1 of Micromax. Here come the leaders under the gantry to start the final lap of the race then. And surely we've got to see some defending now from Kyle Vieira. Robinson Matthews is defending very hard there for 3rd place as those two run side by side down into Stadium Bend for the final time. Vieira's got the lead. Hunt not close enough to think about a move into hairpin number 1. What's the exit looking like? Will there be an attempt down into hairpin number 2? No, Hunt is not close enough. And Robinson Matthews defending very well from Lovejoy. Best up and under from Lovejoy yet. But again, he's on the outside here for hairpin number 2. He'll try the up and under here, and he's got it. Nice move there from Lovejoy. Side by side down into pylon. Lovejoy's got the overlap. Does he have the place? They almost make contact there through pylon, and Lovejoy's got it. Lovely move from Lovejoy into third, but Kyle Vieira will win in heat number 1 here in Micromax. He stays ahead of Leo Hunt, and what a move on the final lap from Tommy Lovejoy. Lovejoy's up into third. Nice racing there between himself and Robinson Matthews. Ezra defending really well throughout that one, but Tommy setting up that up and under through hairpin number 2 beautifully, and he just had enough of an overlap there to force his way through, and Ezra just about gave up the position. Very close there through pylon. I thought there might be contact, a little bit of rubbing, but hey, rubbing is racing, and through to third goes Tommy Lovejoy. Nice one there for him after what was a very difficult start to that race. He fought back, kept his head up, and third place he got, and the fastest lap as well. Well done to Tommy. So it was Kyle Vieira from Leo Hunt and Tommy Lovejoy. Ezra Robinson Matthews and AJ Halil, then your top 5. Followed by Lucas Otley Thistlethwaite, Cooper Galloway, Ayestor Pierce and Ralph Dempsey. Then your 9 drivers there in Micromax. And that's another one of our first heats of the day done and dusted then. We move on to race number 11 of today's proceedings. And it's 4 more races left to go until the lunch break. Up next is heat number 1 for our Inter-Rotax drivers. Hello to Airspeed Alive 1. Welcome. Go Ezra. Well, we just saw Ezra there battling in the Micromaxes, doing a very good job. Sadly, just losing third place there on the final lap. It was a very nice move from Tommy Lovejoy. Those drivers just heading into Parc Fermé now, so it shouldn't be too long until we have our Inters heading out for their first heat. Get ready to go. There we go, engines on. Well then, into Rotax's turn then to put on a show for us. And again, to remind you in qualifying, our 2 drivers on the front row of the grid setting identical lap times in qualifying. James Carver, however, set the time first. And that is why he finds himself on pole position. I've got to say, with a very snazzy helmet and kart colour combo. I'm a big fan of that, James. He starts on pole. Akil Nungianone alongside him on the front row with TJ McLeish and Rio Panayutu. Your championship leader there on row 2. Santiago Simeone, your victor at round 3 in the final, lines up on row 3 with Harrison Outram alongside him. Then Philip Poloskov and Oscar Stonebrook. And then Mohammed Umar Abdeen and Ronnie Griffin rounds out the grid. Round the final corner they come then. Will the Inters get it underway? First time of asking. The Micromaxes did. The Inters don't. Chevron flag on the gantry, and it will be a second attempt for our Inter drivers. Well, the younger drivers did it absolutely perfectly. Sadly, that's not the case for our slightly older Inters. They'll have a second shot at that one. But honestly, I was pretty impressed and surprised that the Micromaxes did it first time. So we'll give the Inters that one. They can have a second attempt. After the second attempt, that's when I'll start taking the mick. Right then, Carver on pole, Giannone alongside on the front row. And as they roll around then to the final corner once more for a brief moment, it's relatively quiet here at the Rye House Kart Raceway. Well, it's sure to get a lot louder now. To the line we go. No, it's not a start. It's a chevron flag again. Chevron flag again, ladies and gentlemen. Drivers will have a third attempt at this one. When do we get to see the re-education? I think it might be now. Yes! The red flags are out on the back straight, which means only one thing. The drivers getting some re-education on how to do a race start. they'll stop down there. And our fantastic marshals here at the Rye House Kart Raceway will have just a little natter and remind them how to do a race start. Well then, engine's back on. Let's have a third attempt at this one, drivers. Third time's the charm, as they say. Well, let's hope that's true. Here they go, into the final sector once again. We need for Carver and Giannone to keep a nice steady pace here, down through the tram lines. Once those lights go green, it's pedal to the metal. Once you're over the start-finish line, it's brake formation and go racing. Right then, third time of asking here for our Inter-Rotax drivers. It's looking good to me, and it's looking good to the guys behind the scenes here at Rye House. We get racing in Inters. Down into the first couple of corners we go, and Carver's lost the race lead. Giannone takes the lead then on... Oh, sorry, no, I tell a lie. Carver's still in the lead. I'm getting them too confused already. Carver's still in the lead. Giannone on the 1-2-8 there in second place. The 74 and the 27 chasing. So McLeish still there in third. Simeone's made up a place, though. He's through on Rio Panayutu. Some uncharacteristic loss of position on the first lap for Rio Panayutu. He will settle into this one as we press on into lap number 2. So it was James Carver that I was complimenting on his nice kart and helmet combo, but that isn't James Carver. James Carver, I still love yours very much. But it was actually Giannone I was complimenting, so apologies there. Giannone holding on to second place there. Well, as we say, these two did an identical time in qualifying, so they're sure to be inseparable across this race. Sorry, YouTube. Inseparable at the moment already. Trying to break away here from the likes of McLeish and Simeone. New fastest lap for Giannone, though. He goes quicker than Carver on the last lap. Puts himself back within a tenth of a second, and he's through. He's through down at Stadium Bend. Giannone takes the race lead, but Carver's back on the inside. Too late on the brakes for James Carver. Well held, James, but he loses the position because of it. He wanted to get straight back into the lead there after losing it down at Stadium. But a little mistake sees him go wide, and through into second goes TJ McLeish. And now Simeone's all over the back. All over the back of Carver. Well, down they go into the final corner once again. Carver soaring at the wheel here, trying to get back into the swing of things. There's already McLeish just scampering off up the road to try and find Giannone. Well, this is Akil Nunn's chance here to scamper off with this race. A little bit of leaning there on the back of Santiago Simeone. That was Rio Panayutu. So he's back involved in the squabble now, courtesy that bit of time lost for McLeish. Oh, sorry, McLeish? What am I talking about? Sorry, McLeish. McLeish in second. For that bit of time lost for Carver. Simeone's gone with him, and now Panayutu onto the back of them as well. Championship leader looking to get some more points back here from heat number 1 after losing that place on the opening lap. Now, of course, he leads the championship by quite some way, the biggest margin of any of the classes in 2026. As SMU up the inside from Panayutu. Up the inside he goes on Simeone. Does he start the overlap? No, he does not have the overlap into hairpin number 2. And Simeone takes the place right back. So really, just a bit of time lost there for both of those two drivers as an unsuccessful attempt at the move from Panayutu. That's allowed for Carver to just break clear by a couple of kart lengths once again, and maybe we'll just take the pressure off of him for the next lap or so. See if he can get back into that pace he had at the start of the race. New personal best from James, but clearly he is settling back into it as Simeone and Panayutu battle once more. Simeone defending down in hairpin number 1. Panayutu, you saw him try and get that up and under. Santiago covered that off really nicely. And again, a nice exit from Panayutu, but not enough to get up the inside at hairpin number 2. Those two dropping further and further away from Carver in third place. So they've really settled into their squabble for 4th now, and sadly for them, with the time they've been losing, it will be the lofty heights of 4th, I think, unless it really changes ahead. Over half race distance now here in heat number 1 for Inter Rotax. Giannone has just been keeping McLeish at bay ever since he took the race lead. 3/4 of a second it is the gap between the two of them, and it's been increasing by around 1/10 of a second every lap. James Carver, as we say, has settled back into form as Panayutu's now through. Panayutu has finally got the move done then on Simeone. Simeone leans on the rear bumper of Panayutu going into hairpin number 2. They go side by side on the exit, and Panayutu furiously points forward, wanting to work together here with Simeone. Okay, there is still 2.5 minutes left to go. That's a lot of time to chase down now. As they come across the line, what's the gap going to be? They have got 2 seconds to find just to catch third place of James Carver. And even that's going to be a challenge in and of itself, because James Carver has just set the fastest lap. 37.523 for James Carver. He is well and truly settled back in to his outright pace now. The squabble's going on up and down the order. That was a nice battle there. The 145 and 36, that is. Mohamed Umar Abdin and Philip Poloskov battling over 9th place. What a shame for Philip Poloskov. This race has gone away from him. Dropping 3 places from 7th on the grid is Philip. He's 2nd in the championship. 3 points ahead of Harrison Outram. 9 points ahead of Leighton Bradnam. But he is the driver that's 33 points behind Rio Panayutu. So despite what is now back to 5th place as Simeone's back through, these two scrapping like it's for the lead in the last race of the year. These two having a great ding-dong battle. But as I said earlier, they've sort of assigned themselves to 4th and 5th now, really. Just which way round it'll be, we'll have to wait and see. And actually, they're now inviting Harrison Outram back into the squabble as well, as he's been closing up to the back of them over the last couple of laps. Outram still in with a shout at the championship as well, so he'll be looking for a couple of extra points from these two if he can find a way up to the back of Simeone and Panayutu. Just over a minute left to go now, and Carver is honing in on the rear bumper of TJ McLeish. The question is he closing in quickly enough? He's got just less than half a second to find, has Carver. And to be fair, on the last lap, he nearly found 2/10. If he can keep on that pace, there's potential here for 2nd place. But I'll have to hit that metronomically and then find a way through on TJ. Across the line they go. Well, that might help. They've crossed with about 42 seconds left to go, and they're on 37-second lap times. So I think this will be the 3rd to last lap. They've just about snuck in an extra one, and that might be exactly what James Carver needs to find his way back through into 2nd. McLeish is pointing forward. I have a sneaking suspicion James Carver will not listen to him here. It is too late in the race, and Akil Ndangianone is too far clear at the sharp end. As soon as Carver's on the back of McLeish, it's going to have to be elbows out, trying to find a way through. He closed up by another 1/10.5. This time it's another... it's only half a 1/10 on that last one. McLeish keeping him at arm's length at the moment, but it's only a couple of 1/10s. Carver continues to close in, and McLeish knows it. Checks over the shoulder as they head down into hairpin number 1. And for the moment, McLeish is just about far enough away. Again, he points forward, wanting to work with Carver. It's too late in the race for that, TJ. It ain't going to happen. But for the moment, he's keeping Carver at bay. Into the final corner comes Giannone then. They will start the final lap of this race, and they have the fastest lap of the race now in this one. What an impressive showing it's been so far in heat number 1 for Akil. Through they go down into the stadium once again then. The last time in this race, and Carver again finds himself about a kart length or so behind. He's not close enough to think about a move here. I think as long as TJ doesn't defend, I think he'll have this one. Opportunities are going to dwindle over this last lap. And looking back to the battle for 4th as well, Simeone still ahead. Well, I thought Outram might get stuck in, but actually he's dropped off at the back over the last few laps as Simeone and Panayutu settle into things. They stay 4th and 5th, but it will be Akil Ndangianone who wins in heat number 1. Great racing, got through to the lead, and never looked back from there. McLeish holds on ahead of Carver despite that late charge. McLeish holds on to 2nd. James Carver has to settle for 3rd place. But still, in terms of the championship, I think he'll take that in terms of points. Simeone then 4th, Panayutu 5th. Then Outram, Poloskov, Stonebrook, Griffin, and Umar Abdin there rounds out your 10 finishers. Philip getting back to his starting position then in 7th place. But still, given he's 2nd in the championship, I think he would have been hoping for a little bit more from that one. But he has still got 2 more opportunities to find some points later on in the day. But there we go then. Inter Rotax comes to a close. And it's our largest grid of the day heading out on circuit once more. Our junior Rotax drivers are about ready to go. They head out for their first heat of the day in a moment's time. Hello everyone on YouTube, hope you're enjoying this. Good to see loads of you continuing to stick around, which is great. Whether you're here at the circuit or wherever you're watching from, I hope you're enjoying the coverage. Of course, make sure to bung over the link to the stream to anyone who's not at the circuit who wants to keep up to date with what's going on. Hopefully my shouting gives you a little bit more coverage on what you can see simply on the live timing alone, and then also got this little USB camera that gives you also a little snapshot of what's happening out on circuit. Anyway, juniors are out. Junior Rotax then out on circuit. Their first heat of the day about to begin. There's some seriously aggressive tyre warming for the drivers. Impressed none of them have spun, to be honest there. That was seriously aggressive. Right, let's have a look at the grid. Tigran Gregorian lines up on pole. What a pole for Tigran. Can he hold it, though, over 7 minutes plus 1 lap? Ronnie Jones is alongside him on the front row. Tyler Mason-Gray and Jamie Richards on row 2. With Eton Wright and Timmy Shahini on row 3. Liam Crosby and Leon Canales are on row 4. Harvey Watson, Dylan Suresh on row 5. Then it's Harry Search and Vinnie Cunningham. Then followed by Mia Minna and Edward Jones. Then Mason O'Connor and Lucas Hilton. Lachlan McDougall and Tyler Nickelbean. Then Ronnie Chapman, Luke Weavers, Tudor Gianta, Felix Jolly, Susanna Michalowska and Charlie Hamilton rounds out the grid. Do we get underway? No, we don't. Chevron flag on the gantry. And there'll be another lap to head on round to get that started again. I don't think the field was quite closed up enough there for that race start. And we will go for a second attempt in juniors. The 2-2-1, not very happy with that start. That being Jamie Richards, who is on... No, that must be Ronnie... No, that's not Ronnie Jones. Well, I'm so confused. No, Ronnie Jones is parked up at the side. Ronnie Jones is parked right in front of me. What am I talking about? What's happened to Ronnie Jones? He's parked up out of Reddish Elbow. He's sort of got it back underway, I think. Well, the car is moving. Whether it's very happy or not, I'm not sure. That was where my confusion was coming from then, because Jamie Richards, I knew, was on the outside of the grid, but he shouldn't have been on the front row. Well, he is now on the front row. I'm not sure how that works. I feel like he should have to stay in fourth. But anyway, we're going for another attempt to this race start. Do we go? No, we don't. It's a chevron flag again. The chevron flag again. We're going to allow for Ronnie Jones to close back up, I think, and rejoin the train of drivers. Just getting told to slow down and also give the space back up at the sharp end because Ronnie Jones is coming back and they'll close up in that space being given. As there goes Ronnie Jones. Yeah, he's going to go through the cut through as... Oh, no, he nearly crashed into the barrier. That was a close one for Ronnie. I thought he would just go straight through the cut through there and retake second, but no, he has carried on down through hairpin. This is always a sketchy one when you're trying to get back to the front end of the grid because the drivers aren't going to be watching out for you. They're going to be weaving around us all. Nearly shown there by Ronnie. Getting very close to the barrier there on the outside. A couple of other drivers pointing him through as we come to a stop there. I think that's the easiest way of doing that. So Ronnie allowed back to the sharp end of the grid. And now drivers will have a little bit of a telling to get this race underway. But good to see Ronnie back onto the sharp end then, whatever was going on with his kart. A momentary blip, at least hopefully for him. Hopefully whatever that issue is doesn't rear its head again when we go to green flag racing conditions. But either way, Ronnie will be very happy that he has been able to get back to the sharp end of the field and retake his position on the front row. Well, drivers having a bit of a talking to then, down on the back straight, as we soon enough will get ready to go for our first heat of the day in Junior Rotax, our biggest grid of the day here. For juniors, 24 drivers in total. Another driver to watch out for, I think, Charlie Hamilton on the back row of the grid of this one. Of course, he only got about 2 or 3 laps done in qualifying before having to pull over to the side of the track. Understandably, was very frustrated with that one. And Charlie will have to start from the back of the grid in this one, which is it's easier said than done, getting away through a Junior Rotax field in a 7-minute plus 1 lap heat. It looks as though something going on with Jamie Richards. Jamie's up and out of the cart, fiddling with something on the front of his cart. Well, he's back in behind the wheel, and I think about drivers ready to go then. As we look for our, yet again, third attempt at the start then, this time in juniors. I mean, to be fair, both times one time we've gone for the start correctly, but field two spread out. Second time we went to the start, we didn't have Ronnie Jones on the front row, and that caused a bit of chaos with who was where on the grid. Now we are back to as we should be, with Gregorian on pole and Jones alongside him on the front row. As oh dear, now we've got another driver with issues. I think that's Charlie Hamilton. It is. From the back row of the grid. There we go. He's got it going. Good to see. Charlie will rejoin the back of the field then. A much simpler rejoin to the field for him than it was for Ronnie Jones. Right then, drivers, let's go. Third time of asking. Red lights are on. They're off. We're racing here in Junior Rotax. And down we go to the first couple of corners. Gregorian's on the inside. Jones to the outside. Who takes the lead on the exit? It is Gregorian. Jones trying to tough it out around the outside as Mason Gray tries to steal position as Rye comes together with a couple of other drivers. They just about sort themselves out into the braking zone. It's chaos on corner exit. And somehow they all managed to continue on facing in a straight line. That was all sort of chaotic there through the hairpins, and we have really shuffled up the field because of it. Except at the top two. Gregorian's off. Jones going with him, and I think it's Ayrton Rye who's gone with him as well. It has, from fifth on the grid. Nice start for Ayrton Rye. There's all contact on the final corner. That was a big moment there for Dylan Suresh. Up and over the back of another driver. Thankfully, again, as we saw earlier, Dylan lands back down on all four wheels and does carry on. But a scary moment there for Dylan. Glad to see he's come out of that one unscathed. But classic junior Rotax race start. I have no idea where to look. There is far too much going on. Well, Suresh continues on in the squabble, so he's dropped down into 12th because of that bit of contact. He's now battling with Tyler Nickleby and Lucas Hilton and Vinnie Cunningham. Cunningham has got a mechanical flag, though. Vinnie Cunningham is out of this race. He'll have to pull back into pit lane, and that gives up another position to the drivers behind him. Ronnie Jones all over the back of Tigran Gregorian already. Rye trying to go with them as they press on ahead. That's the 404 up the inside. That's just behind Suresh. That is Harry Search getting the move done on Luke Weavers up into 13th place. As now they look to hunt down Suresh. Suresh still all over the back of Tyler Nickleby. As we say, Cunningham, we will lose from that squabble. He goes into pit lane and Vinny is out of the race. So that's an extra position for all the drivers from 11th place backwards. But new fastest lap goes the way of Tyler Mason Gray in 4th place. He has cleared off from the group behind. That's Crosby, Canellas, and then Richards and Shahini, I think, with them as well. Yeah, the 40 just ever so slightly off. That's the 240 of Timmy Shahini. Otherwise, very close together at the sharp end. And as we say, Mason Gray looking to close in on the 3 leaders. He was only 5 thousandths quicker than Ayrton Rye, though. These drivers at the sharp end very close. And oh no, the number 14 is out of the race. Tyler Nickleby is out of the race. He's parked up through Regis Elbow. And Tyler will not be making it to the checkered flag up the inside for the lead. Ronnie Jones puts it up the inside at hairpin number 1. It doesn't work, though. Back through goes Tigran Gregorian. Well, that's it then. Gloves are off in the leading battle. They bring Ayrton Rye fully back into the fray once more, and it won't be long until Mr. Mason Gray is on the scene as well. Out of the final corner comes Tigran. He's got 4 minutes to hold on to this. That is a long time in these heat races. Down into Stadium Bend we go. No opportunity for Ronnie just yet. Of course, Ronnie Jones, always mightily impressive back in Honda Cadet days. And we always say making that change over from Honda Cadets to Junior Rotax is one of the most challenging transitions in all of motorsport, let alone just karting. In all of your motorsport career, that changeover from a cadet car to a junior car is a massive jump. But Ronnie Jones has done it amazingly well. And look at that, aggressive out the final corner. He's trying to get the overlap, but he can't get it. Has to switch back to the outside line, and Tigran holds on for now. But Ronnie's getting impatient. He wants to find a way through. He might try it here into hairpin number 1. Not quite close enough. And there you see Tyler Mason Gray onto the scene up the inside there. Too late on the brakes from the 128 of Leon Canellas. Canellas trying to go up the inside there of Crosby. Goes wide and Jamie Riches scampers on through. So position gain then for Jamie Riches. He's up into 6th place. But I daren't take my eyes off of this race lead. It could change at the drop of a hat. Under the gantry they go. Yellow flag into stadium. So I think someone's off through stadium. Again, that's my blind point of the circuit. I can't see what happens down at stadium. So I don't know who's off down there. But either way, there is a yellow flag at Stadium Bend. Jones, leaning on the back there of Gregorian, and they'll be side by side on the exit. Jones is on the outside though. Will he try and hang it round? No, he won't. Smart there from Jones, slots back into second place. There's still over 2 minutes of this race to go. There's still plenty of opportunities here to try and take the lead away, but for the moment, Gregorian is keeping Jones behind. Wright and Mason Gray waiting for their opportunity here as it's still yellows down through sector number 1. The 24 of Mason O'Connor is now under investigation, and so is Dylan Suresh. That happened a few moments before. Is anyone else out of this race? No, they're not, so I'm not sure what the yellow flag is for. Cunningham, we saw already have the mechanical, and then Nickerbean, we can see, has parked up down through Regis. Yellow flag is in, so whoever it was is back underway. As we turn our attention back to the race lead then. Jones still all over the back here of Tigran Gregorian. Tigran weathering the storm really nicely. Down into stadium they go once again. This time it's green flags though, but still Jones not able to make the move. Ryan Mason Gray, again, just hitting their markers, staying within a shout here. Interested to see, does Mason Gray go for it in the next few corners or so if he can find himself close enough to then put himself in the leading position for if Jones and Gregorian are coming together, he'll be the one to pick up the lead. Well, time's ticking down and there's been no changes over these last few laps here between our top 4. Good squabbling behind still for 5th place between Crosby, Riches and Canellas. Canellas right back onto the rear bumper of Riches again after that mistake, trying to take 5th place earlier on. But through onto lap number 11 we go then, and thinking about the inside line, he's gone for it up the inside as Ronnie. He tries to take it and there's contact. Gregorian holds the inside line just about. Both go deep. Up and under goes Rye, and through goes Mason Gray as well. Perfectly read from those two, as there was too much contact between Gregorian and Jones. Both of them slip on by. Well, Ayrton Wright now takes the lead as we head through onto lap number 12. What a change that was. Neither Jones or Gregorian wanting to give up the position, and instead both of them give up the position, rise into the lead. Well, Mason Gray now only has one kart between himself and this race win. That would be a very nice showing from him after that, losing a few places on the opening couple of laps. He's fought back through valiantly, has Tyler. As expected, he's always at the sharp end in junior Rotax here at the Rye House Kart Club. On to the final lap we go then, ladies and gentlemen. It's Rye from Mason Gray, from Jones and Gregorian. Who's going to take it here in the first heat of the day? Down into stadium we go once again. Mason Gray really close to Rye now as they head down into hairpin number 1. Is he close enough to think about the move? You could see he was thinking about it. Thinks better of it though, into the braking zone. Not quite close enough to chuck it up the inside. And copy-paste that statement down into hairpin 2 again. There's a big squabble going on for 5th place. Nice up and under attempt there from, I think that's Jamie Riches. Not going to happen though, as we watch the leaders down through the final corner. Ayrton Rye with a good exit. He does get a good exit, and he does get the race win. Ayrton Rye wins as well. There's been chaos there on the final lap. All super close together out of hairpin number 2. I think it's the 112, is it? Potentially the 12 of Felix Jolly there, who's lost out. It's all been a bit chaotic there, just outside of the top 10. I think it might just be the number 12. Across the line comes Weavers. Yes, it was. Jolly losing out then in the battle just outside of the top 10. But that brings our Heat 1 to a close for Junior Rotax. Ayrton Wright wins ahead of Mason Gray, Jones and Gregorian. Good batting there between Jones and Gregorian, but both losing out because of it. Crosby rounds out the top 5 ahead of Riches and Canellas. Good squabble between those 3. Followed by Shahini, Search and Hilton, the top 10. Then Weavers, Jones, Hamilton, Minna, Chapman, Watts, Jolly, Gianta, McDougall, Suresh, O'Connor, Mikalovska, and then sadly our 2 DNFs in that one, Nickelbean and Cunningham. Well, there we go. Junior Rotax already starting as they mean to go on with a very exciting first race of the day. And it's Ayrton Rye who takes maximum points from that one. Picked up the pieces when it all went wrong for Jones and Gregorian. Well, there we go. We'll see them back out after the lunch break a little bit later on for their second heat of the day. But up next, with 2 more heats left to go before said lunch break, next it is our senior Rotax drivers. They'll be heading out on circuit for their first heat in a couple of moments. Out go the senior Rotax drivers then. Their first heat of the day about to get underway. The grid looks like this. Anthony Parfit on pole position by 0.2 of a second ahead of Ryan Welsh. That's alongside him on the front row. Mario Smith and Bradley Keaton are on row 2, with Taylor Jarrett and Josh Parry on row 3. Jasper North and Thomas Assaud on row 4. Carson Fernandez and Chloe Kunjarzik on row 5. They round out the top 10, and just behind them are Ollie Mann, Matthew Kendall, and Antonio Sholin rounds out the grid. 13 drivers on the grid here for seniors. Let's see who can take the first win of the day. Around the final couple of corners they come then. Parfit and Welsh will take us to the race start. Parfit on the left, and then Welsh on the right as you look to them going down the front straight away. Let's go then to a race start. Parfit will lead us down into Stadium Bend for the first time in this one. Will he lead on the exit? Yes, he will, but a bit of contact nearly sends both our 2 leaders round. That was very close. Loading between the top 3, and it all gets a bit too close for comfort. Jarrett's into 4th place, so a good start from him. Keaton's there in 5th, with side-by-side between a couple of teammates. I think that's down into the right-hander as the 84 slips on by. That's Josh Parry getting back through on the 363. That was a Thomas Assaud, so I think it's been a good start for Thomas. But just loses that position to his teammate there as they headed through the mid part of the circuit. End of lap number 1 then. Parfit leads ahead of Welsh and Smith. So it was Smith, Welsh and Parfit that came together there, Exeter Stadium Bend on lap 1. Both Welsh and Parfit having to do a bit of sideward steering, as that's a big move up the inside from Ryan Welsh. Straight up the inside at hairpin number 1. He's got it done. Lovely move. As Smith gets caught out on the exit, Jarrett's able to get his foot down and get through into 3rd place. Well, that was from a mile back from Ryan Welsh. He sent it under brakes there, but beautifully done. And through into the lead he goes. So Welsh will lead us then on to lap number 3. Brilliant move, and takes the fastest lap to boot as well. Fantastic from Ryan Welsh. Into the lead he goes. Well, Parfit's got a race on his hand now if he wants to find a way back through. Jarrett's there in 3rd. Smith now in 4th, and that's brought the rest of the train back close together as well. Keaton, Parry, Assaud, Fernandez, North, Kunjarzik, Kendall, and man, all in this train. There is not a single driver that's dropped off of the leading group yet. We are still all together as we head on to lap number 4. Welsh and Parfitt still your leading two, though. Can Jarrett close down that gap once again? It's opened up to about 6/10 now between himself and the leaders. He's under quite a bit of pressure as well from Mario Smith. Smith not able to find a way through, though. Parfitt's going to go for it up the inside. Carbon copy of the move done onto him a lap or so ago. He tries to get the exit speed, but it's not enough. Up and under there from Ryan. Nicely done. And Ryan Welsh retakes the lead once again. Well, that's going to help the group behind continue to keep in touch with these two if they continue to swap places like that. And Smith doing all he can to find a way through here on Taylor Jarrett, but he can't get it done. Through the final corner they go again. Keaton's going with them now. He's bringing Josh Parry along for the party. And the Souds sort of falling back into the battle with Fernandez, North and Kunjazic, really. But as we see, within a moment it can all change. I don't count anyone out just yet in this first heat. Again, nice exit out of hairpin 1 for Parfitt. He can't get enough exit speed, though, to pull alongside Welsh, and I'll have to rethink that one once again. It is Anthony Parfitt now with the fastest lap once more. 35.079 for Parfitt, which is a good 2/10 quicker than anyone else. Well, it was. Now Welsh and Parfitt do almost identical times. 35.027 versus 35.029. As again, Smith's up the inside. Smith all sorts of wobbly under the brakes. He's going to lose the position. Up the inside, he tries there down at hairpin number 1, and now he's going to force his way back through on Bradley Keaton. And Bradley Keaton will now get sent. The two teammates trying to hold it around the outside. They can't find a way through. Parry and Assaud there trying to work together around the outside of pylon. But Bradley is able to keep his nose ahead and keeps the position. So only one lost in all of that for Keaton. But Smith has lost loads of time there from Jarrett. He's got a lot of work to do to chase down the driver in 3rd place. And that's lost all of them loads of time to your two leaders. Look at the gap it is now between Welsh and Parfitt and then the rest of them. The biggest gap we've seen all race so far. And that courtesy of that slightly late move there up the inside into hairpin 1 from Mario Smith a lap or two ago. Well, Keaton now looking to clear off from the drivers behind again of Parry, Assaud, Fernandez, North and Kundazic. And we still got just over 2.5 minutes left to go in this race. As yes, probably kind of expected, Mario Smith is under investigation. Mario Smith under investigation for that move down at hairpin number 1. I think actually it will have been for that re-overtake on Bradley Keaton at hairpin number 2. Because there was definitely a bit of contact there that allowed for Marios to get back through. Keaton did very well in making sure it was only Marios that scampered by, courtesy of that contact. And who was that very slow? I thought it was the 31, but my eyes are rubbish. It's the 81 of Jasper North, it is, who's lost a couple of places, sadly, I think, for Jasper. He's gained it back because Josh Parry is out of the race. Josh Parry is out of the race, according to my timing. 84, I think, has pulled into pit lane, potentially. I can't see him out on the black stuff. So I think he's had to pull into pit lane. Parry, according to my timing, out of the race. Sal gets a track limit warning for his troubles. But it's Anthony Parfitt who's just taking the fastest lap yet again. Parfitt's faster than Welsh. And like I say, there's still a little bit of time left in this one. Parfitt's still all over the rear bumper of Ryan Welsh here. Could this be the move? He thinks about it. He's going to go for it up the inside into hairpin 1. Up and under from Ryan. This time it's not good enough. And I'll have to slot in behind. But covers it off into hairpin 2. Up and under from Ryan again. These two will run side by side down into pylon. But once more, Ryan has to give that one up. In deep goes Parfitt. Up and under tries Ryan. They nearly make contact there down through Complex Duvel. But Anthony Parfitt has the place. On we go then. On to lap number 11 now of this race. And once again, Parfitt's in the lead. But still, Welsh absolutely on his rear bumper. And Parfitt defends. That could be crucial for the rest of the race. Up and under, trying Welsh. He's going to close to the apex there. As he'll try and hang it round the outside. Lovely exit speed there. As now Taylor Jarrett starting to get involved as well. That bit of defending from Parfitt has allowed for Jarrett and Smith to close back in. And with 30 seconds on the clock, we go back to a 4-kart group for the race lead. On to lap 12 we go. 30 seconds on the clock. This will be, I think, just the penultimate lap. It's going to be very close, though. As this time, down into hairpin 1. Parfitt can't get the overrun and can't get the move. Jarrett's with them. Smith close enough here to get involved. And Keaton has once again broken free of the group behind. But yeah, it looks as though the 41 sadly has dropped down. Matthew Kendall was ahead of Assaud for most of this race in 6th place. But now it's Assaud and Fernandez battling over P6. Well, timer has hit 0. It is the last lap board on the gantry. And only 950 metres here for Welsh to hold on to it. But it's a lovely exit from Parfitt. Will he cover the inside line? Of course he does. Welsh covers it off, but up and under for Parfitt. They'll just about run side by side down to hairpin number 2. There's just about enough room given up and under from Parfitt. But again, side by side down into pylon. Surely he's got to give it up, and he does. Back through goes Welsh. They'll continue to battle here to the final corner, but surely that's got to be all she wrote. Out the final corner they come. It'll be a run to the line, but Welsh has got it. Welsh wins in heat number 1. And my goodness, did he have to work for that one. Great battling throughout the race there between Welsh and Parfitt. I thought that squabbling between the two of them might just invite more drivers back into the fray. But thankfully, they were able to keep Jarrett and Smith behind right to the checkered flag there. As they went for a nice little fist bump. I'm not sure it quite worked there between Welsh and Parfitt, but either way, the sentiment was there. Good to see the drivers congratulating both of them on the battle out there on circuit. So, Ryan Welsh from Anthony Parfitt and Taylor Jarrett, then your top 3 in that one. With Mario Smith, Bradley Keaton, the top 5. Then Carson Fernandez, Thomas Assaud, Chloe Kundarzik, and Jasper North, Matthew Kendall, Ollie Mann, and Josh Parry there, your drivers in senior road tax. Sadly, Josh Parry not making it to the checkered flag. But hopefully we do see Josh out after the lunch break for heat number 2. Right then, speaking of lunch break, only one more race left to come until we do go to the lunch break. It's the 177s. They're eagerly anticipating the race start as they get ready down in pit lane. Soon enough, we'll see them out on track for the last of our first round of heats here at round number 4 of the Rye House Kart Club. Here we go then, 177's first heat of the day. Bill Bowyer lines up on pole position. Despite doing half the laps of the drivers around him in qualifying, he got pole by 9 thousandths of a second ahead of Domenico Brancato. That's your front row. Jason Newman and Jake Bradfield are on row 2, with Hugo Pereira and Ryan Sands on row 3. Then it's Declan Elsher and Dave Darnborough, Wayne Smithers and Drew Lamas, then Adam Smith, Chris Emerson, Stephen Kahn, Nicholas Ash, Nicholas Anser in a different race. Nicholas Ash there on 14th. James Benton, Rob Church and Jonathan Militello rounds out the grid of 17 drivers then here in 177s. So then, it's Bill Bowyer and Domenico Brancato who will lead us to the lights, but not this time. We will go round again. Chevron flag on the gantry, and we will go round again. Didn't quite spot the reasoning, but either way, better to be safe than sorry, as we press on through into our last of the first round of heats. Sky still a tad threatening, very dark cloud, almost right over the circuit now. Might get lucky, even if that produces a bit of rain, we might just go to lunch before that hits the track. You can feel the pressure has dropped in the air, hasn't it? Wind is picking up, there's definitely some rain about, but whether it hits the track or not, we'll have to wait and see. As I said, only about 30% chance of rain throughout this afternoon. But let's see if it actually happens. Right then, here we go then. Last heat before the lunch break. Bowyer and Brancato will lead us to the lights. And here we go then. Floors it off the line. Will we go to racing? Yes, we do. Well, Brancato getting left in the dust there. Bowyer with the most perfect start as he floors it off of the final corner and was under no pressure at all there down through the first couple of corners. And that actually briefly opens up the field a little bit. More scuffling going on. The 183 getting through as that's a big move from the 19 there up the inside. Gets one place but then loses it on the exit. That was Dave Darnborough trying to make up a position. Doesn't quite able to get it done though. Has to slot back in behind once more. So as we get to the end of lap number 1 then, still Bill Bowyer in the lead of the race. He's got Brancato, Newman, Pereira and Bradfield in the top 5 behind him. Ryan Sands there in 6th place. Watch out for Ryan. He has been very impressive throughout this year so far. Not quite where he wanted to be in this one though. He's 2nd in the championship. 2 points behind Bill Bowyer. But Bowyer's got maximum points from qualifying, and at the moment anyway, he's on course for maximum points from heat number 1. Plenty of time for things to change, but points gap opening up already here today at round 4 between Bowyer and Sands. 2 points going into it, but it ain't 2 points anymore. And it's going to be way more than that if Bowyer can hold on to this lead as he is doing. Brancato still there in 2nd place. Newman had a good start, gaining that position into 3rd on the first lap. And who's that looking feisty? It was the 15 there. Bradfield just having a little peek up the inside there. Hugo Pereira closes the door and says, no, 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 you're not coming through there. Now, Hugo stays in 4th. He's on the back of Jason Newman then. I think those were the 2 that swapped. No, sorry, Jason started in 3rd place. Apologies in this one. It was Pereira and Bradfield that swapped for 4th place behind. So Pereira gaining a position off of the race start. And Pereira looking very speedy out there behind the wheel of his car, trying to find a way through. Issue for him, he's in a bit of a sandwich there with Bradfield behind and Newman ahead. He's got a lot of thinking to do to keep his position there. As a look up the inside from Wayne Smithers into Pylon. Thankfully backs out of it though and stays behind Ryan Sands for now. Sands though dropping off at the back of our leading group of 5. Surprising from your championship leader. Of course, Ryan Sands, victor in the round 1 final, victor in the round 2 final as well. Today, at the moment anyway, just a bit off kind of wall, big moment off into the wall. That is huge. A brake failure for Ryan Sands. That was massive. We're going to go to red flag. Brake failure for Ryan Sands. He's off. That was a huge crash for him, and I hope he is okay. That was a monstrous crash. We're going to go to a red flag here at Rye House. That was huge. I really hope he is all okay there. That was total brake failure if I've ever seen it. My goodness, down into hairpin number 1. Real scary moment there for Ryan. My goodness, he's up on his feet. I can't believe he's up on his feet after that one. Well, thoughts obviously with him. He's clearly a bit shaken from that one, understandably so. But as things go, he looks relatively okay. From a crash like that, I cannot believe he stood up beside the barrier looking relatively all right. Oh, wow, we go to red flag then. I will let you know as soon as I know any more details in terms of getting this one back underway. But of course, I believe the medical team will still have to come out on circuit and tend to Ryan, unless he really doesn't want any attention. But after an incident like that, I think it would be surprising not to see the medical come out on circuit. Anyway then, red flag here at Rye House. I'll update you as soon as I have any more information. Wow. That was massive. Right, for YouTube. Coming down into hairpin number 2, it was so clear Ryan had no brakes. He came into hairpin number 1 at full chat, absolutely full speed. He tried to left hand down it, I think sort of like kind of trying to spin it out, also calf trying to get it around the corner, but as he chunked on the left, the cart went up onto 2 wheels, and he then went, basically he rolled as he hit the barrier. So he went into the barrier before the cart. So that's why I was saying, I cannot believe he's up on his feet and he's actually fine. He's literally walking, they've got the cart and the cart stand and they're walking back to pits. I cannot believe he's okay after that. I think centimetres difference there, and that could have been a broken neck for Ryan Sands. That is how serious I'm talking with that crash. That was the angle he went in at there. The cart flipped as he went over. He hit the barrier, and he went in first, and the cart followed him. I think he got lucky with the angle he went over. I think he sort of hit the barrier upside down rather than head first. And then the cart sort of went up above him and then landed down the side of it. Didn't hit him too hard, I don't think. Of course, it all happened very quickly. I can imagine it will have all happened very quickly there for Ryan as well. My goodness. If he had a GoPro on that one, that's going to be an interesting one to watch back. But again, amazing to see that he is okay. Wow. He has gotten unbelievably lucky there, has Ryan Sands. Amazing to see him walking away. Of course, we've got to talk about the championship in terms of that's not going to help him in terms of points in this one. I think that's something we can forget about for the moment, though. Only thought needs to be, thank goodness, that he is okay. That was a monstrous crash. Right then, we're still red flags at the moment. We're fixing the barriers down there, so I'll be back in a couple of moments once I know what's going on with the restart of this one. Well then, after a brief pause, we look to be going back to racing action. I do believe we've gone back to a full race restart for this one. So we're back to grid positions from qualifying. Of course, sadly, no Ryan Sands. Amazing that Ryan seemingly is all okay after that incident. Again, massive shout out to him, but sadly it's going to be 0 points here from heat number 1. So back to original grid positions. Probably a good time to give this shout out as well before the lunch break. We need another van moved, I'm afraid, ladies and gentlemen. A white VW van yet again. This time, number plate JT10CPT. If that is your white VW van, JT10CPT, please can you get it moved? There's not enough space alongside it to get cars through. Please move it as soon as possible. Thank you. Right then, 2 by 2, round through to the final couple of corners. Let's try and get this one restarted then for our last race before the lunch break. We were on really good time so far today in terms of the schedule. I think we might have just lost some of that courtesy of that red flag. But Ryan Sands, hopefully all okay after that incident. Slow to the start there from Brancato. That's lost out for all the drivers on the outside of the grid there after the race start. I think just bogged down as he went to full chat. There's a chevron flag on the gantry. Drivers are still racing down into hairpin number 1 though, so I'm not sure if we are under a false start here or not. We're still racing down through hairpin 2 and hairpin 3. No, yes, we are a chevron. I can see drivers getting told that we're going around again. Have they all seen it though? Yes, they have now. I think mostly, yeah, they're all checking up on each other, but I think they've all mostly seen now. Chevron flag. We're going to give that start another attempt. Hello to person in the live chat who went into the wall. It was Ryan Sands who had that flip, but he got up, shook himself off, was obviously a bit shaken by the incident, but seemingly, I've not spoken to him in person, but he seemed okay, which was amazing, amazing. So yeah, Ryan Sands it is the start of the race. Right then, heading on round. Drivers getting back into order, ready for this attempt to the stars. Oh no, Jason Newman's out of the race. Jason Newman's out. From a great qualifying to a great start of the first attempt of the race, his steering column is broken. He's just moved it about a foot up and down in his hands. That is less than ideal. Steering column or something around it has broken there for Jason Newman on this race restart. And from what has been a great day so far for Jason, starting this one on the second row, he is out for this race restart. What a shame. So 2 drivers we expect to see at the sharp end out already. Sands is gone, and now Newman is gone as well. What a shame. Jason has to watch this one from the sidelines. But drivers getting ready to go then. A little bit of bumping and barging as they all close up there into the final corner, ready for this 2 by 2 start. We've waited a while for this one. Let's get it underway then, drivers. 2 by 2 to the lights. Bowyer and Brancato lead us off once again then. 7 minutes plus 1 lap on the clock. We head down into Stadium Bend for the first time, and it all reshuffles at the front. Where's Bowyer gone? He's down to 4th. Bill Bowyer's down to 4th place. I can't believe it. It's contact and round down at hairpin number 1. That was late move up the inside there from the 19 of Dave Darnborough. Contact and off into the wall he goes. Is something broken? He's struggling to get it restarted. And whoa, I've just seen a trolley's just come out onto the circuit. My goodness. While the circuit is live. Yeah, that can't be done. Off to the Marshall post you go. Off onto lap number 2 we go. So Brancato gets a lovely start. Into the lead he goes. Bowyer's down to 4th place. And now, under pressure for second, it's the move up the inside. It's yellow flags, though potentially there was a hand up anyway. Not sure what that was at. Anyway, move's been done into hairpin number 1. Up the inside goes the 15, and now Bowyer's trying to get the move done on the exit as well. So Bradfield into second. Pereira down to 3rd. He just about keeps Bowyer behind him as they head down through pylon. But what a start of the race then for Brancato. It was a beautiful start from Bowyer on the first attempt. Scampered clear easily. Well, he wasn't able to get the jump that he did on the first time and got swallowed up down at Stadium Bend. And this has given the opportunity for Brancato to scamper off and steal away the first race win of the day here in 177s. It looked like it was Bowyer's, and he's out! Bowyer's out of the race! I can't believe it! Your championship leader is out of the race. You saw he'd been struggling on the throttle pedal throughout the race, and he pulls over to the side. Race is done for Bill Bowyer. Wow. Well, it's all changed, hasn't it? Well, honestly, You know who that's a real big positive for? Ryan Sands. Because Ryan Sands was getting 0 points in this race, and it looked as though Booyah is getting maximum, but now it's 0 for Bill as well. A DNF in race number 1. So Brancato then leads from Bradfield and Pereira top 3, and everyone behind has gained a cheeky free position. It's Smithers in 4th, Lamas 5th, then Alshut, Smith, Khan, Benton and Ash, your top 10. Well, looks as though battles at the front have subdued after that. Nice bit of space between the top 3. And then Smithers trying to break away from Lamas and Alshut. So Lamas, Alshut, Smith and Khan nose to tail for 5th place. That is your closest battle high up the order. And we'll see if those four change at all over the next part of the race. As we're getting close now to half race distance, 4 minutes left to go on the clock. But what I think calamitous is probably the best word to use. What a calamitous 177 race. It has been all over the place. An interesting first start, a massive crash, a restart. We lose 2 more contenders at the sharp end. One before the race, one a few laps in. Chaos, absolute chaos as 177 heat number 1. But wow, it looks as though Brancato is going to be the one to pick up the pieces out of all of this. He continues to gap at the sharp end. Actually, I said that. He lost a little bit of time on the last lap, about a 10th or so to Bradfield and Pereira. I think he's done enough here in the early part of the race. Even if there's a couple of tenths here and there every lap, he should still hold the lead. Oh, but he's pulled out a further 3 tenths on the last lap. So I think Brancato can be relatively chilled at the front, but we've seen how quickly it can go wrong courtesy of mechanical issues for the drivers in the 177s. So you can't sit too pretty there in first place. Still got to be having your wits about you, hitting your markers and keeping on those hot laps. Well, it was a new fastest lap of the race last time around for Brancato, 35.659. He doesn't beat it, but he goes within a 10th on that lap, so consistently very quick at the sharp end is Brancato. Still as they were in the top 10, though. We've not had any changes over the last lap or 2. Drivers saying as they were. 183 of Smithers has done a really nice job there in 4th place, breaking away from the likes of Lamas behind. Lamas the one under a bit of pressure, as he has been the last couple of laps from Declan Alshut. It's been a nice race from him as well. Some decent movers in this one, to be fair. Both those two I just mentioned, Smithers and Alshut, both up 5 places in this one. Same for Stephen Khan. And James Benton has gained 6 off of the initial race start in this one. But again, very topsy-turvy race. A difficult one to really study. And I think the jury's still out in terms of heat number 2 of who will take the race win. Plenty that should have been at the sharp end in this one are off and out, or further down than they would have hoped for. And as I say, Brancato has picked up the pieces nicely. Attempted the move there down to hairpin number 1 for the 222. Well, his teammate there, I think that was. Nicholas Ash it was, looking to try and get past James Benton. Both part of the Spanatec Motorsport team. And yeah, Chris Emerson, the privateer, then looked to pick up the pieces, try to find a way back through on Nicholas Ash. But Ash just about able to get the power down and held on. But we'll have to rethink that attack there on James Benton to find his way further up into the top 10. He fell about a second off courtesy of that bog on the exit after trying to make the move. And as I say, the privateer on number 72, Chris Emerson, looking to close back up to them as well. 1 minute still left to go on the clock then. That gap between your leaders has opened up to over 2 seconds now. Now 2.1 as we head on to lap number 11. I think it'll be this one and then 2 more after this as well. Driver's just about sneaking it in the time that we've got left. But given it's been such a weird 177 race, it's been all over the place. It's really mixed up the order, and it's also meant that drivers have really opened up the gaps in this race, which has just nullified the battles ever so slightly. Saying that, though, your leaders now catching up to the back of Jonathan Militello and Dave Darnborough. As pulls to the side. I think that's just to let the leaders through, isn't it? Yeah, doing well there, the 1-2-2 of Militello. Darnborough's gotten through, and Militello now moves over just to allow the leaders through. They are unhindered, which is good to see from Militello. So Brancato's through, and now sure he'll do just the same for the second place driver of Jake Bradfield. Timer is going to tick to 0 then, folks. And it will be Brancato who leads us on to the final lap of this race. As, oh dear, I think he's actually into the pit, sadly, for Jonathan Militello. What a shame. He slowed down to let the leaders through, and then it was hand up and into the pit, sadly, for Jonathan. So something's gone wrong there on the penultimate lap for him. What a shame. As Drew Lamas, we knew he was under a lot of pressure from Declan Alscher. Alscher all over the back of him as they headed out the final corner there. Onto the last lap they go. But Declan Alscher can't find a way through. And now Declan's actually under a bit of pressure from the X-Spirit driver behind the 24. That is of Adam Smith. But through comes our leaders then. Bradfield with a good last couple of laps, but can't close back up to Brancato. Lovely start from Dominic Brancato, and he led from Stadium Bend onwards. Brancato wins the first heat of the day in Rotax 177. A really topsy-turvy heat there to kick off the day for 177s. And that is it. Brancato wins on circuit, with Bradfield second and Pereira in third. Of course, all the results I give you very provisional from the live timing. Plenty more checks to be done after, scrutineers by the stewards and whatnot. But as I say, Brancato from Bradfield and Pereira, then Smithers, Lamas, Alscher, Smith, Khan, Ash, Bent in the top 10, and Emerson, Darnborough, Militello, and Bowyer. We started off with 17. We finished with 12 drivers in that race. What a weird one that was. But again, thank goodness that Ryan Sands was seemingly all okay after that one. What an incident that was. I haven't seen a crash that big in a little while. That was a big one. Good to see that he's seemingly all okay. Well, that brings us to a close then. Qualifying, done and dusted. All first heats, done and dusted across all of the classes as well. And some very exciting racing that we've already been treated to here at round number 4 of the Rye House Kart Club in 2026. And of course, we'll be back after the lunch break for the second round of heats, and then the finals as well. Very much looking forward to all of those. Trying to take the time. What is the time now? It's 1:05. We were supposed to go to lunch at 1:15, so we've still done very well on times, despite that red flag. Well, it was supposed to be a 45-minute lunch break, so I think be ready at 1:50 for racing, but potential it will still be at 2 o'clock. It'll be around then anyway. Make sure you join us back, whether you're on the live stream, watching at home, or whether you're here around the circuit. Make sure you're back trackside, ready for racing action to kick off again in about 45 minutes' time. Well, my name is John Ratcliffe. I've been gunning you through all the action here from RHKC Round 4. I hope you've enjoyed my shoutiness throughout this morning's racing action. Go and drop me a follow at Ratters Media on Instagram. I would really appreciate it. Well, I'll be back, as I say, in about 45 minutes' time to guide you through the rest of the racing action here today from Rye House. Enjoy your lunch break, and I'll see you then for more racing, as I say, in about 45 minutes' time. Bye, YouTube. I'm going to send you to a holding screen now just for the lunch break. As I say, should be about 45 minutes, and we'll be back for Heat 2s. See you then. everyone, a very warm welcome back once again to the Rye House Kart Raceway. Well, the lunch break is over and we're about ready to get racing action underway once more here for round number 4 of the Rye House Kart Club. Well, straight out on circuit go our Coma Bambinos then. Their second race of the day, about to get underway. Good battle it was between Nicholas Anser and River DeGiorgio Miller in heat number 1. And those will be your two racers starting on pole, or the front row I should say, for this one. Anser on pole and DeGiorgio Miller alongside him. Identical points because of course each of them has got a 1-2 so far today. DeGiorgio Miller getting pole, but then Anser getting through in the first heat. So that grid position decided by fastest lap from that first heat. And Anser ever so slightly faster, about a tenth of a second quicker in terms of pace in that first heat. That gives him pole in this one. Aurelio Capalonga and Harper Ray line up on the second row, with Jax Wilmington and Oliver Coe on row 3. Your 6 drivers racing in Coma Bambino here today. Well, welcome back one and all, everyone around the circuit. I hope you had a nice lunch break and you're ready for the racing to kick back off once more. And hello as well, of course, to everyone on the YouTube live chat as well. If you're watching around the circuit, we do have a YouTube live stream, just of my commentary, one singular camera. So make sure you send that over to anyone who wants to watch from home and keep up to date with the action. But we're underway then for Coma Bambino heat number 2. And already the top 2 looking to scrap it out. The 28 of River DeGiorgio Miller has gotten by down through the first couple of corners. And it's all reshuffled. The 16 of Aurelio Capalonga has dropped down, and there's been a spin for the 13. Aurelio nearly making contact there with the driver as he spins back round and gets back onto the circuit. That was Harper Ray going for a little spin there down at hairpin number 1. So Harper drops down into 5th place. Aurelio down into 6th, sadly, with a bit of a difficult start there, clearly, for Aurelio, and then losing more time there as Harper came back onto the circuit. So once again, your top 2 of Anser and DeGiorgio Miller. They are off and away in this one already, scampering well clear of the rest of the field, but they switch back round again. So DeGiorgio Miller had that lovely start, immediately getting through on Nicholas Anser. But Nicholas not waiting around to get it done, and he finds his way back through to the lead already. Those two scampering off well. It's been a great start, I've got to say, for Oliver Coe as well. Had a little spin in the first heat earlier on, which dropped him out and far behind the rest of the field, sadly for him. It was a challenge to find his way back up the order after that little spin. Well, this race has started fantastically well for Oliver. He's up into 3rd place now, as it looks as though issues for Aurelio Capalonga. I don't think he's going to be continuing on round. I think it might be straight into pit lane, sadly, for Aurelio. There he goes down through... No, he's not going to come in. But he's definitely off the pace from what we expected from Aurelio. And what we've seen already today... Yeah, and a thumbs down from Aurelio behind the wheel. He's not happy with something. Clearly, something wrong with the Coma Bambino underneath him. A real shame there from Aurelio. Of course, maximum points from... their first round of the season, which was at round 3. We didn't have Comas at round 1 and 2. And Aurelio won every single race that day. Sadly, he's got his hand up in this one. I think this time he will be heading round back into the pits. Well, battle looks to be starting then for 3rd place. Jax Wilmington and now Harper Ray have closed up to the back of Oliver Coe in 3rd place. And let's see if there's any reshuffling between these 3 as they press on through. Still got just over 4 minutes left in this race. And as well, I want to keep an eye on that squabble for 3rd. The leaders still absolutely nose to tail, as they were throughout the entirety of heat number 1 as well. Of course, it was that little mistake through hairpin 2 for DeGiorgio Miller, which allowed for Nicholas Anser to gain the lead that last time. Well, he's had to fight his way back through again this time, despite this time being on pole. Losing out initially, but then finding a way back through, and now tries to keep ahead as he finds himself under a lot of pressure from River DeGiorgio Miller. We saw River could not quite find a way through in heat number 1. He's got a bit more time left in this second heat, though, to play with. And let's see if River can find the opportunity to find a way past. Third, fourth and fifth continuing on. They will head onto the gantry in a moment or two as well. Aurelio Capolonga continuing on round. Clearly just nursing whatever the issue is for him at the moment, but a real shame for Aurelio. Just as I say that, he comes straight into the pit lane. So that is indeed race over for Capolonga. What a shame for the young driver. He is out of the race then on lap number 5. There's all a little bit too deep there into hairpin number 1 from Oliver Coe. Soaring at the wheel, trying to get that Bambino Coma stopped, as that was nice. Round the outside for the number 13 of Harper Ray. Gets through on Jax Wilmington. Had to muscle his way through there on the outside line as they headed down into hairpin number 2, but he's through into 4th place. Nice aggressive driving there from Harper Ray. Shuffles Wilmington out of the way. Wilmington trying to fight him back though, as they almost went side by side there, out through Complex Nouvelle. Not quite enough, and now it is the turn of Harper Ray to look to pass Oliver Coe. But he's got a nice exit at the final corner. He'll draw alongside as they head down into Stadium, and I think that's move done then from Harper Ray. I think he's up into 3rd place. He is. All the way through there, down at Stadium, as the Ducks fly on over the top of them. Up into 3rd place goes the number 13. So Coe now finds himself out of 3rd into 4th, and now under pressure once again from Jax Wilmington. But our top 2 nearly half a lap ahead of those 3 drivers battling over 3rd now. Anser and DeGiorgio Miller start lap number 7 with 2 minutes left to go on the clock. I think, what are we going to be there? 3 more laps? Potentially 4 more laps actually in this race. But still as they were, the top 2 at the front. Anser dealing with the pressure well, just as he did in heat number 1. Consistently checking over the shoulder, just seeing whereabouts River is. But for the moment, Nicholas just driving the lines very nicely and keeping DeGiorgio Miller at bay. Well, after getting through, Harper Ray looking to try and scamper off from these 2. But Oliver Coe keeping Wilmington behind for the moment. As we say, Capolonga already into the pit lane, and this one already DNF, sadly, for Capolonga here in heat number 2. Through Stadium Bend into Regis Elbow go the 2 leaders. Nicholas with his replica Lewis Hamilton helmet on. It's hammer time for him out on circuit at the moment, as it has been pretty much from lap number 1 in this one, to be fair. River getting that nice start to find a way through, but couldn't hold it for longer than a lap. Back through went Nicholas, and then, as I say, carbon copy of race number 1. It's been nose to tail for the rest of it between these 2. Still the 13 breaking away in 3rd place. Good race here from Harper Ray. But again, Jax Wilmington is still not able to find a way through here on Oliver Coe. It's been a really nice heat number 2 from Oliver. Good to see him continuing to improve as well. Of course, these young drivers out there behind the wheel. The youngest out there racing today. All single digits in age, these drivers, which never fails to amaze me. Quite how talented they all are behind the wheel at such a young age. And fantastic to have them racing out here again at the Rye House Kart Raceway here at round number 4. Well, timer has now hit 0. So when Anser and DeGiorgio Miller come through, they will see the last lap board. And then it's only 950 metres left to go of this race. Can DeGiorgio Miller find a way back through? He's been close enough to touch Nicholas for pretty much the entirety of this race. As there you go, DeGiorgio Miller, new fastest lap of the race as well on the last lap. Both of the 2 leaders setting personal best. But DeGiorgio Miller, purple lap time for him on the last time. But is he close enough to think about a move? He needs a bit of a mistake here from Nicholas, really. Down towards hairpin 2 they go. DeGiorgio Miller's close, but not enough to go for a move. And again, up and under, isn't able to carry the speed. Demonstrably better than Anser. Closes up a little down the back straight, but it won't be enough to think about a move down through Pylon or really Complex Nouvelle either. They continue nose to tail, but it might just be a carbon copy here of race number 1. Nice battling early on between Anser and DeGiorgio Miller, but Anser finding his way through, and he will hold on all the way to the checkered flag. They run to the line, but Anser holds it by about 1.5 tenths of a second. Both Heat 1 and Heat 2 have now gone to Nicholas Anser, and that is surely going to give him pole position for the final later on today. Giorgio Miller once again has to settle for second place. And as you can see, our two leaders have nearly caught the rest of the field. We watch and wait for the rest of them to come through. Harper Ray battling a few laps ago to get through into third place. And nicely done from Harper, but yeah, they're going to finish about 35 seconds off of your race leaders. Quite the chasm between first, second and the rest of the field. But either way, Harper Ray third, Oliver Coe fourth, Jax Wilmington in fifth, and of course, sadly, a DNF in that one for Aurelio Capalonga. A shame for Aurelio. Hopefully we do see them back out for the final later on this afternoon, though. But there we go. Heats are done for our Coma Bambinos. Their 8-minute plus 1 lap final will be on later on this afternoon. Make sure you stick around with us for that one. But either way, one of our... How many is it? I was always said 6 or 7. I'm not going to do that. It is 7. 7 heats to come this afternoon, and then 7 finals to finish off as well. So 6 more still to go. Heat number 2 for our Honda Cadet GX200 drivers is about to begin. They're ready down in pit lane, and soon enough we'll see them heading out onto the circuit. Out go the Honda Cadet drivers then. Let's have a look at the grid for this one. Pole and Heat 1 win for Jensen Kula. Maximum points so far from the driver of the number 16. Once again, he lines up on pole position, but it was himself, Callum Ryan and Harry Grant that broke away in heat number 1. Let's see if the same happens again. It's Kula from Ryan on the front row, but Grant's in 4th. It's Brandon Laxgo who is there in 3rd alongside him. And then behind, Kian Kimber and Freddie Williams on row 3. Jaden Bond and David Kioka on row 4, and Chase Wilmington and Sebastian Meyer on row 5, and Dominic Uzak, Max Saunders and Ted Fry rounds out the 13 kart grid in this one. Of course, Kioka and Fry coming together at the start of heat number 1 down at a Stadium Bend. That ripped the Nassau panel off of Ted Fry's kart and meant he had to come back into pit lane. That was race over before it really began, sadly for Ted. And he'll be hoping for a better one this one, but it'll be all the way from the back, sadly for Ted. So he's got a bit of work to do. Well, drivers all round then, all into their grid spots. And looks as though we've got the thumbs up. Drivers look to the red lights. They go out now. And we are racing in Honda Cadets once more. Good start, seemingly good enough there from Kula to hold the inside line down through Stadium and hold the lead. He's done just that. And drivers staying as they were in behind. A couple going slightly wide there into Reg's elbow. Kioka around the outside there of Williams. That was a nice move. Williams straight back up the inside there into hairpin number 1. But Kioka tuffs it around the outside and gets the place. There's Harry Grant trying the switch back at hairpin number 2. Has he got enough watt to get past Brandon Laxgo? I don't think he does. And no, has to settle back in, slot back in behind there in 4th place. As there's more battling going on between Kimber and now Kioka as well, getting stuck in. Who's going there with them? Jaden Bond is with them as well. Brandon's a little bit slow off corner exit as Grant got the overlap. Almost had the overlap. I think Brandon might just be able to hang it around the outside, and he does, and that's backing Harry Grant back into the rest of the pack once more. There goes Jaden Bond, battling with the 20 of Kian Kimber. Up the inside he goes. That's Kimber relegated 1 place. Kioka was so close to the wall there on the exit of hairpin number 1. He is a braver chap than I. He hangs it there and continues to battle with Freddie Williams down into pylon once more. He can't get the move done. And Williams there gets ahead of him. I think it's Ted Fry who's with them as well, potentially. It is. So Ted Fry's had a decent start to this one, of course, on the back of the grid. He's made up a few places already into 9th. And now he's properly stuck in this train of drivers. Well, looking back to the sharp end, immediately clearing off in this one are Kula and Ryan. Callum Ryan went with Cooler last time, so did Harry Grant, but neither of them were able to really mount a challenge at the sharp end. Cooler kept them at arm's length and held on to the victory. And this one looking like a much more usual, simple Cooler victory. Leading from the start, making a nice gap, and then just carrying that on through to the checkered flag. As simple as you can have a race win. Cooler loves some of those. He's done plenty of those in my time commentating at Rye House. And he's looking for another one here in heat number 2, as he's now broken almost a second clear ahead of Callum Ryan with a new fastest lap of the race. First driver into the 40.6s in this one. Let's look at Harry Grant go. He's trying to force the door open. He's going to go for it. Under brakes there from Harry Grant. Brandon will do the up and under. Can he get the chop across? Yes, he can. Nicely done there from Brandon. He held the speed really nicely there. Late move up the inside from Harry Grant, but it does not work, sadly, for Harry. I like the thought there. Tried to get the overlap. Brandon covered it off, but then as soon as he opened up the corner again, late on the brakes up the inside went Harry, but a little bit too deep. We'll have to rethink that one, and all it's done is drop them even further off of the back of Cooler and Ryan. Cooler continuing to extend that gap at the sharp end. It is pretty much a second now between Jensen Cooler and Callum Ryan. Up the inside goes Harry Grant, again down at hairpin number 1, but again a nice switch back from Brandon. This time doesn't get the overlap, and Grant's still up the inside. There's the move. He's going to shuffle into the barrier on the outside, though. Just about enough space given, and Brandon has the inside line for Pylon. Great racing between these two. He shuffles Harry out the way, but Harry's back up the inside at Complex Nouvelle. They're still side by side as we head into the final corner. Finally, Harry's through, but an up and under from Brandon, and they go side by side again. Awesome racing between these two as they head on down through to Stadium Bend once more. Brandon's got the inside line, and he will hold on to third place. Well, they had a nice gap to the group behind. They don't anymore. Up the inside goes Harry Grant into hairpin number 1. There's a big move in the background and up and over the back of a cart. That was the 26 there. Up and over the back of, that was Ted Fry over the back of David Kioka. So those two came to blows in heat 1. They've come to blows again in heat number 2. This time it was Fry up and over the top of Kioka. In heat 1, it was the other way around. But this time, no damage done, and they both carry on. Oh no, who is in the wall there down through Complex Nouvelle? Was that Max Saunders? I think it was. He's dropped a lap down, sadly, for Max. So I think it's Max Saunders there that we've seen off in the wall down on the exit of Pylon. Finally getting the move done. Of course, Harry Grant into third place then. Finally, we get a finalised change as that's Freddie Williams on the inside and contact. Big wallop into the side of Brandon Laxo and more contact. 3 drivers off and Jaden Bond's in the middle of the road. They all managed to avoid the spinning Jaden Bond, but Freddie Williams is off, Kian Kimber was off, and Jaden Bond was off as well. Well, that contact looked inevitable there on the exit. They were all fighting over the same bit of tarmac. And as soon as they came to blows, they were far too close to each other on circuit to avoid further contact. And off they all went. Fair play to all the drivers in behind, though, for avoiding Jaden Bond, who was facing the wrong direction there in the middle of the circuit. And immediately under investigation is Freddie Williams. That'll be dealt with after the checkered flag. Racing continues on. 2 minutes set to go on the clock then. And Wilmington's now under pressure from Kioka as they head down into hairpin number 1. So Fry's just broken clear ever so slightly of these drivers. Fry is clear then in 5th. We then got Wilmington, Kioka, Meyer and Uzak in this train of 4. And then Kian Kimber, of course, after that squabble on the last lap, now chasing back down this group to look to steal away a few cheeky points in the last couple of moments. Well, Jensen Cooler now nearly 2 seconds in the lead of this one. But Callum Ryan doesn't have too much to worry about. He's got a further 2 seconds. Then back to Harry Grant. Both Harry Grant and Brandon Laxko have broken free of the squabbling group behind. So is Ted Fry now. And now David Kioka through on Wilmington. Who's it that's followed through? It's the 19 of Sebastian Meyer that's gone through with him as well. So 2 positions lost for Wilmington. And now he's under pressure from 2 more drivers. This time the turn of Uzak and Kimber to look to find a way through. As there goes Cooler onto a new lap. We are going to get 3 more laps of this race. I think just about 10 seconds to spare as he comes across the line to get 3 more of this one. But top 4 all in no man's land now. Well, top 5 really all in no man's land, as we say, with Ted breaking away. David and Sebastian going together. Wilmington looking to defend. They're down through into hairpin number 1. Loses him a bit of apex speed, but he covers off the move down into hairpin 2 as well. Kian Kimber now trying the up and under on the exit, if I can speak, on Dominic Uzak, but he can't pull alongside. Uzak's trying to find a way through on Wilmington, but he's also trying to keep Kian Kimber behind. A tough position for Dominic Uzak to be in here. He's battling really well in this group. Will we now potentially see Kyoka and Maya trying to catch up to the back of Fry? Maybe a little bit too late then. We are indeed on the penultimate lap of this race, ladies and gentlemen. The second and final heat of the day for our Honda Cadet drivers. But it's looking as though Jensen Kula might just continue his clean sweep here today at round number 4. Onto the final lap goes Jensen Kula. 950 more metres of this race to go for him to continue that perfect score from today. Still Callum Ryan second, Harry Grant in third, Brandon Laxgo fourth. He's actually dropping into the clutches of Ted Fry. I think he's going to be pretty happy the race is ending on this lap. A few more and Ted might have just caught him. Then Kyoka still going with Maya, and Wilmington is still keeping Uzak and Kimber behind. Very impressive from Chase Wilmington. He's only got half a lap to try and hold on to it. But here he comes round the final corner. Jensen Kula is going to win again here at the Rye House Kart Raceway. Heat 2 goes to Kula. Second place for Ryan. Third place for Grant. Exactly the same top 3 as we had in race number 1. But the race did play out very differently to what we had in race number 1. This time, Jensen Kula driving away with it at the front, finishing 2.5 seconds clear and getting the fastest lap on the last lap as well. Off of the top 3, Brandon Laxgo, then Ted Fry, David Kyoka, Sebastian Meyer, then Chase Wilmington, Dominic Uzak, Kian Kimber, Jaden Bond, Freddie Williams and Max Saunders. The last of you finishes there in 13th place. Another very exciting Honda Cadet race. And another race win for Jensen Kula. Well, there we go. He'll definitely line up on pole position for the final later on today. But up next, Heat 2 for our Micromax drivers. They'll be out in a couple of moments. Hello everyone on YouTube. Good to have you all back for the afternoon. Welcome. Right. What is it next? Micromax. Oh, they're already coming. Onto the circuit come our Micromax drivers then. They're Heat 2 about to get underway. Yet again, another driver looking to continue their perfect score. This time it's Caio Vieira. Hasn't been quite as simple for him though today, I will say. Maximum 100 points, but my goodness, that battle with Leo Hunt throughout Heat number 1 was very, very exciting. Sadly, Leo not starting on the front row with Caio. He's down on the second row because he's joint on points with Tommy Lovejoy. Courtesy of third on the grid for Leo, second in the first heat, second on the grid for Lovejoy, and third in the first heat. So they were decided on lap times, and Lovejoy got second. Then it's Robinson, Matthews, Halil, Galloway, Otley, Thistlethwaite, Stapistis, and Dempsey, your 9 drivers here for Micromax. Vieira and Lovejoy will lead us to the lights. Do we do it first time? Yes, we do. Yet again, the Micromax drivers with some very good race starts so far today. Who's going to be leading after turn 1? It is still Vieira. Hunt's there into second place, then Lovejoy getting shuffled backwards. That's AJ Halil trying to find a way through, but Lovejoy still has the inside line. He'll try and hold it there. All the way around the outside tries Halil. That's now the inside line for the second hairpin as Robinson Matthews tries to get involved as well. Up and under from Lovejoy. He's got a nice exit as well, but a push from Robinson Matthews might just see Halil keep this place. Round the outside tries Lovejoy, but he will get squeezed to the barriers on the exit, and through goes Halil then. So it's third for Halil, fourth for Lovejoy, and fifth for Robinson Matthews. Top 2 already scampering off, though, courtesy of those squabbles for third place. It's Vieira versus Hunt yet again. And once more, AJ Hillel with another very good start. It was a great start in Heat 1. It's another good start in Heat 2, but he's lost third place. Through goes Lovejoy, and there's a change behind as well. That's the 32 of Cooper Galloway getting through on Ezra Robinson-Matthews. Again, another shout-out to give to Cooper Galloway. Really impressive first heat earlier on. It didn't end how he would have liked it to, but still lots of positives from that first heat, and he's making moves in this one as well. Up to 5th place goes Cooper Galloway now, and he's onto the back of AJ Halil as they come through to the end of lap number 2. Well then, Vieira and Hunt nose to tail. Gap stays pretty much identical there. Almost identical times between the two of them. Vieira 100th quicker. That is all that is in it here. Lovejoy leading the charge from 3rd place. Him, Halil, Galloway and Ezra Robinson-Matthews need to work together here to close back up to Vieira and Hunt. It's Otley Thistlethwaite who's almost with them there on the 61. And then our group of 2 just behind us, still Pierces and Dempsey. Those 2 battling well over 8th place. Well, leaders continuing on down to the final corner once again. Still 5 minutes left to go in this race. Plenty of time for potential changes. Well, Lovejoy, after having to battle pretty hard there in that gaggle from 3rd place backwards, he's finally cemented his position in 3rd, and he's scampering away from Halil in 4th place now. Does he have enough pace to catch Vieira and Hunt? That is the question here for Tommy Lovejoy. Does he have the pace? Let's watch and wait and see. Well, he's just been the first driver to drop down into the 39s. So for the moment, I think you'd have to err on yes for Tommy Lovejoy. 2/10 quicker than those drivers ahead of him on the last lap. If he can keep on that pace, I think it'll take him about 5 or 6 laps or so to catch up to the top 2. And if they start battling, it might be even quicker. Yet again, another fastest lap of the race from Tommy Lovejoy. And again, he was 2/10 quicker than the leaders. But as I say, he needs for Leo Hunt to start fighting with Kai Vieira here, really, to properly have enough time to get involved with the squabble at the end of the race. Halil, Galloway and Robinson-Matthews are absolutely nose to tail now in their battle for 4th place. Inseparable, those 3, as they head down through Pylon and Complex Duvel for the 5th time in this one. Looks as though Hunt might have closed up ever so slightly on this lap. It was 0.3 of a second, the gap. It's now less than 2/10. And yet another fastest lap of the race from Tommy Lovejoy. This time he was 2/10 quicker than the leader, but only 1/10 quicker than Leo in 2nd, which all round very positive for Tommy. He's closing in, but Leo Hunt started to put the pressure on Kai Vieira as well. Hunt checks over the shoulder, though, out of hairpin number 1. Just getting an idea of how quickly Lovejoy is closing in here. And that might just give Leo the hurry up of, right, I can see Tommy's closing in. I'm going to have to go for this. And that could really allow for Tommy to jump back in and jump into this scrap. Battle for 4th was looking tasty there through the hairpins as well. Cooper Galloway really putting the pressure onto AJ Halil. Couldn't quite find a way through that time of asking, but both Galloway and Robinson-Matthews looking very fast. And the wheel tracks up the inside. Cooper Galloway. Cooper Galloway centered up the inside there on the exit of Stadium Bend. Robinson-Matthews gets through as well. It was right on the apex there that they made that bit of contact as Halil turned in. But Galloway had just about stuck his nose in as they get caught together again. This time it's Galloway and Robinson-Matthews getting caught together. And funnily enough, Robinson-Matthews had the move done there on the exit of hairpin 2, but because his rear bumper got trapped on the front bumper of Cooper Galloway, it actually slowed him down enough for Cooper to repass into Pylon. A shame there for Matthews. He could have got through into 4th place, but it seems as though it's gone. He's going to have to rethink about it, and same for AJ Halil. He's got a lot of work to do now, as I thought Leo was going to go for that into hairpin number 1. Well, after that all happened, it is Cooper Galloway who is under investigation from all of that. So I think it was a little bit late, that move to the inside there. AJ Hillel absolutely unsighted, all that. And, yeah, that contact just forced them both wide. And Robinson-Matthews slipped up and under and through. Let's see if Halil can mount a recharge later on in the race here. But Tommy Lovejoy now onto the back of our 2 leaders. New fastest lap of the race again on the lap before last. And that was a 39.6. What a lap from Tommy Lovejoy. That shows just why he caught up to the back of our 2 leaders quite so quickly. That was a good 3/4 quicker than either of them on that lap. But now he's into the back of the train. He's settled into the same pace as the 2 drivers around him. And can often be the issue. You get close to some drivers and you end up subconsciously copying what they're doing, and then you all end up doing the same pace, and then no one ever overtakes, and you can never find a way through. So let's see if Tommy's able to continue with that pace he had a couple of moments ago in free air and find a way through, but he might not have to. Leo Hunt's going for it up the inside into Stadium Bend. Hunt's got the inside line, and Hunt has got the lead. Nicely done there from Leo. And for the first time in this race, Kyle Vieira is shuffled down to second. He might be shuffled to third. Lovejoy's up the inside at hairpin number 1. Well, Vieira will look for the up and under. Can he get the overlap? Yes, he can. Back to second place goes Kyle Vieira. But Leo Hunt, as I say, now takes the lead of the race. He points forward, but I don't see why any of them would want to work together in this leading trio. It is every man for themselves in this one. As, okay, Galloway, Robinson, Matthews and Halil aren't particularly close, but they're not miles and miles away. Off we go then. 15 seconds on the clock as they start a new lap. This will be the penultimate lap of this race, which I don't think Leo will be too happy about. Here comes Lovejoy up the inside again. Gets the move done, and this time, no overlap for the 118. He'll try the up and under again at hairpin 2, and this might actually work. He's got a nice exit, but again, the outside line into pylon. Lovejoy's got the place. Into second goes Tommy. But time has hit 0 here. Tommy's going to have one lap to try and find a way through on Leo Hunt. And with these two squabbling over second, they might have just dropped a little bit too far back from Leo to challenge him. Well, off we go onto the last 950 metres of this race. And Leo Hunt has got one hand on this one. This is going to make the grid really interesting for the final later on with these finishing positions as well. But off we go. Lovejoy's got a nice exit here, down into hairpin number 2. Leo covers it off. No up and under quite from Tommy Lovejoy. Nice exit, but has to sit in behind there. And again, Leo continues to cover it off. Down through pylon, through complex Newell again. Looks as though he's done just enough to hold on here. Through into the final corner come our top 3. Not a good enough exit from the chasing 2. The race goes to Leo Hunt. Nicely done from Leo. Got through when he needed to. Ensured that Cairo got stuck in a battle with Tommy. And then he was able to just keep them at arm's length. Nicely done there from Leo Hunt. He takes the win in heat number 2 and stops Caio Vieira from having a perfect day here at round number 4. Caio having to settle for third place as Tommy got by as well. And with that fastest lap of 39.6, great lap from Tommy Lovejoy. Behind those 3, Cooper Galloway, Ezra Robinson Matthews, AJ Halil, Lucas Otley Thistlethwaite, Ayas Sopirsis and Ralph Dempsey there. All drivers making it to the finish, which is always what we want to see. But there we go then. Micro Maxes, their heats are done and dusted. The Inter Rotaxes, it is up next. 4 more heats left to go, ladies and gentlemen, before we get to the finals. As I say though, heat 2 for Inter Rotax is coming up next. Inter's heading out onto the circuit then. Let's have a look ahead of this one. The first heat of the day. Of course, it was Giannone who took that one. That was a great race, I've got to say. And he starts on pole position for this one then. Does Akil Giannone. James Carver alongside him on the front row, with TJ McLeish and Rio Panayutu on row 2. Santiago Simeone and Harrison Oucher on row 3. With Philip Poloskov and Roddy Griffin, then Oliver Stonebook and Mohamed Umar Abdeen. Your 10 drivers on the grid here for Inter Rotax heat number 2. Also them battling throughout the order in this one in heat number 1. Let's see how it goes then in heat number 2. To the lights we go. Do we get it underway? First time of asking. Yes, we do. Down to Stadium Bend then, into Rotax. And will it be Giannone leading out of it? Yes, it is. There's contact for third place, but just about holding on to it there is the 27 of Simeone. Is that? Yes, it is. He's up to third place. Good start from Santiago as there's more contact down at hairpin 1, and 2 drivers have gotten stuck together. A shame for those two. Going to try and get themselves unstuck as quickly as possible. That's race almost gone then. The 36 is one of them. That's Filip Poloskov. And the other one is the 115 of Oliver Stonebrook. Both of those two dropping to the back of the order and have lost heaps of time from that first lap incident. So it's Giannone from McLeish, Simeone, Panagiotto and Carver the top 5. So James Carver sadly losing out on that race start, dropping to the back of this leading group. And now Simeone's under a lot of pressure here. Carver's up the inside. Oh, so late on the brakes there from James Carver. He tried to pick the pocket there of Rio Panagiotto and nearly caused himself a big off there. Well held from James Carver. He stays in 5th place. Panagiotto doing the best he can to find a way through on Santiago Simeone, but already Simeone deciding to defend in this one. He was defending down into hairpin number 1, trying to keep Panagiotto behind. Really, long-term strategy, I think, would really be to work with Panagiotto here, Santiago. We know Panagiotto's fast. He's won many races here at Rye House, and McLeish and Giannone are not too far away. But again, Santiago's defending down into hairpin number 1, sends Panagiotto the long way round. And again, Panagiotto can't quite get the exit and find a way through into hairpin number 2. So it's this lovely defence from Santiago. My personal opinion would be it's probably not the right choice at this stage of the race. Even losing the position to Panagiotto at the moment might not be too bad, because you can work together and maybe catch up to the back of at least TJ McLeish, maybe Akil Giannone as well. You never know. However, fastest lap for Giannone says otherwise. Lovely time from him. 37.7, a couple tenths quicker than the rest of the field. There's a bit of a squabble there out of stadium between Panagiotto and Carver. Carver nearly getting up the inside, but not quite able to do so. Look at the confidence that Panagiotto has under brakes there into hairpin number 1. He broke a good couple of tenths after Simeone did there and carried all that speed through the corner. He's clearly got some untapped pace there in that car, which he's struggling to find, being stuck behind Santiago. Santiago hits the wall! Santiago's hit the wall and he's round! A little mistake there from Santiago. Simeone sees him off round and not quite out of the race. He's rejoined the action, but what a shame there for Santiago. Just took a little bit too much curve there through the left before the final corner and just clips the white barrier, and that was enough to send him into a spin. Well, that drops him a few places down the order. He's dropped down behind the 145 of Mohamed Umar Abdeen, so it's to 7th place for Simeone after that. And what a shame. Well, that leaves Panagiotto and Carver to scrap it out over 3rd place. And we do still have just less than 4 minutes left to go in this race, so it's not out of the question that Panagiotto and Carver could catch up to McLeish and Giannone. McLeish just less than a tenth slower than Giannone on the last lap. That gap almost a second now between your top 2. But it was James Carver who was fastest on the last lap. 37.475 for Carver. That is a good 2-3 tenths clear than the rest of the field on the last lap. Simeone's trying to make some positions back. He's going to get this one on Mohamed Umar Abdeen. They head down into pylon. Around the outside goes Simeone, gets the place back. So back into P6 he goes. Might just be able to catch Harrison Outra before the end of this one. But otherwise, sadly, the 3rd place potential for Simeone has gone after that brief lapse of judgment there down through Complex Nouvelle. A real shame for the young racer. But still, he's been very impressive so far today at Santiago. I'm sure he'll be back and fighting in the final later on. Gap now has got to be over a second. It is over a second. 1.1 between Giannone and McLeish. McLeish sitting pretty comfortably there in 2nd place. He's got good pace underneath him, but just can't quite challenge the 128 ahead. And that gap, I think, between McLeish and Panagiotto is closing. Yeah, it's pretty much bang on a second now as we head on to lap number 8. And even though Panagiotto and Carver are only nibbling away at that gap ever so slightly, little by little every lap, there is still just over 2 minutes left to go in this one. I think they'll need to find a little bit more time than they have been doing, though, if they want to catch TJ McLeish. McLeish checks over the shoulder, down the back straight. Just making sure he knows how close those two are behind. absolutely no need to really think about them just yet, TJ. Just keep hitting your markers and keep watching Giannone ahead. Because what do they say? What do you say in racing? Where you look is where you go, usually. So if you're looking backwards all the time, you're probably going to go backwards. Keep your eyes focused on the driver you're chasing, and you'll always find a bit of pace. It just always seems to be the case, doesn't it? But that gap opening up further. 1.3 seconds now between Giannone and McLeish. And still about a second then back to Panayitu and Carver. So despite using each other, using the slipstream to press on, it's not finding them enough pace here to close up to your top two. Minute and a half now on the clock as they head on to lap number 10 of this race. And Akil has just been amazing so far today. I've been mightily impressed with their work out on circuit. And yet again, another very impressive showing in this one. Looking a bit further back, Simeone still trying to chase down Harrison Outram for 5th place. He's closed up a decent bit over the last couple of laps. On the last lap, it was about 3.5 tenths that Simeone found on Outram. But will it be enough to think about a pass later on? The drivers cross the line with 43 seconds left to go, and they're doing 37 second lap time. So this will be the third to last lap of the race. And still, I don't think Panayitu and Carver are closing in fast enough here. James Carver's been right on the back of Rio Panayitu for, well, pretty much all of this race. Of course, we had Simeone involved in there a while ago, but he's now squabbling with Outram, tries to pull alongside there out of hairpin number 2, but can't quite do it. Yeah, as I say, Carver's been on the back then of Panayitu for a long while in this one. Will he decide at some point soon? Well, I'm just going to go for it here. I'd quite like 3rd place for myself. They are catching McLeish, though. That's the issue. Carver and Panayitu they look ahead and they can see they're catching McLeish, but we're now on to the penultimate lap. It's not quite fast enough. They need, I think, 4 or 5 more laps here to catch and pass McLeish. I don't think it's going to happen unless a mistake from McLeish. We'll wait and see. Santiago, he is through then on Harrison, so that's a change for 5th position in behind. I think that will be lofty heights, sadly, in this one for Santiago, but a good recovery drive after that small mistake. Well, final lap begins then for Akil Nangianone. And this is it, 950 metres left to go then. They've almost caught TJ McLeish, but again, I don't think it's going to be enough. I don't think they're close enough. And Carver, potentially not really close enough to attack Panayitu here. I think the top 4 might just stay as it is as they head through this final lap. But yet again, as I said earlier, Akil has been unbelievable over these 2 heat races. Really impressive racing. Led as he meant to go on. And now he sees the checkered flag. Heat 2 goes to Akil Nangianone. Brilliant race. And yet again, maximum points from the heats. McLeish in 2nd, Panayitu 3rd, Carver in 4th. With Simeone 5, as I say, 5th. As I say, a really impressive recovery drive there from Santiago. Well, I know he'll be frustrated at himself for making that mistake, but these things happen. Harrison Outram just behind in 6th. Then Mohamed Umar Abdeen, Philip Poloskov. Then Ronnie Griffin and Oliver Stonebrook rounds out the 10 drivers there in Inter Rotax. And yet again, an interesting race in that one. But Giannone has been really talented so far today. I knew he'd be up there at the sharp end, but he's been clearing off once we get into racing. The other drivers just can't quite seem to match him. But we'll see what they get up to in the final later on. But for now, still a few more heats left to come. It's heat number 2 for Junior Rotax coming up next. Junior Rotax heat number 2 about to get underway then. Let's have a look at the grid. Tigran Gregorian, pole position again for this one, with Ayrton Rye alongside him. Identical points with Mason Gray, who starts third place, with Ronnie Jones in fourth. Jamie Richards and Liam Crosby on row 3, with Timmy Shahini and Leon Canales on row 4. Then Harry Search and Harvey Watts round out the top 10. They're followed by Lucas Hilton and Edwards Jones. Then Mia Minna and Dylan Suresh. And Luke Weavers and Ronnie Chapman. Lachlan McDougall and Charlie Hamilton. Then Mason O'Connor and Felix Jolly. Tudor Ganta and Zuzana Mikolovska. And then Vinnie Cunningham and Tyler Nickelbean, your two DNFs from heat number 1, starting all the way down on row number 12. Well, here we go then, out the final corner. Gregorian and Rye go 2 by 2 to the lights. We're underway, first time of asking in juniors. We race down towards Stadium Bend, and there's chaos in the background as 2-3 drivers come together under the gantry. Red flag on the race start. It's the 24 and the 12 that I can see out of my commentary boxes. Yep, red flag drivers all coming to a stop, as I hope they all see it. They have. As well, there's even more drivers off at the exit of Stadium Bend. There's got to be 5 or 6 drivers there in the wall. A chaotic junior Rotax race start. Well, as I say, we had an incident before. Some of the drivers had even got under the gantry. Hope all okay for those drivers. And then further calamities down through Stadium Bend. As I say, yeah, it was 5 drivers off. One of those, Tyler Mason Gray. There's the 45 getting back. That's Charlie Hamilton, who's been involved as well. Who's this? Dylan Suresh coming back through. Then the 73 of Mia Minute. The 43 that is coming through as well. That is Edward Jones. And then who do we have down here? I read out the numbers already, didn't I? The 24 and the 12 who have already gone off down there. So that is further down near the back, I think. Yes, it is Mason O'Connor and Felix Jolly, 19th and 20th on the grid for those two. But I think it all just checked up there through the start-finish line. I'm not too sure because it was a good start initially. But then just a bit of chaos as they went sort of out of my view under the gantry and off down into turn 1. I can see there's still a few stricken carts. I can just about see the 507 under the gantry as well. Oh, what a shame. Again, Lachlan McDougall, that is, from 17th on the grid. So yeah, it seems everyone sort of from mid-pack downwards was all getting a bit too close to comfort there. And it's been a very chaotic start. 1 incident under the gantry, 1 then down on exit of stadium. Chaos. Chaos from Junior Rotax. Do we expect anything different? Let's have another go at this race start then. Driver stopped under red flag. I hope all drivers involved are all okay. Looks like there's some slightly mangled carts that might need some fixing before the final later on. So I think we would have lost a few from this race start, sadly. But once we get the stricken carts off of the circuit and any barriers fixed or whatnot, we should go back to another attempt at that race start. I can imagine, given it's gone red, we'll go back to the original grid order and we'll go for a full 7-minute plus 1 lap restart then in Junior Rotax. I'll be back in a couple of moments. Well then, it seems as though after a brief pause, our drivers back underway. And we are back into the grid order that we should have been at the start of the race, or that we were in, to be fair, at the start of the race. So a few drivers have benefited pretty well out of that going to a red flag rather than just simply a local yellow. A lot of the drivers that have fallen by the wayside there, but their cart's still able to continue, have been able to retake their spot on the grid and have a second crack at this one. I said it was mostly sort of mid-pack and downwards, but of course Tyler Mason-Gray was off involved in that one as well. Him lining up third place on the grid in this one, so he's gotten very lucky, able to retake his spot. Is there an issue for Ronnie Jones? Slow away for Ronnie Jones. He might miss this start, and he will. Ronnie Jones with an issue already, and the drivers all flying round him. What a shame for one of your championship contenders, as it's all squabbling at the front. Mason-Gray through into second place. Ayrton Rye trying to fend off and stay in third, and the contacted Rye's off and round. Ayrton Rye spun off round there down at hairpin number 1, and he now drops all the way to the back of the pack. Well, Rodney Jones, it seems as though his cart's picked up the pace now, but he's dropped down to the bottom end of the top 10 with that bog at the race start. A shame for Rodney Jones, but he is already fighting his way back through. So Gregorian will lead us then on to lap number 2. Mason-Gray second, Richards third, then Crosby, Canella, Shahini, Search, Hilton, Jones, and Watts your top 10. There is Ronnie Jones trying to find a way through on the 46. Big move under brakes there into hairpin number 1. Nicely done from Ronnie Jones. He's through past Lucas Hilton. As Hilton gets a wallop from the driver behind there into hairpin number 2. And a slight apology there from the 90 of Harvey Watts that was. Either way, Watts I think does get through. That was a serious bit of bumping there down into hairpin number 2, but either way they've sorted themselves out. Ayrton Rye again after getting spun round out of hairpin number 1. Another driver looking to find their way back through the order as that's the move for the lead. Mason-Gray is through. Tyler Mason-Gray gets it done into Stadium Bend, and he takes the lead for the first time in this race. Ronnie Jones is up the inside in the background as well. He gets the move done on the 404 of Harry Search, that was. So Jones through into 7th place now. He's got Timmy Shahidi ahead of him, but he wants to get back involved with this leading quintuplet. That's right, isn't it? That means 5. I think so. Off we go on to another lap. Who's under investigation? Oh, we got 3 drivers under investigation. Jamie Richards, Ronnie Jones, and Tyler Mason-Gray. All 3 of them are under investigation. So clearly, I only saw the after of that move from Mason-Gray. Clearly, the steward's feeling there was a bit too much contact, and he is under investigation. Well, Gregorian trying to find a way back through there at hairpin number 2. As that's all close in behind as well. The 45, the 14, and the 19. All battling, and there's contact. The 45 spun round by the 19 there at hairpin number 2. All getting a bit too close to comfort. That would have been Luke Weavers, Charlie Hamilton all getting stuck in. I think Ayrton Rye, Ronnie Chapman all around with them as well. Rye's scampered off from those drivers. Who's just pulled into pit lane? Someone's into the pits. Who is it? It's Mia Minute. Mia Minute is out of the race. She's into pits early in this one. A real shame for Mia. She was involved in the crash at the initial start of the race, and now she's out due to mechanical failure. What a shame for Mia here in heat number 2. Ayrton Rye trying to make moves there, can't quite get it done on the 33, that is of Ronnie Chapman, as they squabble for 13th place, and Ayrton Rye tries to get some points back from what has been a very difficult second heat of the day for him. Well, Ronnie Jones, as we say, he's cleared Shahini now, and look how quickly he's cleared off from Shahini, Search, Watson, Hilton as well in the bottom end of the top 10. But what has Jones got to find? 1.5, just over maybe 2 seconds to find to chase down your race leaders. Canellas just dropping off of the top 4 now, as there's Ayrton Rye up the inside again of the 33 at hairpin 1. This time it looks like he's got it done, and he's passed Ronnie Chapman into 13th place. Yeah, Canellas just falling ever so slightly off the back of these top 4. He's going to be the first in the sight lines of Ronnie Jones. But it is Jamie Richards with the fastest lap of the race, a 35.730. But all drivers in the top 5 within a few hundredths of each other in terms of overall fastest pace during this race. But after taking the lead, Tyler Mason-Gray, he's been under pressure from the drivers behind. They're right there with him, but there's not been any attempt at re-overtaking from Tigran Gregorian. There was an initial on the same lap as when the move was done, but since then Tigran hasn't been able to re-attack, and now he's under quite a bit of pressure here from Jamie Riches. Riches all over the back of Gregorian as they head on to lap number 8. But it's a new fastest lap of the race from Tyler Mason-Gray. He's going for it, pedal to the metal, and trying to eke out that race lead now as he hopes that Gregorian falls into the clutches of Riches and Tyler can just scamper off to victory in this one. Well, Shahini still doing a fine job there at the sharp end of the next group. With Watts and Search that is close behind, and then a further 4 of Hilton, Cunningham, Suresh and Rye all in that next pack. Again, another number of those drivers involved in the initial incident on our first race start, getting a second chance at this heat number 2 and gaining some good points from it. Mason Gray has finally pulled about a 2 kart length gap here over Gregorian. If he can keep this through to the checkered flag, he should be unhindered here at the sharp end of the order. He checks over the shoulder at a hairpin number 2 and knows he's building a nice gap. Reshuffling in that pack, going into hairpin number 2. The 42 has made the move. Vinnie Cunningham through on Lucas Hilton. Hilton now gets overtaken by Suresh, and Rye tries to go around the outside there at Pylon. That's not going to work. The 2 places lost sadly then for Hilton. He's down to 12th, and Rye trying to find a way through then as well as they head down into the final corner. Not quite this time for Ayrton. There's still a minute and a half to go for him to try and make a move. Ronnie Jones still slowly catching the top 5, but frustratingly for him, top 5 not scrapping at all. They're not losing any time amongst each other. As there is Rye up the inside at hairpin number 1. He gets it done, and he does get a good enough exit. Rye is then through as well on Lucas Hilton. So into P12 goes Ayrton Wright. Suresh ahead, then Cunningham, Search, Watch and Shahini in that battle for 7th place. And then our top 5 still off ahead. Ronnie Jones, new fastest lap of the race. 35.543. He's within 1.5 seconds now of the next driver, of Leon Canellas. Canellas has gone nice and quickly over the last couple of laps. He's re-chased down now the back of Liam Crosby. And Riches has dropped off of the back of Gregorian as well. So Gregorian still very much going with Mason Gray here. Mason Gray pulled out those couple of kart lengths a couple of laps ago, but it looks as though Gregorian might be closing back in. 30 seconds left to go on the clock, so this is on to the penultimate lap of this race. And does Gregorian have anything in the locker here to whip out over the last couple of laps and bring the fight to Tyler Mason Gray? In behind as well, move for 3rd potentially into hairpin number 2. Not quite close enough just yet for Canellas. He is all over the rear bumper there of Liam Crosby still. As Ronnie Jones, I don't think he's quite going to have enough time here to close in. Potential for a 4th place, but that'll really hinge on Canellas and Crosby battling. On to the last lap we go then, and Tyler Mason Gray will lead us onto it. But don't forget, Timmy Shahini, Tyler Mason Gray, Ronnie Jones and Jamie Riches, all 4 of those drivers under investigation. That will all be sorted post-race. So my finishing order for this one, very, very provisional. Make sure you go over to Alpha Timing, the Alpha Timing Rye House page to get the full final race results. More squabbling going on in the next group as the 40 and the 90 battling hard down into hairpin number 2. But your leaders coming through into the final corner. It will be Tyler Mason Gray who holds on to win in heat number 2. Nice job there. Gets the move done on Gregorian. And Gregorian kept him on the straight and narrow, didn't he, for the rest of the race, but just couldn't find a way through on Mason Gray. 3rd place goes to Jamie Riches, 4th to Liam Crosby, 5th to Leon Canellas, and 6th to Ronnie Jones, which after the kart just didn't seem to want to go anywhere on the race start, and he dropped down to the back end of the top 10. He did well to fight his way back through to there. And then behind them, Timmy Shahini, Harry Search, Vinnie Cunningham, and Harvey Watts were your top 10. They were followed by Dylan Suresh, Ayrton Wright, Lucas Hilton, Tyler Nickelbean, Ronnie Chapman, Edward Jones, Tudor Gianta, Luke Weavers, Charlie Hamilton, Susanna Mikulowska, and of course, sadly, we lost Mia Minnow in that one earlier on lap number 4. It was early, sadly, for Mia, as she had to pull over to the side. And hopefully we do see her out for the final later on today. But another race winner in Junior Rotax then, Tyler Mason Gray takes that one. And we've got 2 more heats left to come before the all-important finals. Up next, it is heat number 2 for Senior Rotax. We'll see them out on circuit in a couple of moments' time. onto the circuit go our senior Rotax drivers then. It's Anthony Parfitt who lines up on pole position, joint on points with Ryan Welsh. Same on row number 2. Taylor Jarrett ahead of Bradley Keaton, but again those two joint on points, and it's Mario Smith and Carson Fernandez, and Thomas Assaud and Jasper North. They're followed by Chloe Kunjarzik and Matthew Kendall. Then it's Ollie Mann, Josh Parry and Antonio Sholin. They're rounding out the grid. 13 drivers once more here for seniors. And let's see how this one plays out. Ryan Welsh getting the better of Anthony Parfitt in heat number 1. It was a lovely race between the two of them. Let's hope for more of that here in heat number 2. We go into the tram lines and we do get it underway. First time of asking. It'll be Welsh and Parfitt who lead us down into T1, and it's Parfitt who leads on corner exit. They continue nose to tail with Taylor Jarrett behind in 3rd, and big move up the inside there for the 41 as well. One driver up and over the top. That was the 99 there of Antonio Sholin. Thankfully, lands back on all 4 wheels and presses on, but drops to the back of the train. So it's Jarrett and Mario Smith, I think, that have gone in the top 4. Bradley Keaton, I think, might have dropped back on this opening lap, sadly, for the 53. Saying that... Hold on a second, let me get my love timing up. Hold on a second, where is Bradley Keaton? He's not on the road. Hold on, that's why I'm confused. Where is Bradley Keaton? He's not racing. Oh, well, something's happened clearly, and Bradley Keaton not in this race. What a shame. Driver will always enjoy watching out on the black stuff. He's not involved. Well, I don't know what's happened there to Bradley Keaton between heat number 1 and heat 2. He didn't DNF in heat number 1. So, well, anyway, I'm stumped up here in the commentary box, but either way, we've lost Bradley Keaton already from this one. So that basically gave the free position then to Mario Smith, and he's been able to keep hold of the back of this top 4 and keep himself well and truly involved in it. And we've broken away into a further group of 3. That is Carson Fernandez, Thomas Assaud and Jasper North. And then behind them, Matthew Kendall, Josh Parry, and then Chloe Kunjarzik. Parry trying to get the move done on the exit there of hairpin number 2. Will be on the outside at pylon. But again, can't find a way through there. As, oh dear, someone's off into the pits. That's Carson Fernandez. Carson Fernandez is out of the race. What a shame for Carson. Race done then. Mechanical issue for him. He drops his head in frustration. And that is a DNF from heat 2 for Carson Fernandez. After a decent start to this one as well. A real shame for him. There's Parry up the inside. There at hairpin number 1. Aggressive stuff from Josh Parry. And he gets the move done. Shuffles Matthew Kendall backwards. And Chloe Kunjarzik nearly picked Matthew's pocket. But she's not able to get past. Has to sit in behind once more. Well, Parfitt has led us away with this one, but Welsh has the fastest lap of the race. They're very close in terms of overall pace, though, and that fastest lap is immediately stolen back by Anthony Parfitt. He was a good couple of tenths quicker on that last lap than Ryan Welsh. He's trying to build a gap. Easier said than done, though. Oh dear, someone else is into the pits now. Is that Antonio Sholin potentially into the pits? It is. The 99, Antonio, is out of this race as well. So already 2 of our senior Rotax drivers falling by the wayside here in their second heat of the day. Kunjarzik trying to hold it around the outside there at pylon. Again, I haven't seen that move work today. I have seen it before a couple of times. And it's always amazing to see a move around the outside at pylon. This time, Chloe can't get it done, though. She's still there in 9th, just behind Matthew Kendall. And leaders all still as they were. Seems as though Taylor Jarrett and Mario Smith just dropping off of the back. But again, Ryan Welsh, ever so slightly, just by a tenth or 2, also dropping off the back of Anthony Parfitt. Just making it a bit challenging him for the second half of the race, I should say. We have just gone through into the second half of this one. 3.5 minutes left to go on the clock. And of course, once we're done with the heats, it'll be 8 minutes plus 1 lap for all of the finals later on. So an extra minute to get moves done, but also an extra minute for things to go wrong, whether that be mechanical issues, people making moves on you, whatever it is. There's extra time for things to play out. We'll see whether that affects things in the final later on. Just seen one of the marshals running across to somewhere. I don't know if there's a stricken car. There's no yellow flags out anyway, so I'll ignore that for now. And another fastest lap from Anthony Parfitt. Despite personal bests from Ryan Welsh, Anthony is extending this gap at the front ever so slightly lap on lap. That gap is now 0.7 of a second for Anthony Parfitt. And as I say, Ryan Welsh doing everything he can. He's still setting personal bests pretty much every lap. But Anthony just finding that little bit of pace, that little bit quicker. And Taylor Jarrett now starting to drop Marios Smith as well. Marios just a couple of kart lengths back now, unable to think about any moves. And then Thomas Assaud and Jasper North pretty much on their own in 5th and 6th respectively. Then a bit of a gap now back to Matthew Kendall, who continues to battle with Chloe Kundarzik. And now Ollie Mann seems to have joined that squabble as well. He's a few kart lengths still off of those two. But if they do start to scrap over 7th place, it won't be too long until Ollie is back involved with those two. As, oh dear, mechanical flag is out. Who for? It's Taylor Jarrett. Taylor Jarrett has got a mechanical flag on the gantry. What a shame for Taylor Jarrett. Now, has he seen that? I didn't see any reaction from him behind the wheel there. But Taylor Jarrett, oh, I can see why. He's got no side pod. Well, yeah, that makes sense. Taylor would have noticed that. Yeah, he's got no right side pod. Well, that makes sense why there's a mechanical flag out for the number 11. But Taylor hasn't been near Mario Smith for the last couple of laps. So either that side pod has just fallen out, or he's clipped a barrier or a cone, something like that. And that's ripped his whole right side pod off. Well, where that is, I don't know. Maybe that was in Stadium where I saw people running off to. Anyway, don't know. Taylor Jarrett is out of the race from 3rd place as well. It had been a really good race so far for Taylor. That is a real shame. He had a positive heat 1. He was having a really good heat 2. But the mechanical gods do not want him to go any further. No side pod and a DNF for Taylor. A real shame. Well, Parfitt's still in the lead now by 1.3 seconds ahead of Ryan Welsh. And the loss of Taylor Jarrett has bumped everyone else behind up a position. So Smith is into 3rd. Assaud now into 4th. North into 5th. And Kendall and Kundarzik are now squabbling over 6th place. Kundarzik is all over the tail of Matthew Kendall. She just can't seem to find a way through at the moment. They head through Stadium Bend and into Regis Elbow once again. And Kundarzik so close, she can almost touch the back of Matthew Kendall. But not close enough where a cheeky dive up the inside will work. She needs to find a couple more tenths here over the next lap or two, as we're just going to eke it out, I think. Oh, Parfitt crosses the line with 1 second left to go on the clock, and he just about ekes out 2 more laps. Now, I don't think that's going to have too much of an impact on him, of course, barring any mechanical issues over the last 2 laps. The only person that might just benefit, the eking out an extra lap, is Chloe Kundarzik. She now has double the amount of distance to attempt a move here on Matthew Kendall. But she's just not quite been close enough over the last lap or two. She's closed up over these first few corners of this lap. Can she set something up going on to the final lap of this race? On we go on to it as Ryan Welsh. Ryan Welsh has got a mechanical flag. I can't believe it. 2nd and 3rd in this race have got mechanical flags. Well, it's the last lap for Ryan Welsh. Is it that rear bumper? That rear right of the bumper looks to be scraping on the ground, and it is. Yep, that'll be why. The bumper is on the ground for Ryan Welsh. So he might have seen the mechanical flag, and he might pull in, but if he doesn't, he'll be rubbed from the results. Wow. Well, this has changed up things a lot. Anthony Parfitt wins in heat number 2. Very impressive race from Anthony Parfitt. Got ahead, got some great pace in, and pressed on forward ahead of Ryan Welsh and the rest of the traffic. But mechanical flag there on the last lap for Ryan Welsh is going to drop him out of the results. So Anthony Parfitt will win that race, as he did on the road. But it will be Marios Smith in 2nd, Thomas Assaud 3rd, Jasper North 4th, then Matthew Kendall 5th, Chloe Kundarzik, Ollie Mann, then... Oh, that's it. Oh, my goodness. That's the last of the drivers that finished that race. 7 drivers will be classified as finishers in that race. It'll be a DNF for Ryan Welsh on that mechanical flag. Taylor Jarrett got a mechanical flag. And then we also lost Josh Parry, Antonio Sholin, and Carson Fernandez from that race. A real race of attrition there in heat number 2 for our senior road tax drivers. Well, hopefully all the drivers that we lost from that one we do see back out later on in the final, but there is one more heat left to go, ladies and gentlemen. It is, of course, our 177 road tax drivers. They'll be out for the last heat of round number 4 in a couple of moments' time. Right then, here we go. Last heat of today's action here for round number 4 of the Rye House Kart Club, and it's our 177s who take to the circuit. Domenico Brancato, great victory in heat number 1. He starts on pole with Jake Bradfield alongside him. Hugo Pereira and Wayne Smithers are on row 2, with Declan Alshut and Drew Lamas on row 3. Dave Darnborough and Stephen Kahn are on row 4, with Nicholas Ash and Chris Emerson on row 5, then followed by James Benton and Bill Bowyer. Watch out for him from 12th on the grid. Jason Newman and Ryan Sands behind, and Alan Smith, Rob Church and Jonathan Militello rounds out the grid. Well, here we go then. Last heat of the day. Brancato looking to scamper off with this on. Watch the likes of Bowyer and Newman coming through the pack. I can't imagine Ryan Sands is racing, but we'll wait and see. Off to the lights we go then, and we're racing in 177s. Down into the first couple of corners we go. Who will be leading on the exit? It is Brancato, only just though. It's a squabble for second in behind. The 15 and the 10 battling well. Bradfield stays ahead of Pereira. There's a bit of contact into hairpin number 1. The 183 that was looking up the inside as Bowyer flies on through. There's a bit of contact into hairpin number 2. The 28 nearly getting spun around there. That was Stephen Kahn with contact with the 183 there of Wayne Smithers. So Wayne's dropped down on this opening lap, sadly for him. He's lost a few spaces on this race start. As we come through to the end of lap number 1, it is still Brancato in the lead of the race. Brancato from Bradfield and Pereira. Then Alshut, Kahn, Bowyer, Smithers, Sands, Lamas and Darnborough. Bill Bowyer has had a storming start. 6 positions on the first lap for Bill Bowyer. And he's up the inside. Whoa, so late on the brakes there. As he looked to put it up the inside of the 28, and the 28 has got shoved out wide. He's not happy about that at all. That was Stephen Kahn there. Bowyer up the inside. Shoved him wide, and then Smithers and Sands, I think, got back through as well. Side by side between Newman. Newman trying to go round the outside as 2 drivers off. Oh, one just about catches it, the other backwards into the wall. I think, look, maybe has issues after that one. Pulls over to the side there, down at Complex Nouvelle, and out of the race, potentially. Maybe straight back into pit lane. No, they are going to carry on. They are going to carry on, which is good to see. We'll double check who that is. It's James Benton there that was involved in that one. I think potentially with Nicholas Ash. Also dropped a couple of places on that last lap. I think it was those two maybe that came together. Yeah, it was the triple two. It was the triple two of Nicholas Ash. So Bowyer did get through then into 5th place. He's now right on the rear bumper of... is that Declan Alshut or is that Hugo Pereira? It is Declan Alshut. So Bowyer trying to find a way through for 4th place now. They head down through Stadium. He doesn't do it there. Out of Regis elbow and down into hairpin number 1. He loves it into hairpin number 1. He goes for it again. Doors nearly closed, though, as the other driver scampers all the way off the circuit there to hold the place. Bowyer's looking up the inside again, but can't get it done at hairpin number 2. Good defence so far from Declan Alshut. As Bowyer, oh, he's aggressive, isn't he? Trying to find an opening here, but Declan covering it off, and now Bowyer's up the inside. My goodness, this is going to be losing a lot of time, though. Bowyer's got an exit, and he's got the inside line, and he's got the place. Through goes Bill Bowyer, and that's now invited Smithers, Sands, Kahn, Darnborough, Newman all back into that battle for 4th place. Well, Bowyer's got a lot of time to find now if he wants any more positions from this one. The number 19 going to the outside line there. That is Dave Darnborough trying to find a way through on Stephen Kahn. Jason Newman with them as well. I cannot believe that Ryan Sands, the 18, is in this race. He had one of the biggest crashes I have ever seen in heat number 1, going upside down into the barrier at full speed, and he's out racing in heat number 2. That is amazing. Fair play to you, Ryan Sands. You are the hardest geezer I've possibly ever met. And he's also making moves nonetheless. He's not just driving around nursing an injury. He is cracking on with this one as he makes another move out of hairpin number 2. Gets past the 183 of Wayne Smithers, and that is Sands now up into the top 6. He's now behind Declan Alshut as Bowyer has scampered off after getting that move done. And we're only just hitting half race distance, so he's got a bit of time to try and put the pedal to the metal. Brancato, new fastest lap of the race. A 35.5 new fastest lap from Brancato. 35.7 personal best from Bradfield as well. But he's just out of range to think about any sort of moves at the moment anyway. As I say, still time left to go. Well, Sands got that move done on Smithers. That was because Osha managed to get through on Smithers as they were battling. But they've certainly not dropped Wayne. Wayne is right there with Ryan Sands. Those three in a great battle. It's basically the rest of the train behind them as well. That being Dave Darnborough, Jason Newman, Stephen Kahn, Drew Lamas, and Chris Emerson, and Adam Smith. So that train is from 5th place now down to 13th place. As up the inside goes Ryan Sands into T1 and contact. Contact through hairpin number 1. And one driver spun around. Another driver hopping away. That's the 28, gets back underway. That was separately there for Stephen Kahn, almost collecting into the barrier. Who was it that's come together? It was Declan Elsher and Wayne Smithers, I believe, because Sands went up the inside. And then Smithers tried to follow him through. Straight into the side of Elsher, and off they go. Yeah, it is. The 28 is out of the race. So Stephen Kahn is out of the race. We saw him hopping away. I thought potentially that was an axle, a bent axle. And yes, confirmed then. Hops to the side of the circuit and parks it up. Sadly, does Stephen Kahn. Kahn is out of the race. Nicholas Ash as well. We lost a few laps ago as well. The 222 is out of the race also. Can't quite spot his car on the circuit. I can't see in the pit lane either, but maybe I've missed it. Either way, he's not lapping around the circuit. So Kahn and Ash both out of this race now. Top two still as they were. Still a few tenths between Brancato and Bradfield. As Bowyer continues to close down Hugo Pereira. It was another 3.5 tenths on the last lap for Bowyer, as he's got about a minute to play with now. It might just be enough time for him to catch up and find a way through into 3rd. And that will be a really impressive showing from such a lowly position to start in. 12th place he started, and he's gained 8. Ryan Sands up to 5th from 14th, and Jason Newman up to 6th from 13th. So all three of those drivers having issues in heat number 1, finding their way back through here to some decent points in heat number 2. But James Benton is under investigation. James Benton, the 83, under investigation. Didn't see what for, but either way, the 83 there under investigation from the stewards. That'll all be sorted after the race, as the leaders still nose to tail. They head down into hairpin number 1 as timer will hit 0 on this lap. So this is the penultimate lap of the race. Sands, Newman and Darnborough are battling very nicely. They head down to hairpin number 2 now as they try and find, well, Darnborough and Newman try and find an extra cheeky position here in the dying moments. Timer's hit 0 then, and here comes our leaders round the final corner. Brancato and Bradfield start the last lap, and there's 1.5 tenths of a second between them. That is close enough here for a potential change of the race lead. Down into hairpin 1 we go, looking up the inside. It's not late enough. No contact, and they're both off. Both the leaders are off. They're down to hairpin number 1. The two drivers in 3rd and 4th come through and pass, and Hugo Pereira is in the lead of the race, and Bill Bowyer is somehow in 2nd place. Well, calamities there at hairpin number 1. It looked too late on the brakes from Bradfield, and it was. Contact between him and Brancato sees them both round, and Hugo Pereira will win in heat number 2. He keeps Bowyer behind, and he takes the win on the final lap, courtesy of calamities between Bradfield and Brancato. What a shame for those two, but a big well done to Pereira, keeping himself there in the right place. He was at the right place at the right time to pick up that cheeky victory. And Bowyer through to 2nd place. 10 places gained in a 7-minute race. Fantastic from Bill Bowyer. And that'll help with his starting position for the final. So Pereira from Bowyer and Bradfield, your top 3. Domenico Brancato, after leading from the start, drops to 4th there on the final lap. Ryan Sands, amazing there to 5th. Jason Newman behind in 6th. Again, a really good race from him. Followed by Dave Darnborough, Drew Lamas, Chris Emerson, Alan Smith, Declan Olsher, then James Benton, Jonathan Militello. Those are the last of your finishers, sadly. We lost Wayne Smithers, Stephen Kahn, and Nicholas Ash from that one. Wow, what a way to end our heat racing here then from round number 4 of the Rye House Kart Club in 2026. We've got 7 races left to come, ladies and gentlemen, and it's those all-important finals. Each of the classes will see out for one more time here today, and we'll see who goes home with a nice bit of silverware. Up first, for 8 minutes plus 1 lap, will be your Coma Bambinos. Their final is coming up next. Here we go then, ladies and gentlemen. The finals are about to get underway here at round number 4 of the Rye House Kart Club in 2026. And your youngest drivers out there racing today will head on round to the grid as they prepare for their 8-minute plus 1 lap final. Sadly, I think we're... Oh no, there's the next one. I thought we were missing a driver already, but nope. Just the 93, ever so slightly further back from the rest of them. Or 98, I should say, of Jax Wilmington. But all 6 of them out, which is good to see. Nicholas Answer starts this one on pole position with River De Giorgio Miller alongside him. Those two have been inseparable out on the black stuff throughout today. I'm sure there's going to be more of that here in the final. Harper Ray and Jax Wilmington alongside each other on row 2. And then row 3, Oliver Coe and Aurelio Capalonga. Aurelio struggling in that second heat of the day. Looked as though there might have been some issue with the kart in that one. Struggling for pace, and I think ended up coming into the pits before the end of that one. So Aurelio with some work to do from the back of the grid. Won the final last time out around number 3. Let's see what Aurelio can do from 6th place on the grid. Of course, as I say, Answer and De Giorgio Miller have been battling very nicely throughout both heats earlier on today. But Answer getting the better of De Giorgio Miller under racing conditions. Let's see if that happens again here in the final. An extra minute on the clock for things to change. 8 minutes plus 1 lap begins now. The lights go out and our Como Bambino drivers go pedal to the metal as we head down into the first couple of corners. Still side by side between your drivers at the sharp end. Answer with the inside line. Will that allow him to take the lead? It does. De Giorgio Miller can't quite hang it around the outside and has to slot in behind. Slightly slow off the start, it seems, for Jax Wilmington. That's a shame. Jax has dropped well off the back of the rest of the pack. Didn't quite see what happened there. But either way, Jax seems to have lost a lot of time. There is Aurelio Capalonga getting the move done on the 23 there of Oliver Coe. So Coe drops back into 5th place then. Capalonga's up to 4th. And now has their sights set on Harper Ray in 3rd place on the number 13. But as we would have expected, Nicholas and River already, not even 1 lap completed, and already these two looking to scamper off on their lonesomes. But in both the heats, it seemed as though both Nicholas and River very similar in terms of lap time, and that just means River struggling to get enough overspeed to get an overtake done. Has spent pretty much all of Heat 1 and Heat 2 sat right in the wheel tracks of Nicholas Answer, but just not able to get past. Well, there has been a change for 3rd place at the end of that previous lap. That is Aurelio Capalonga through on Harper Ray then. So shuffles Ray back down into 4th place. And your final victor last time out of round number 3 is back up into the podium spots. So 3 positions gained already for Aurelio. A nice start to the race. But again, going to struggle all on their own to chase down the 2 leaders. Well, De Giorgio Miller has been consistently ever so slightly faster. Had the fastest lap, Answer grabbed it, but then as soon as Giorgio Miller came across the line, he got it back. So those 2 will continue on, line astern as they have been. And let's see if River De Giorgio Miller can mount a charge here over the rest of the race. Just less than 6 minutes then left to go on the clock. Already had 2 of the 8 minutes, so already a quarter of the way into this one. 48.6 for De Giorgio Miller, 48.7 for Answer, a 50.6 for Capalonga, 51.3 for Ray, 52.9 for Coe, and a 51.9 for Wilmington. So Wilmington closing in then on Coe. I think those 2 will enter into a battle relatively shortly. But again, earlier on in heat number 2, I think it was, Coe had a great race up into 3rd, and then Wilmington just struggled to find a way past. Let's see if Wilmington can get it done a little bit more quickly this time. He goes to the outside through Reg's elbow. Gets a good run down into hairpin number 1. Not quite close enough to think about a move just yet for Jax. I almost said Chase. Chase will be up next in our Hondas. But Jax now onto the back of Oliver Coe. Harper Ray still not too far off the back of Aurelio Capalonga, to be fair. And we are almost going side by side for the race lead. Answer covering off the inside line there out of the final corner. Giorgio Miller with a nice run to the outside line, but again, as we've already seen, that outside line at pylon doesn't really work in these Como Bambinos. There's too much of a longer line to contend with, and there's just not enough power underneath the right foot of these drivers to hang a move around the outside there. You're always going to scrub speed off to the exit, and you're always going to get taken back over by the driver on the inside line. Again, we're side by side for 5th place, and again, Wilmington on the outside line gets stuck in behind. It almost looks, I'm definitely seeing things, but it almost looks as though the right front of the 23 is facing outwards as he turns into the left-hander. He's sort of bouncing across as he goes into the corner. I'm sure everything's fine on the car. It's probably my eyes playing tricks on me, but it just looks as though Oliver Coe struggling in the braking zone there for hairpin 1 to get it stopped and allow the kart to carry the speed through the corner. He just seems to be hopping through the middle of the corner. So, not sure if that's maybe driving style or whether that is the kart or whether my eyes are telling me complete porkies. Probably more the latter. But either way, looking back to the front, still nose to tail between Answer and Giorgio Miller. But for the moment, seeming to be a carbon copy of both the heat races earlier on. With Answer just able to do enough to cover off any potential attempts for the move from River de Giorgio Miller. Answer just hitting his markers and covering off those lines for River behind. Again, chops across there out of the final corner to cover the inside line in the run down to T1, but not a good enough exit anyway for River de Giorgio Miller to go for any sort of attack. As in behind, look at that, Harper Ray has closed back up to the back of Aurelio Capolonga. So it was 3 positions gained for Aurelio over the first couple of laps, getting past Wilmington, Coe and Ray. And it looked as though, once Aurelio was through, that it would be a pretty simple round the outside. What a move! Harper Ray's got it back. Brilliant. I was just going to say that we would have thought Aurelio would scamper off in 3rd and be in a bit of no man's land, but no, Harper's chased him down, and what a move! Well, I mentioned earlier, very impossible to do a move around the outside at Stadium Bend in a Como Bambino. Well, I've clearly never met Harper Ray, have I? Round the outside, fantastic overtake from Harper, and he's back into the top 3. He has brought the fight to your final victor from last time out around number 3. So their squabble for 3rd continues on, as they are still nose to tail out of the final corner. Your leaders still the same as well, still nose to tail. But Nicholas Answer, with his replica Lewis Hamilton helmet, is doing a beautiful job out of the sharp end, keeping the 28 at bay. For now, anyway, for now. Timer continues to tick down. What have we got then? What is that? 52nd lap times about. I think it will be 3 more laps of this race after this one. Yeah, I think it will be just about 3 more laps. Well, after getting the move done, Harper Ray is keeping Aurelio Capolonga behind now and actually potentially even trying to open up a bit of a gap as they head down through Complex Nouvelle for the 9th time in this race. Leaders onto a new lap. And still De Giorgio Miller all over the back of Nicholas Answer. Looks to the inside, down into hairpin number 1. Answer covers it off though. But now we are getting into the sharp point of the race here. Pressure beginning to build for these young drivers. As Nicholas continuing to check over the shoulder. Just watching, seeing where River de Giorgio Miller places their kart and where Nicholas has to chop across and cover them off. Well, he's done it perfectly so far in this race. He's not got too long to go. Across the line, they'll go with about 30 seconds on the clock. So this will be on to the penultimate lap of the race. And still, we saw Jax Wilmington. He was about a second a lap quicker, like 5 or 6 laps ago, than Oliver Coe ahead. But just as we saw in, I think it was heat number 2, as soon as Jax caught Oliver, he started doing exactly the same pace as him. I said that in another class earlier on in the racing, especially when you're a younger driver. It's so easy when you catch someone to just start copying what they're doing, and you're not even thinking about it. It's something you really have to learn to not do when you're sat behind someone. It's so easy to start copying what they're doing. And then, of course, if you're copying what they're doing, you're going to end up doing the same lap time, and it's not really going to help you in getting an overtake done. So that's kind of what seems to be happening with Jax Wilmington. He's caught the 23, but now unable to find a way past, and they're basically just doing the same pace, lap on lap on lap. Well, onto the last lap we go. Answer and DeGiorgio Miller lead us onto it, and only 950 metres to go here for River DeGiorgio Miller to find a way past. Easier said than done, as we say, though, and it's been plenty of laps already in this race, and River has not been able to find an open door to dive on through. And it looks as though it might just stay the same here over the last lap. Nicholas Answer keeping River DeGiorgio Miller at bay, just keeping them at arm's length as they head down the back straight into pylon for the final time. And opportunities dwindling here. I don't think it's going to be possible, sadly, for the River DeGiorgio Miller supporters out there trackside. Round the final corner we come, unless there's an aggressive chop here from Answer. It is a bit aggressive, to be fair. They might run side by side to the line here. Not quite enough. Nicholas covers it off, and the chop back across of DeGiorgio Miller just loses them a little bit too much time, and Answer holds onto it across the line by 1.5 tenths of a second. Your victor in the Coma Bambino final here at round number 4 is Nicholas Answer. River DeGiorgio Miller has to settle for second, and it's going to be a run to the line for third place as well. It's going to be enough for Harper Ray. He puts his pedal to the metal, and Harper Ray gets on the podium. Nice race from Harper there. Gets back ahead of your victor at round number 3, Aurelio Capalonga. Off of the podium, though, sadly for him, in round number 4. And there are your last two finishers. Oliver Coe and Jax Wilmington there, finalising the 6 drivers out on the black stuff. Well, there we go. That is round done and dusted there for our Coma Bambinos. As Nicholas Answer fancied a celebratory lap round after seeing the checkered flag, waving to his adoring fans. He does an extra cheeky lap. Naughty from Nicholas. Anyway, I don't think we're going to mind too much. I'll head round to pit lane. And when all the drivers make it back in, it'll be on to our next final. It's Honda Cadets coming up next. Second final of the day then, and Honda Cadets head on round for their warm-up lap. Jensen Kula, the only driver in any class today, if I'm not mistaken, to be on for a perfect day here at round number 4. He goes into this one, pole position. He got pole in the qualifying and both heat victories. Alongside him on the front row is Callum Ryan. He's been P2 in every session so far today. And then it's Harry Grant, and Brandon Laxgo on the second row. Kian Kimber and David Kioka on row 3, with Sebastian Mayer and Chase Wilmington on row 4. Jaden Bond and Freddie Williams round out the top 10 on row 5. They'll be followed by Dominic Uzak, Max Saunders, and Ted Fry rounding out the grid of 13 drivers. Watch out for Ted from the back here. We saw in Heat 2. He can get his way through the order very well, can Ted. So make sure you keep your eyes on the number 26 from the back of the grid. But really, it has been Kula versus Ryan versus Grant throughout today. And it's starting off like that as well. Again, like we've seen in plenty of races in Honda Cadets here at Rye House, I think it might be a case of how quickly can you get past Jensen Kula. It needs to be an early overtake on Kula, or he might just scamper off. Off we go then. Red lights are on. They're out. We're racing here at Rye House in Honda Cadets for their final. And immediately we press on down into Stadium Bend. Kuda's got the inside line. He should still have the lead, and he does. Harry Grant's up the inside, though. Through goes Grant into second place. That's going to shuffle Callum Ryan to third. And now Brandon Laxgo trying to get involved as well. Up and under there through hairpin. Number 1 of this contact. One driver up and over the other. That's Freddie Williams, who got driven over. It's the 72 who's gone up and over the top of him. That's Dominic Uzak. Both drivers back down on all 4 wheels and carrying on, but a shame for both those two. Immediately contact on lap number 1, and that's dropped them to the back of the pack. Well, through to the end of lap 1 we go then. Still Kula in the lead of the race. Crucially, it's Harry Grant behind him, though. Of course, Harry Grant racing in the British Kart Championships. A very experienced peddler behind the wheel of a Honda Cadet car is Harry Grant. And can he take the fight to Jensen Kula? Well, I put the onus on him, but there's plenty of other drivers involved there as well. Of course, Callum Ryan, Brandon Laxko going with them as well. They're really not too far back still to Jaden Bond and Kian Kimber. And Kyoka 7th, Meyer in 8th, Wilmington 9th, Ted Fry there in 10th. Freddie Williams did get through on Max Saunders. I saw there down at hairpin 1. I think that was earlier part of this lap, but he got himself a contact warning for his troubles there. I think Saunders went wide, and I think Williams and Uzak both got back through. Indeed, correct. 6.5 minutes left to go then. Kian Kimber's looking up the inside of Jaden Bond into hairpin number 1, late on the brakes. Bond will try the up and under. They'll run side by side down into hairpin 2, but Kian Kimber has the inside line. Up and under attempt again from Jaden Bond. Will bring him on the outside line once more, down into pylon, and he'll have to give that one up, and he does. Kian Kimber's through into 5th place. Nice move from Kian. But again, up and under, they'll run side by side through on the exit there into the final corner. Nice move from Jaden Bond, and he forces his way back through. Great racing between those two, and now David Kyoka's on the scene as well. All that has done, though, is force them into a battle for 5th. They have dropped well and truly off of the top 4 now, as they all focus on their own race. And Kimber and Bond now battle over P5. Kimber looks up the inside again there, down at hairpin number 1. They run side by side into hairpin number 2. Kimber can't get the up and under, though, and will have to settle back into 5th place. As I said, Kyoka's gone with them. Who's the other driver with them? Sebastian Meyer there as well, then Chase Wilmington and Ted Fry. So still a potential for a top 5 for Fry, as there's Kyoka trying to fight with Kian Kimber as well. As they headed down there through the final couple of corners. That would have been a close one there. But Kyoka backs out of it. Can't quite get the move done just yet. Freddie Williams and Dominic Uzak still nose to tail as they try and chase down that group as well, with Ted Fry at the back of it. Well, Harry Grant has gone with Jensen Kula. They have been dropping Brandon Laxko for the last couple of laps, and now they're starting to drop Callum Ryan as well. So Grant and Kula starting to just gap the rest of the field at the sharp end. It was just less than half a second back to Callum Ryan on the last lap. What's it going to be now as they head on to lap number 6? It's just over 6/10, so about a 10.5 gain on the last lap by the two leaders, continuing to put a bit of fresh air between themselves and 3rd and 4th place. But if Grant and Kula start battling, it'll be moments until they're back on the scene yet again. Huge score for 5th and contact! Kyoka's off, up and over the back there. Goes the 19 of Sebastian Meyer. They all closed up on each other into the braking zone. What a shame. And that's ripped the side pod off of David Kyoka. He's holding it in his hand. And that'll be David back to pit lane. I think he knows he can't drive around with it like that. Race over for Kyoka. What a shame there. They all closed up nose to tail there through hairpin number 1. There was going to be inevitable contact of the drivers in the middle of that train, and that's exactly what happened. Just a shame for Kyoka. He's the one nursing the injury from it. Battle is on for the race lead, though. Lovely exit there through Regis Elbow from Harry Grant. He nearly pulled alongside Jensen Kula. But Kula able to block the move and keeps himself in the lead for now. Kian Kimber now trying to find a way through on Jaden Bond. He's got a lovely exit out of hairpin number 2, and he's got the place. Brilliant overtake there from Kian Kimber, and he's now up into the top 5. He's now the one leading that decently sized train. So Bond now behind him in 6th, and Wilmington and Fry going with them as well, courtesy of Meyer and Kyoka dropping out of this one. Well, Meyer has continued in 11th place, but yes, David Kyoka out of the race. A real shame for David. Well, Harry Grant, we're all watching and waiting, Harry. When are you going to go for this? He's on the tail of Jensen Kula still, but we know Kula is a tough nut to crack, is Kula. And as I say, he's the only driver out of any classes so far today still on for a perfect day. He would love 200 from a possible 200 points from today with Jensen Kula. Easier said than done, though, especially when you've got a driver from the British Kart Championships bearing down on you. They head into hairpin number 1 once more. Grant doesn't feel he's quite close enough to make the move down the inside there. Nice exit through to hairpin 2, but again, just not quite close enough. As late up the inside there. Wilmington there under pressure from the 26 of Ted Fry. Fry just about able to avoid contact there on Wilmington through hairpin number 1. And they continue on. Well, after getting through, Kean Kimber has started to gap Jaden Bond there in 5th place. And Bond now falling into the clutches of Wilmington and Fry. So the battle for 6th, I think, going to begin pretty soon. Still just less than 2 minutes left to go on the clock. Kula still under a lot of pressure, but we know he deals with pressure very well, does Jensen. We saw in heat number 1, he was under pressure for the entirety of that race. Never skipped a beat. Absolutely metronomic on his pace. Never made a mistake. Never gave any opportunities to the drivers behind him. And held on to the lead through to the checkered flag. That's what he's trained for, and that's what he's trying to do here in the final as well. Wilmington looking for a move there on Ted Fry as they head down into pylon once again. Wilmington and Fry looking to get past Jaden Bond, my apologies. Wilmington and Fry both looking quick. And Jaden Bond, at the moment, keeping them behind, doing a nice job of it. But still time for things to change. Now, both Callum Ryan and Brandon Laxgo are in absolute no man's land in 3rd and 4th, respectively. And as I say, Kean Kimber sort of finds himself in the same place now. They're in 5th. As Wilmington all over the back. Fry looking up the inside again of Wilmington there through hairpin number 1. It's not going to happen. And behind as well, Williams and Uzak still nose to tail. Those two have got to know each other very well in this race. Having that contact on lap number 1 and then being nose to tail ever since then. On to a new lap we go then with 30 seconds left to go. So this is on to the penultimate lap of the race for Kula and Grant. Only 1,900 metres of this race left to go here. And Kula has broken clear by about a kart length. That is exactly what he needs to do at this point in the race. If he can keep that gap, he won't be under any pressure here over the last couple of laps. As that battle for 6th still raging on. Wilmington trying to find a way through. And anytime Wilmington backs out of a move, Ted Fry goes, oh, go on then, I'll get involved. And they haven't chased around those 3, but it's looking like surely they will over the final lap. Speaking of final lap, on we go. Last 950 metres started by Jensen Kula. He's led this one from lights out. And he's only got 1 lap to hold on to it. He's a little bit wide there into Regis Elbow, but no real issue. Harry Grant is not close enough to make a move here. They are closing in on the back marker, the 77, that is a Max Saunders. So hopefully there won't be any hold-ups here down into the final sector. As the leaders come through to put a lap on Max. Down through they go. Battle for 6th still continuing on. Wilmington still trying to find a way through on Bond. But our top 2 leaders now in behind the back marker. This is going to get a bit close as all back marker is shoved out the way there by Kula. It'll end up being a run to the line. He'll cover it off from Grant. They will run to the line. Grant's nearly chunked off into the grass. That was so close under the gantry. But Kula hangs onto it by 0.5 of a second there. But he did wallop into the rear bumper there of the back marker. So there's a potential for a nose cone there for Kula. Maybe, I don't know. Either way, a perfect race from Jensen Kula. He couldn't have driven that more perfectly if he tried. Brilliant race. Kept Harry Grant at arm's length. Dropped the rest of the pack. And then in the dying couple of laps, just gapped him enough to make sure there wasn't any cheeky opportunities given to Harry Grant. Kula holds on to it and he wins on the road ahead of Grant and Ryan, your top 3, then followed by Laxgo and Kimber, then Bond, Wilmington, Fry, Williams and Ooze at the top 10, and then behind them Meyer and Saunders, and of course sadly we lost David Kioka earlier on in that one. But Honda Cadet draws to a close then, and Jensen Kula, of course, provisionally has done the perfect day here at Rye House. Pole position, wins both the heats and the final. A very well done to Jensen Kula. Well, there we go then. Honda's done and dusted. It is Micromax coming up next for their final. Well, after a brief pause there, we get back underway for the finals here at round number 4 of the Rye House Kart Club. Micromax up next. Let's have a look at the grid for this one. Caio Vieira and Leo Hunt on the front row for this one. Tommy Lovejoy and Ezra Robinson-Matthews on row 2. AJ Hillel and Cooper Galloway on row 3. Then row 4, Lucas Otley Thistlethwaite and Ayastor Pierstis, and Ralph Dempsey rounds out the grid of 9 there. All on his own, sadly for Ralph, on row number 5. Well then, let's see how we go for this one. Vieira, Hunt and Lovejoy have all been in the lead at some point today. They've all been mightily impressive. And so have plenty of other drivers as well. Hillel seems to get really good starts. Let's see if he gets one in this one. We're underway. Let's go then for the Micromax final. Drivers fly on down to Stadium Bend for the first time, but who will be leading? Well, they come back into my view. It is Caio Vieira ahead of Tommy Lovejoy and AJ Hillel. He has had another good start. Into third place he goes. Leo Hunt is down to 5th. Has a very poor start, but shuffled to the barriers almost there. We're almost 4 wide down into hairpin number 2. Hillel's into second. Cooper Galloway's getting involved. There's Robinson-Matthews back through on the exit. Lovejoy trying to hang it around the outside of AJ Hillel. It's so close and contact into the barrier. Massive off. That is Robinson-Matthews and Galloway making contact. And Robinson-Matthews hits the tyre barrier on the outside. I hope he's all okay. That was an odd angle to hit the barriers there. I hope he's all right. That might be aching in the ribs tomorrow for Robinson-Matthews. But I hope he is all okay. Parked up. I think he's getting back underway. Let's see if he comes straight back into pits or whether he does continue on. Either way, what a perfect start for Caio Vieira then. He's already scampered off in this one. Robinson-Matthews is continuing. Good to see. Little soldier Robinson-Matthews carrying on. What a young chap he is. That was a big wallop into the barriers there. Good to see he's all okay. And not only that, he's carrying on with the race. Fair play. But yeah, those drivers, all 4 of them were so close down through pylon. There was surely going to be contact, and there was. Sadly, the other driver involved in the contact is into pit lane. Cooper Galloway is out of the race then. What a shame. Another driver who's been really impressive so far today is Cooper Galloway, but he's out of this one. Leo Hunt's up the inside, late on the brakes, and he's round. Leo Hunt spins down at hairpin number 1. He tries for the move there on AJ Hillel, but he second-guessed himself under brakes there. I think he sort of realised he'd left it a bit too late, tried to get it stopped without careening into the side of Hillel. And the only way to do that was to chuck himself off into the scenery. And that is Leo Hunt down to the back of the order. What a shame. Into 7th place that'll be for Leo. And after what has been such an awesome day for him, it all goes wrong in the final. Well, Tommy Lovejoy in 2nd place has just got the fastest lap of the race. He is hunting down Caio Vieira. 39.9 on the last lap for Lovejoy. 40.3 for Caio Vieira. It was 4.5 tenths quicker on the last lap from Tommy Lovejoy. That is a huge margin to catch the race leader. And Lovejoy as well, he's got the added benefit is that he's all on his own chasing down Caio Vieira. AJ Hillel's there in 3rd place, but he's a good further 2 seconds or so behind. So he might be able to get involved if the top 2 really start squabbling. But at least for the initial attempt at the race lead, I think Lovejoy will be all on his own in his attacks. And you can see, just visually, how much Tommy has closed in over that last lap. And Vieira will know it. He'll check over the shoulder and think, oh, right, okay, he's right there now. Might need to start doing some defending. Well, Leo Hunt's making his way back through the order. He's back through on Ralph Dempsey. And now he gets the move done on Ayastor Pierstis as well, down into hairpin number 1. So he's back through into 5th place then is Leo. He's got a bit of time, though, to chase down Lucas Otley Thistlethwaite in 4th. It's been a great final for Lucas. He's been a silent predator in this one, cutting his way through the pack, gaining loads of positions, and now up into the top 4. This will be a good result from him in the final if he can hold it there. But as we say, he has now got the charging Leo Hunt, looking to close up behind him. Well, Lovejoy's almost on the scene now, isn't he? Still a kart length or 2 to find here on Caio Vieira. But again on the last lap, it was another 3.5 tenths gained for Tommy and another fastest lap. 39.6 versus a 39.9 of Vieira ahead. So Vieira's still getting faster as well. And now, look at that. Checks over the shoulder out the final corner. Vieira very well aware of Lovejoy's presence behind him. 0.2 of a second between the 2 of them as they come across the line to start a new lap. Vieira's going to cover the inside line down into hairpin number 1. Forces Lovejoy to the outside. Lovejoy's got a nice exit though. Will he go for the inside into hairpin number 2? No, he might look for the up and under. A little bit too deep into the corner. Can't get it done that time. And we'll have to sit in behind and rethink that one, will Tommy. And still, nice battle continuing on between Ayastor Pirstis and Ralph Dempsey as well. Those two battling over P6 at the moment. And Robinson Matthews still driving his race in no man's land. A shame for him to be out of this one so early on, but good to see him continuing to press on round this Rye House Kart Raceway, even if it's only a test session in the end. Certainly isn't at the sharp end though. Lovejoy's looking for it again. But once more, Vieira sends him to the outside line. Can he get the run this time? No. Vieira covers it off down at hairpin number 2. The up and under better this time, though, from Lovejoy. He will pull alongside, but it would be bold to hang it all the way around the outside. He's going to try. Not quite. Vieira carries the speed and keeps the lead. Out of the final corner they come yet again, then. Absolutely locking horns here are Vieira and Lovejoy. Vieira covering off the inside line again as they head down into Stadium Bend. And Vieira doing a nice job here, dealing with the pressure and covering off the moves from Tommy Lovejoy. I want to check their lap times, but I don't dare look away. Lovejoy again trying the up and under. I don't think the exit's quite as good this time. Again, he's on the outside line for Pylon, and again, he has to back out of it. That one's not going to work. Well, yeah, on the last lap, AJ Halil was 3/10 quicker than both of the drivers ahead, and there's still 2 minutes left to go in this race. Don't count AJ Halil out of this leading battle as well. A little bit more time lost for the top two, and AJ could be right on the scene. Good to see AJ as well out racing in Super 1 at GYG the other weekend. He was racing well as there's so much contact between the two leaders down into the braking zone. Vieira covering off the inside line, and yet Tommy fair to that. Fair play to Tommy. He realised he made a bit too much contact on corner entry there. And if he got the move done on corner exit, he might have the rule book thrown at him. So he backs out of it and sticks in behind as well. Well done. Good heads-up driving there from Tommy Lovejoy. So he's only got himself a contact warning for his troubles and nothing more serious. Round the final corner they come on to lap number 11 now of this race. With still just over a minute left to go on the clock. Gap to Halil drops by another 0.3 of a second. But it is still 2 seconds back to AJ Halil. They're not battling enough here for Halil to get involved at the moment anyway. Let's wait and see. Again, Vieira. Brilliant job this is from Vieira to keep Lovejoy behind. He's going one way, then the other, and still can't quite get the door open on Kai Vieira here. As down they go into Pylon and Complex Nouvelle once again. It will be Kai who leads us on to another lap then. So I'm trying to spot. Yeah, so Kai Vieira is yet to win a final this season here in Micro Max at the Rye House Kart Club. Tommy Lovejoy's got one, Leo Hunt's got one, and Hugo Senna has got one as well. So Lovejoy's looking for his second final victory of the season, and Kaio's looking for his first. He's been very impressive throughout this season. He's got a second, a DNF, and a third in the finals so far this season, has Kaio. On the podium 2 out of 3 times, but he wants to be on the top step of it. And he's doing his best to try and stay there, but my goodness, the pressure being put on from Tommy Lovejoy is something else. Round the final corner they go. The timer's going to tick to 0. This is going to be the final lap of the race. It's on the gantry. Here we go. 950 metres to sort out who is your victor in the final here in Micro Max. And Kai Vieira has led from lights out, but can he hold on? Lovejoy's looking for it. Down the outside, he's forced to go there at hairpin number 1. And again, looks for the up and under. Can't quite get enough alongside. Vieira gives him the room, though, and gets a nice exit out of hairpin number 2. Isn't even able to drag alongside. He does near the end of the straight, does Tommy, but it's not enough. Down through Pylon, into Complex Nouvelle. The opportunity's dwindling for Lovejoy. He's looking for it up the inside. They almost make contact, but it's not quite going to be enough. Up and under. They're going to run side by side to the line. There's a bit of contact. They're going to go to the line, and it's Vieira. Vieira gets it by 14 thousandths of a second. What a race between Vieira and Lovejoy, but Vieira gets his first final victory of the season. Well done to Caio Vieira, weathering the storm there from some serious attacks from Tommy Lovejoy, but Lovejoy not quite able to get it. How close do you want it? 14 thousandths across the line, and Lovejoy should still be very happy with that second place. He fought valiantly across that race, and AJ Halil, a good result from him there in third place. Behind him, Leo Hunt, good recovery drive there to P4. I know he'll still be frustrated with that one, but still some good points considering there for Leo. Behind him, Lucas Otley Thistlethwaite, then Ralph Dempsey and Aya Stopiersis, and then the last few finishers, Ezra Robinson Matthews, of course. Ezra and Cooper Galloway coming together, a real shame in that one. Cooper out of the race. Ezra managed to drag it through to the checkered flag, but a good 30 seconds off of the race leaders. A shame for him to end the day like that. But there we go. These things happen in racing. Micromax is done. It's Rotax Inter who are up next. Their final starts in a couple of moments. Oh, you fucker. Oh, sorry, I just read a string near me there. Yeah, it's a spider. Spider on a video I'm watching. I forgot you guys didn't hear me. I don't like spiders. Oh, right. Hello, everyone. Oh, I'm so sorry I missed all that love in the live chat across those finals. That's totally my bad. Go River, love your uncle and family down under. I will make sure to give these shout-outs on the speakers, so they'll be able to hear it when the next race comes out. Love for Jax, love for Chase, love for Ezra. Thank you guys, really appreciate all your support in the live chat. Apologies I missed that during the race, that's totally my fault. But yeah, they will have finished their racing now, so hopefully they'll be able to hear it on the tannoy when I give them a little shout out. Just waiting for the Rotax Inters to head out. As speak of the Devils, there they are. Off we go then, into Rotax final, about to get underway. Now, just before I run through the grid, we have had so many people in the live chat wishing lots of love to all the drivers out there, which I've stupidly missed before the races started, so apologies. David saying, go River, love your uncle and family down under. So River to Giorgio Miller, your uncle and family down under, supporting you on the live stream. Debbie Norris says, go Jackson, go Chase, the two Woolmingtons. We've seen both of those racing already, so big love to them. And there was lots of love to Ezra as well in the chat. Of course, sadly, race going away from Ezra, but lots of love for him in the live chat. Grid for this one then. Akil Nungianone and TJ McLeish on the front row with James Carver and Rio Panayutu on row 2. Simeone and Oucher on row 3. Poloskov and Abdeen on row 4. Griffin and Stonebrook on row 5. 10 drivers taking to the start here and into Rotax. Can we do it first time? No, we can't. Chevron flag is on the gantry. Even I got myself too excited then. No, we will go round again for another attempt at the race start then for your Inter Rotax final. But what a day it's been for Akil Nungianone. He's been mightily impressive, has Akil. Real stand-out performance from today, not only in his class, but across the classes. He has been brilliant. I'm just checking, because I'm pretty sure it's his first ever Rye House Kart Club round. I've definitely commentated over him in something else. I can't remember when. But the name I recognise 100%. But no, first race of the season here at... first round of the season, I should say, for Akil. And wow, he's been doing a great job, has Akil. Fantastic to see. And starting this one from pole position. TJ McLeish alongside him on that front row, with Carver and Panayutu behind as well. Right then, second time of asking. We do go racing this time. It's pedal to the metal. Let's go down into Stadium Bend for the first time in the Inter Rotax final. And who leads on the exit? It's McLeish. McLeish has got a lovely start. TJ McLeish is into the lead. Giannone loses it down through the first couple of corners. Carver's there in third. Panayutu in fourth. Simeone then fifth. And there's squabbles in behind as well. The 145 and the 88 there, all shuffling around. Abdeen dropping behind Griffin there. So that's Ronnie Griffin making up a place on that race start. Nice move down at hairpin number 1, I think it was, on Mohamed Umar Abdeen. But to the end of lap number 1, then, oh, no spin! Who's that that's gone round? Is that Outram, potentially? It is the 52 of Harrison Outram. He's out of the race, I think. He's parked up there at the final corner, and it doesn't look like he's going anywhere particularly quickly. Hangs his head in frustration, but I have to take my eyes off him because there's moves going on at the front. James Carver's through into second place. Well, look at this. Who could have predicted this on the first couple of laps of this race? Giannone surely we thought would scamper off with this one, as he has done in previous races today, but no. The drivers around him are bringing the heat in the final, and this is turning into a brilliant race. Out the final corner come the leaders then. It's McLeish from Carver, Giannone, Panayutu and Simeone, your top 5. It looks as though Harrison Outram still sat in the cart there at the final corner. I hope Harrison's all okay. We saw him get spun around there at the final corner. It didn't look like too much of a heavy impact, but you just never know. It can be at an awkward angle and just causes a bit of discomfort. So I hope that Harrison's all okay there at the final corner, just being tended to by our fantastic marshals here at Rye House. They are honestly some of the best that I work with around the country. Absolutely lovely lads and ladies who work here at Rye House, always doing a fantastic job. And just local yellows down there through the last couple of corners, just making sure that Harrison is all okay. But on we go then, on to lap number 4 of this race, and it's Panayutu, the quickest out of our leading 5. A quintuplet once again at the sharp end, and Panayutu's bringing their heat. But he's got his teammate just ahead of him at the moment. Giannone behind Carver, behind McLeish. Well, this is the first time today that TJ McLeish has been leading. And what better time to be doing it, hey TJ? Well, the only better time would be the last lap of this race, but we've not seen that yet, so there's still potential for it, TJ. He's in the perfect seat at the moment, isn't he? Leading the train, but a lot of pressure from some very talented drivers in his wheel tracks. Down into Stadium Bend we go once more. Bit of contact there between Giannone and Carver. Not too much, just a little lean there from Giannone as they headed out of Stadium Bend. And let's see, does Panayutu just sit behind Giannone here and wait for him to do something? Or does at some point Panayutu go, I'm done waiting, I'm going for it? Let's wait and see. Good squabble further down the order as well. That is Ronnie Griffin, Oliver Stonebrook and Mohamed Umar Abdeen having a nice battle. That is for 7th place, that is. Those two squabbling well. Poloskov sadly finds himself in a bit of no man's land. He's about 1.5 seconds off the back of Santiago Simeone, who himself is dropping off the leading pack. Move up the inside. Giannone's through. Nicely done on Carver. Carver tries the up and under. They go side by side into hairpin number 2. And again, that up and under isn't going to work. Well, he pulls alongside, to be fair. But again, round the outside at pylon, difficult one to get done. And Carver can't do it this time. We'll have to slot back in behind as Giannone gave the point forward there down the back straight. Why are you trying to repass me? Let's go and get TJ McLeish. Well, they've finally done that now, settling back in. Giannone into 2nd, Carver down into 3rd. And now the two teammates with a cart between them once more. And Giannone now the one leading the charge on your race leader of TJ McLeish. As I say, Giannone's first time here at the Rye House Kart Club. What a great debut here at RHKC. Great to have him out there racing and getting more drivers involved in the leading squabble. I'm never going to say no to that. But so far this season, 2 final victories for Panayutu and 1 for Simeone. Will we have another new one today? Could be McLeish, could be Giannone, could be Carver. All 3 of those have never got a final win. And then it's Panayutu in 4th and Simeone in 5th, who both have some victories so far in the finals this season. And Panayutu now all over the back of James Carver. After getting that move done, Giannone has just been able to drop Carver by a couple of kart lengths or 2, but he's got a further couple of kart lengths ahead to TJ McLeish. So it's going to be the metronomic pace of the next couple of laps that decides how this one plays out through to the checkered flag. TJ has done a beautiful job of this one, though, after getting the move done down at Stadium Bend on the first lap. He's just managed the pressure really nicely at the front. But now it is proven race winner from earlier in the day, Akil Giannone, who's the one breathing down his neck. Let's see if TJ McLeish can be the one to weather the storm and take his first final victory of the season. Of course, he only joined us around 3 for the first time this season, did TJ, with 190 points. So a very good day it was for TJ. And he's looking for a final victory here at round number 4. But Giannone is really closing up to his rear bumper now as he gets a nice exit at hairpin number 1, and McLeish has to defend. That's how good enough that exit was, and Giannone's got the cut back on the exit. We're going to go side by side. It's a pylon here. Up the inside holds McLeish, and he keeps it. Aggressive from TJ McLeish, and he keeps the lead. That had to be done there from TJ. I think if Giannone got ahead there, he might have just started to scamper off. TJ had to get his elbows out, and he did. He's sharpened those Spanish archers, and he holds on to the lead. And that bit of squabbling has allowed for Carver and Panayutu to close up a little bit, but still, they're not there at all. Looking for the switchback there. Tried the switchback to Giannone, but McLeish had it covered off, just about. That was almost quite a bit of contact there as Giannone went into the back of McLeish, but they did well to avoid serious contact there at hairpin 1. And they both live to fight another day. And again, squabbling between these two, Carver and Panayutu are back on the scene. I think at open air pace, McLeish and Giannone have got this one covered. But with Giannone starting to attack, McLeish feeling the need to defend, and then is bringing those two back into the fray as well. That might not be a bad strategy to play for McLeish, actually. Just defend aggressively and back Giannone into Carver and Panayutu. That might not be a bad strategy here. Giannone's going to look for a nice exit out of hairpin number 2. Not quite going to come, not as good as last lap for sure. And they stay as they were once again. I do not know how this one is going to play out. We've got 30 seconds left to go on the clock, ladies and gentlemen. We will head onto the penultimate lap of this race. And it's McLeish from Giannone, Carver and Panayutu still your top 5. Simeone has still sadly fallen off of this squabble. Unless serious chaos at the sharp end, he's not going to be involved in this one. Panayutu's up the inside. Late on the brakes into hairpin 1, and Panayutu's through into 3rd. What a place to do it. What a time to do it for Panayutu on the penultimate lap. Well, it's now the two teammates line astern here in 2nd and 3rd as they look to hunt down the privateer of TJ McLeish. I'm sure his dad would be ecstatic to see him win here at Rye House after what happened at Super 1 at GYG. TJ McLeish makes his return to kart racing only a couple of weeks later, and he's leading the final as we go on to the final lap. McLeish defends down into hairpin number 1, sends Giannone the long way round. Giannone gives him a push into the corner. Panayutu's going to try and get involved here as well, but it's inside line for McLeish. Bit of a wallop there from Panayutu onto his teammate. Giannone goes wide, drops into 3rd. Will try and go back up the inside of Panayutu, but can't. It's Panayutu into 2nd. McLeish still leading as we head into the final couple of corners. This will be a run from the exit here. Can Panayutu do anything? No! It's TJ McLeish who wins in the final into Rotax. What a race from all the drivers there in the top 4, but TJ McLeish getting the lead on the first couple of corners and holding it from there. He's an ecstatic chap behind the wheel, and as he should be. Very well done to TJ McLeish, and he wins on the road. Panayutu through to 2nd there on the final lap past Giannone. That was nicely done. So Giannone ends up 3rd in all of that, with Carver, sadly for James, just off of the podium in 4th. Following them, Santiago Simeone, Philip Poloskov, Oliver Stonebrook, Mohamed Umar Abdeen, Ronnie Griffin, and then Harrison Outram as well, who still sat in his cart down at the final corner. I hope Harrison's all okay after that moment earlier on in the race. But as we collect him up and get the circuit sorted after that one, it is 3 more finals still left to come, ladies and gentlemen. 4 down, 3 to go. And up next is Junior Rotax. This should be interesting. 24 drivers taking to the track. Who is going to win? Not too long to find out. Junior Rotax drivers out onto the circuit then. Their final coming up in a moment's time. Let's have a look at the grid. I'm just getting it to load on my laptop. There we go. Tigran Gregorian's on pole position for this one, with Tyler Mason-Gray alongside him on the front row. Then it's Jamie Richards and Ronnie Jones on row 2, Ayrton Rye and Liam Crosby on row 3. Row 4, Leon Canellas and Harry Surge, and Timmy Shahidi and Harvey Watts round out the top 10. They're followed by Lucas Hilton and Dylan Suresh, Edward Jones and Luke Weavers, and then Roddy Chapman, Tudor Gianta, Charlie Hamilton, Susanna Mikolovska, Vinnie Cunningham, Mia Minot, Lachlan McDougall, Tyler Nickelbean, Mason O'Connor and Felix Jolly. Right then, no, we're not starting. That always happens. I rush through the grid and we don't go to a race start. Chevron flag on the gantry, understandably so. Back of the field a little bit more spaced out than the front of it. Drivers will head on round for another warm-up lap in this one. Oh, partially that reason, I think, but also partially we've got someone parked up out of Stadium Bend. I've only just spotted that. Looks as though they've got back underway, though, which is good. And they will rejoin their place in the order. Is that Mia Minute again? It is the 73 of Mia Minute. So, of course, we saw her out of the race, I think it was Heat 2, with a mechanical issue for Mia. Looked as though she might not make the final because of a mechanical issue there, but she has managed to get the kart restarted. And she draws on back rounds. Now, she should have been 20th on the grid, but doesn't seem to be retaking her grid position at the moment, so maybe we'll just stay at the back, I assume. Drivers continuing on round then, 2 by 2. Gregorian and Mason Gray on the front row of the grid. Mason Gray, of course, benefiting from the red flag and the restart in heat number 2. He would have dropped way down the order if it wasn't for that. Oh, Mia Minot is into the pits. She is out of the race. But are we getting the race underway then? Drivers look to the lights. Red lights go out. We're racing here in Junior Rotax and we fly down to the first couple of corners once again. Gregorian versus Mason Gray. Who's got it? It's Mason Gray. Tyler grabs the lead early on here. Gregorian already looking to repass to the outside line. It's hairpin number 2. Contact! Big contact and a big off for the 12. One driver into the wall. The 12 did very well there not to make bigger contact with the 14 and the 22. Fantastic kart control there from Felix Jolly. Brilliant from Felix Jolly. That could have been a monster of a crash if Felix wasn't so aware of what is going on around him there. That was brilliant from Felix. The 22 and the 14 getting caught up. That was Tyler Nickelbean and Tudor Gianta. We got the 246 out of the race as well. Or is that the 240 maybe of Timmy Shahini? It is. The 240 of Shahini's out. And then we've also got another driver below my commentary box window. I can't quite see the number though, so I can't quite tell who that is. But a good, I'd say 4 drivers already out of this race. And there's another one into pit lane out of this one as well. So drivers falling by the wayside in this one. But it is Mason Gray in the lead as we head on to lap number 3. Mason Gray from Gregorian, Jones, Richards, Crosby, Canellas, Rye, Search, Watts, Weavers, your top 10. Yellow flags down through Regis Elbow. Driver's got to be very careful. But back to green flag, into the hairpins we go. Absolutely nose to tail here at the sharp end. It was the 33 who was in the barriers. That was Ronnie Chapman out of the race as well. So we lost a few from this one, as I say. Ronnie's kart just getting pushed out of harm's way, and we can go back to green flag down through Stadium and Regis Elbow. But already a race of, well, I was going to say a race of attrition. Not really. Just a race of contact calamities and crashes so far for a few of our drivers. As there's a move up the inside for 4th place. Super late on the brakes. There a contact between Ayrton Rye and Leon Canellas. Canellas hops up and gives the sarcastic clap to Ayrton Rye, does Leon Canellas. Not very happy with Ayrton Rye's move there, I don't think. And Leon drops all the way to the back of the pack. We've got another driver off exit of Stadium Bend. That is the 12 of Felix Jolly. So I'm surprised he's carried on, to be honest, because how hard he whacked his rear right corner into the drivers who had made contact through Regis Elbow. I thought it would have 1000% be a broken or bent axle. But he's carrying on, to be fair to him. I don't think that car is quite playing ball. Yeah, no, he's giving the no, no, let's not continue sign. Yeah, definitely nursing some injuries from that earlier collision was Felix. And there he does pull into pit lane. Well, Tudor Gianta still lapping around. Tudor checks over the shoulder, can see that the leaders are bearing down on them. And I think Tudor would be smart here to just pull over to the side somewhere and let the whole pack go through. Going to do that down into the first hairpin. You don't want to be too unpredictable, though. The drivers all dive to the inside line. Tudor doing a good job there to keep out of the way, or just about there, as Ayrton Rye used all of the exit. Well, we saw Canellas wasn't very happy with Rye's move. There's been no warnings and no investigation, so clearly the stewards disagree. And a racing incident there between those two. As it was side pod to side pod contact, it was the wheels making contact that caused the hop for Canellas. As there, Tudor Gianta now goes into the pit, so we have officially lost 4 drivers from this race. Or 5 drivers from this race, because Timmy Shahini didn't make it to the race start. So we've lost Shahini, Gianta, Jolly, Chapman and Nickelbean from this race. It is still Tyler Mason-Gray leading the way, though. He got past Gregorian at the first time of asking down at Stadium Bend, and he hasn't looked back since. Saying that, though, he's not driven away with it. Gregorian and Jones still absolutely on his tail. And then Jones's teammate, they're in 4th. That's Jamie Riches. He's got Liam Crosby and Ayrton Rye with him as well. So top 6 still very close together at the sharp end. Technical defect for the 128. That's Leon Canellas. Mechanical flag for Leon Canellas. His final goes from bad to worse, sadly, for Leon, and he shakes his head in disbelief. Canellas is out of the race then, confirmed. A real shame for Leon. As Ayrton still getting stuck in with those drivers battling over 4th, all over the back of Liam Crosby as they check up with Jamie Riches there through Complex Duvel and into Pit Bend. Under the gantry we go then, on to lap number 10 of this race. How long do we have left? 3 minutes still to go on the clock. Still plenty of time for things to change here. But Gregorian has fallen back enough here where Tyler Mason-Gray does not need to feel under any pressure, but driver behind certainly did. Jamie Riches gets absolutely sent there down at hairpin number 2. Crosby goes through, and as Riches goes wide, Ayrton Rye slips on by as well. Not too far back from them to Harry Search and Harvey Watts as they look to close in now. Harry Search clearly having a good race in the final then, in 7th place at the moment. He's getting 1 spot from 8th on the grid. Do we have any big movers in this one? Yes, we do. Vinnie Cunningham is up 9 places in this race so far. From 19th on the grid to 10th at the moment is Vinnie. And he's now pulling away from the pack he was just involved in. That's headed up now by the number 13, that is. Who is that on the number 13? I've not got a 13, so I must be blind. Oh, it's the 43. What am I talking about? It's Edward Jones, of course, heading that up. So it's then Edward Jones, Luke Weavers, Lucas Hilton and Charlie Hamilton in that group. Mason O'Connor's there with them as well. So a good squabble between those drivers as well. Gregorian's under pressure here, though. Jones is sizing up a move. You can see he's getting it ready. It's Ayrton Rye. Big contact from Ayrton Rye. Down into hairpin number 1. Makes a big wallop into the side there of the 2-2-1, that is, of Jamie Riches. Rye and Riches come together in a similar fashion that Rye and Canellas came together as well. Down at hairpin number 1. That one was a bit heavier contact there, and honestly, Jamie Riches was pretty lucky not to flip there, given how that contact was made. Rye's continuing on, but I think he's not too happy. Something's amiss with the cart underneath him now after that contact, and yeah, he's dropping down the order like a stone. There's a black flag now out for Leon Canellas, as he's not heeded the mechanical flag shown to him earlier on, and yeah, I can see that the steering is broken on Ayrton Rye's kart. He's turning to the left to go straight, which is not ideal. Definitely not conducive of good lap time, sadly, for Ayrton. He is now out of the race, as Leon Canellas does now come into the pits as well. So, falling by the wayside again. What a final. Jamie Riches. Okay. Jamie Riches is under investigation for that one. Don't know about that one, but I can only see from one point of view. So, either way, Riches is under investigation for that incident with Rye. And, yeah, Rye out of the race then, dropping down the order. To be fair, Ayrton's still lapping, but, yeah, not able to find any sort of pace like they had earlier on in this one. Well, Mason-Gray goes on to a new lap with 10 seconds left to go. So this will be the penultimate lap of the race. Ronnie Jones has just got the fastest lap, though. Fastest lap for Ronnie Jones, a 35.577, but only a couple of hundredths quicker than Gregorian ahead of him. I'm not sure this is going to change here over the last couple of laps. Ronnie Jones is going to have to find something special here to get into second place. And barring a mistake here from Tyler Mason-Gray, he's got one hand on the trophy already here in Junior Rotax. Through we go, on to the final lap of the race here in the Junior Rotax final at round number 4 of the Rye House Kart Club. Mason-Gray leads us onto it ahead of Gregorian and Jones. Will Jones go for it? No, he loves that move up the inside into hairpin number 1, but feels he's too far back this time. As actually Liam Crosby's just taken the fastest lap in 4th. Oh, if it wasn't the fastest lap, eh, Liam? Well, on we go. Still Mason-Gray with a hand on this. He's dealt with the last lap very nicely. Not feeling the pressure from the drivers behind. He'll lead us through the final corner. And Tyler Mason-Gray wins in the final here in Junior Rotax at round number 4. Took the lead at the first corner and never looked back since. A win for Mason-Gray. Second for Tigran Gregorian. And third for Ronnie Jones. Good racing between all those three, but not able to find a way through on Tyler there. Fastest lap on the last lap as well went to Tigran Gregorian. He's had a very impressive showing today, I must say. But the win in the final goes to Mason-Gray. Behind them, it was Crosby, Search. Great race for Harry Search there to finish in the top 5. Followed by Watts, Suresh, Riches, Cunningham and Jones, your top 10. They were followed by Hilton, Weavers, O'Connor, Hamilton and McDougall. Then Rye and Mikolovska. That was the last of your finishers. We lost Leon Canellas, Tudor Gianta, Felix Jolly, Ronnie Chapman, Tyler Nickelbean and Timmy Shahini from that race. I think that was everyone, but it was honestly difficult to count because we had so many drivers out of that race. A calamitous start, to say the least, but Mason-Gray held on at the sharp end and took the win in the final there in Junior Rotax. 2 more finals left to go, ladies and gentlemen. The seniors and then the 177s. 2 more 8-minute plus 1 lap races still to come. Do not go anywhere. These are going to be very exciting. We clear the drivers then off of the racetrack who had less than ideal finals in that one. And as soon as that's all sorted, we'll see our senior Rotax drivers out onto the circuit for their final time today. very brief pause, but I think we're about ready to go. I hope you're all ready. Watching trackside, here we go, Senior Rotax final. About to get underway then. Anthony Parfitt lines up on pole position for this one, with Mario Smith alongside him on the front row. Quite a topsy-turvy grid on this one. This should be interesting. Thomas Assaud and Jasper North are on row 2, with Chloe Kundozik and Matthew Kendall on row 3. Ollie Mann and Ryan Welsh are on row 4, with Taylor Jarrett and Bradley Keaton on row 5. Then Carson Fernandez, Josh Parry and Antonio Sholin, your 13 drivers on the field for this one. So watch out for Ryan Welsh, Taylor Jarrett definitely coming through from 8th and 9th respectively. Keaton, Fernandez all very quick as well. Let's see how we go for this one. What's going on at the sharp end of the order? I think Anthony Parfitt's trying to get the jump, and he has. Parfitt's got a lovely jump. Off we go then for the race start. Nope, chevron flag. It was too good of a jump. I thought so. I wasn't going to say anything, but that was very cheeky from Anthony Parfitt. They haven't quite seen the chevron flags just yet. They have now. They have now. Oh, Mario Smith just about sees that in time. Almost thought he made the most amazing double overtake for the lead, but sadly he just hadn't quite seen the chevron flag just yet. And they will get back into formation. An interesting tactic. I don't think I've seen that one before. Anthony holding back, and of course he's the one that decides when to go. So went for it before he'd even re-overtaken the driver in second place, and thus everyone on the anti-pole side of the grid got a shocking start in that one. Can understand why we've gone to the chevron flag in that race start. Let's see how Anthony takes this second attempt then. Does he try and do something similar again? Or does he leave it a bit more of a standard race start in this one? He's got the inside line for the first corner, so a decent jump should be enough. Off we go then, second attempt at the race start, and that one's just good enough there for Anthony Parfitt. He will hold on down to the first couple of corners. He does have the race lead through into Reg's elbow. A 3.63 there into second place. So Assaud's through into P2. Jarrett's all sort of squirrely under brakes there. I think he was loaded by a couple of people down into hairpin number 1. They all just about sort themselves out down into hairpin 2. Another big move up the inside. And that was Ryan Welsh making moves and getting places there. Round the outside into pylon. Lovely move there from the driver behind Ryan Welsh. I think that was Carson Fernandez. It was Fernandez showing us how it's done there with the move round the outside at pylon. And on we go to lap number 2. Parfitt at the sharp end, but very much being kept on the straight and narrow by the drivers chasing behind. Assaud in second. There is Welsh up the inside again. Up the inside this time on Jasper North. So into the top 5 goes, top 6 that is, as Jasper North had already been overtaken by Taylor Jarrett earlier in this lap. So Jarrett's up to 5th, Welsh to 6th, and now Carson Fernandez trying to steal 7th away from Jasper North. And he will get a nice exit. Does he pull far enough alongside? He's just about got enough of a nose cone alongside. Will look to send it up the inside and does. Through he goes as there's a move behind as well. That's Bradley Keaton getting past the 132. As oh dear, that's issues for the 84. Josh Parry looks to be having issues, and I think that's race over sadly for Josh. And as we were saying, Keaton getting the move done there on the 132. So that's Ollie Mann down into 10th. Keaton up into 9th. He does get a contact warning for his troubles, though. But Parfitt's still leading this one. Just over 6 minutes left to go. And yes, confirmed. Into the pit lane goes Josh Parry. He is out of the race. First DNF from this one so far. So still, as we said, Assaud second, Smith third. Kundazik's had a good start to this one there in 4th place. Up 1 spot from her starting position of 5th. But now, as Taylor Jarrett breathing down her neck. Started 9th in this one, did Taylor. So he's up 4 off of the race start. And Ryan Welsh started in 8th. So he's up 2 into 6th place. But both of those two now right onto the wheel tracks of Chloe Kundazik. She's going to be under a lot of pressure onto these next couple of laps as they head down through Stadium Bend once more. Down through into hairpin number 1. Not quite close enough for Taylor Jarrett, but now he gets attacked. Down into hairpin number 1. That was so late from Ryan Welsh. Thankfully, Jarrett spotted him there at the apex and gave him the room. That was a proper send from quite far back there from Ryan Welsh. Either way, he's taking no second attempts at moves. He's going for it to get his way to the sharp end to try and leave himself some time to scrap for the race win. Let's see if he can do it. Parfitt's now gotten 6 tenths ahead of Assaud. And now contact to Sound. Contact, second and third are off. Sound and Smith make contact down at Regis' elbow, and they're both off. Second and third place are off. So Kundarzik into second. That's Ryan Welsh back down the inside, as then Taylor Jarrett gets the up and under. So they changed again. Before that, then they changed again. So now Jarrett's back into third. Welsh down there in fourth. Kundarzik's up to second. Well, calamities there through Regis' elbow. Looked as though Mario Smith was trying to make the move on a Sound, getting the late apex for Stadium, but it wasn't enough. Contact was made, round they both went, and Mario Smith has got the contact warning from that. And Smith has dropped to 11th and a Sound to 12th. They've dropped right back to the bottom end of the order. That's a shame for both of them. Carson Fernandez now getting a move done. He's now through on Taylor Jarrett. So Jarrett has lost that momentum he had earlier on in the race. He was pressing through the order really nicely. But now that momentum's gone back the other way. And he's dropped behind Welsh. Now he's dropped behind Carson Fernandez as well. There was the re-overtake from Jarrett. But Jarrett was then overtaken once more by Ryan Welsh. And that slight loss of pace just meant that Carson Fernandez could pounce as well. So our three drivers who started further down the order, who I said you've got to keep your eyes on them, they're up in third, fourth and fifth place. Well, Chloe Kundarzik has dealt with this very impressively in second place. She is looking to keep these three behind, but they are really piling the pressure on now as we head through onto lap number 9 of this race. New fastest lap from Anthony Parfit. He has turned up the wick in this one and now is 3 seconds clear of that battle for second place. Down, big move from Ryan Welsh. Again, he loves that up the inside into hairpin number 1. Shuffles Kundarzik wide, and Kundarzik loses 3 places because of that. She gets spooked at the apex with Ryan diving in so late to the apex there at hairpin number 1. She gives in the room, loses her own exit speed though, and Fernandez and Jarrett dive on through as well. They go, yep, we'll take those positions. Thank you very much, Chloe. And Chloe sadly drops down into 5th place then. Bradley Keaton is almost on the scene as well. He's come through from 10th on the grid in this one. All still to play for. Here goes the move for second. Fernandez is up the inside. He's given Welsh a bit of his own medicine, but sadly he can't quite keep the manoeuvre. And Welsh able to scamper on by back to second place. He points ahead. He wants to work together. Okay, there is still just over 2 minutes left, but Anthony Parfit is still your fastest driver out there on circuit. He's only increased the gap since Welsh has been leading that train for second place. It's too late, Ryan, I think. It is too late. That gap's now 3.7 seconds between Parfit and Welsh. And now Keaton's on the scene as well. Keaton onto the rear bumper of Chloe Kundarzik. And Jasper North not too far off them as well. Well, what a race this has been in seniors. We said those drivers might come through. It has been a very interesting one, but Anthony Parfit, he was under a lot of pressure to begin with in this race, but then it was really that moment when Sound and Smith came together that gave him that nice breakaway, and he grabbed that with both hands, and he has cracked on through in the lead of the race ever since then. He's looking unwavered there, and he'll be able to see how far ahead he is of second place. And no, right, just keep hitting my markers and pressing on. There's no pressure on me. Despite that, Anthony Parfit is still putting in fastest lap after fastest lap. Another one, 34.7, fastest lap of the race. The chasing drivers behind, 34.8, 34.9, 34.9, fastest lap so far in this one. Parfit continues to extend his gap at the sharp end. It's now 4 seconds between Parfit and Welsh. I wanted to mention as well, we have got a few drivers under investigation this one. Thomas Sound is under investigation twice, which is impressive. And then Taylor Jarrett is also under investigation. So still potential for positions to change after this one. Remember, all the results I give you here on the tannoy, all very much provisional, do not forget. Well, bit of change for 5th place on the last lap as well. Keaton through on Kundarzik now as well. Was in second a few laps ago, but sadly getting overtaken by a few drivers, dropping her out of the top 5 now. Well, Parfit starts what I think will be the penultimate lap. It's going to be pretty close. I think it will just about be the penultimate lap, this one. And Welsh, he said he wanted to work together with Fernandez. Well, they have settled into some good pace, but it's been too long. There's been too much of the race gone for them to do anything with. this nice pace at the dying moments of the race. Timer has hit 0. Parfit leads us on to the last lap. It was always going to be a challenge for these drivers coming through from further down the order on the grid because of issues they've had in earlier races in the day. But still, to get through to the sharp end is very impressive. So 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th started in 8th, 11th, 9th, 10th respectively. Amazing from Ryan, Carson, Taylor and Bradley. They've all had brilliant finals in this race, but none of them could get close to Anthony Parfit. Here he comes round the final corner. Anthony Parfit will win in the senior Rotax final. He sees the checkered flag first, and even a relaxed celebration from Anthony. It was an easy one. He's chilled. He's taken the win yet again here in senior Rotax. A brilliant showing from him. And as I say, a very well done to 2nd place Ryan Welsh, 3rd for Carson Fernandez, 4th for Taylor Jarrett, and 5th for Bradley Keaton. All 3 of those drivers coming through from further down the order. Really impressively done. And that is our 3rd different final winner of the season so far in senior Rotax. 2 for Ryan Welsh, 1 for Mario Smith, and now 1 for Anthony Parfit. Well done to Anthony. Takes the spoils there in the final and takes maximum points. Outside of the top 5 then, Chloe Kundarzik, Jasper North, Matthew Kendall, Ollie Mann, Thomas Assaud, Mario Smith, Antonio Sholin, and Josh Parry, of course, not finishing that one. A shame for him. But, of course, as I mentioned earlier on, we do have some couple of drivers under investigation in that one, so potential for results to change. Well, seniors done and dusted then. Only one more race left to come here today. It's our 177s, but I will say I can't see any of them in the dummy grid. There's clearly been some sort of hold-up. I did spot on my timing that there wasn't a grid for them when I last checked. So I can imagine that might be why we're not being allowed. Oh no, I have got a grid for them now, so that's good. But there's clearly another reason as to why they're not being allowed into the dummy grid yet. Clearly something needing to be sorted before they are allowed in to grid up. So there is going to be a few minutes now of wait because, of course, the drivers are going to have to get into the dummy grid, get themselves all set up, ready to go into the carts. Carts will start and warm, so there will be a couple of minutes break here, just waiting for the drivers to get into the dummy grid and then getting them out on circuit ready to go. But make sure you stick with us, whether you're here at the circuit or watching at home on the YouTube live stream. It'll only be a couple of minutes until we get into our last race of the day. The Rotax 177 final is coming up in a few moments' time. Right then, thank you for hanging on with us, ladies and gentlemen. I think we're about ready to go for the last race of the day here at round 4 of the Rye House Kart Club. And it's the 177s. Again, similarly to the seniors, bit of a jumbled up order for this one. This could be interesting. Hugo Pereira and Jake Bradfield are on the front row. Drew Lamas and Declan Alsher are on row 2, with Dave Darnborough and Chris Emerson on row 3. Then it's James Benton and Bill Boyer on row 4, Jason Newman and Ryan Sands on row 5. They're followed by Wayne Smithers and Stephen Kahn, Adam Smith and Nicholas Ash, and Jonathan Militello and Rob Church. Your 16 drivers on the grid here for Rotax 177. So far this year, 2 final victories for Ryan Sands and 1 for Taylor Bellini. Bellini's not here today, and Sands starting down in 10th place. It'll be a challenge for him to win this one, but never say never in 177s. Are we ready for a race start? It's a bit topsy-turvy, but we're going to go for it. Lights are... No, we're not. No, we're not. Chevron flag. Chevron flag. I thought there was going to be a chevron, but the lights went out and I got very excited. Oh, it's all a bit chaotic. I don't think drivers quite know that we are under chevron flag. Bit of contact. They're still racing into hairpin number 1, but we are going to be going round for another restart of this. They're trying to tell the drivers we're going round again. There we go. Some drivers at the front noticing. Hopefully they don't get caught up with each other. No, we're good. Good. Everyone's noticed. We have called a false start on that one. There were a couple of drivers there in... sort of the mid part of the top 10 there that got shuffled out of line, and then we were going 3 wide down the tram lines. Ah, that's never going to work. So we go on round again, and we have a second attempt at this one. Pereira and Bradfield on the front row. But as we say then, Boyer on 8th on the grid. Newman and Sands 9th and 10th. Those 3 definitely ones to watch in this final coming through the order, but it's going to depend on these first couple of laps. Let's go for racing then for the last time here today at the Rye House Kart Raceway. No, it's a chevron flag again. Sorry, everyone. Chevron flag again, and we'll go for a third attempt. Come on, 177s. I thought you were supposed to be better than this at race starts. I'm only poking. Let's see how we go then. Yeah, Bill Boyer not happy. He wants to get this one underway. I said that. That wasn't Bill Boyer. That was Ryan Sands, sorry. 2 very similarly liveried karts. Those 2 nose to tail and teammates. Okay, I think a couple of drivers getting back into the correct grid position there, as the drivers will pull to a halt there down the back straight. And for the first time in a while, I've seen some re-education for our 177 drivers. Thank you all for joining us still on the YouTube live stream. Much appreciated. Carson Fernandez Masterclass. It was a good race. Good luck, Ronnie Griffin. First race at Rye and an Intel. Thank you, Jack. Again, I'm sorry I didn't miss that at the time. But yeah, Ronnie did really well. First race at Inter and at Rye House. Very well done to Ronnie. Right then, here we go. Let's get ready for a third attempt at the start, drivers. Third time's the charm for the last race of the day. Let's get this one underway then. 177 Rotax drivers looking to the lights. Red lights are on. They go out. We're racing in 177s. There's no chevron flag, and we do continue on down into the first couple of corners, and immediately taking the race start, taking to the lead as well, is the number 10 of Hugo Pereira. It all closes up, though, down at hairpin number 1. Not too bad, to be fair. They all sort themselves out as we now fly down to hairpin number 2. That's Jason Newman trying to go to the outside line there, and we'll just about hang it around the outside of the 5-4-3 of Drew Lamas. So Lamas has dropped from 3rd to 7th, I think that is now. Yes, it is 7th. So a few places lost on that opening lap, sadly, for Drew Lamas. But it is the 10 of Hugo Pereira who is still leading. Bradfield's gone with them. Alsher to 3rd. Darnborough to 4th. Bowyer to 5th. Newman to 5th. Both Bowyer and Newman gaining 3 on that first lap. And now Bowyer's going for 4th place. Up the inside into hairpin number 1. Newman tries to follow him, but he can't. Can't quite get up the inside. And the 19 holds on ahead of Newman. That's Darnborough then down to 5th place. And in behind, moves being made as well. Ryan Sands onto the back of James Benton, that is. As they continue to press onto the end of this lap. Ryan, we wanted a few more positions here. You can already see the top 5 starting to break away ahead of him. So he's up 1 position to 10th, but it's 4 places gained now for Bill Bowyer. as he now is sizing up the 166 of Declan Ulsher. Declan Ulsher under a bit of pressure there in third place. Bill Bowyer trying to find a way through. As I said earlier this morning, Bill is leading the championship in 177, but he is yet to get a victory in the final this year. He has got 3 second places from the first 3 finals of the year. Well, at the moment, he's in 4th, but he's now right onto the back of Declan Ulsher. Issue for him is that Darnborough, Newman, Lamas, Benton, Sands have all gone with them as well. Top 2 are broken away very nicely, though, and those 2 not batting at the moment, but Bill Bowyer is up the inside at hairpin number 1. Lovely manoeuvre there from Bowyer, and he's into the podium places. But if he wants to make it 4 second places from 4, he needs to get a move on and try and catch up to Pereira and Bradfield. But look at that. We are just over 3 minutes into this 8-minute plus 1 lap race, and already Bowyer has gone from 8th to 3rd and now is chasing down the top 2. He's got 1.6 seconds to find, and despite making an overtake on that last lap, he got the fastest lap of the race. He was 3/10 quicker than the 2 drivers he's chasing. There's Jason Newman up the inside at hairpin number 1. Tries to do the same move that Bill did a lap ago there on Declan Ulsher. Jason goes a little bit too deep there under brakes and has to let Ulsher back through. Drops back into 5th and will need to rethink that move once more. He can't be too cozy with it though. He can't think about it too much as he's got Lamas and Darnborough still right on his tail as well. Ryan Sands now onto their bumper also. Ryan Sands now trying to get involved and up into the top 5 himself. Bowyer has broken clear. He is hunting down your race leaders. Could this be it? Could Bowyer finally get his first final victory of the season? And how funny would that be if the one that he wins is the one that he started from 8th position? That would be amazing, wouldn't it, from Bowyer? Well, he's hunting them down. That gap has decreased by so much on this lap. It decreased by almost half a second on the last lap. What's it going to be this time around? Another half a second. Another half a second for Bill Bowyer. And he is closing down Pereira and Bradfield. If Bradfield checks over the shoulder, I think he's going to do a double take in a second. Hold on. How is my teammate right behind me? He's supposed to be down the field. Well, Bowyer is on to the leading battle now. There's no gap anymore. And it's Pereira from Bradfield and Bowyer battling for the race lead now. Jason Newman still applying the pressure on Declan Ulsher. Ulsher doing a really nice job of it, though. Keeping Jason behind for the moment. And then there's still Lamas, Darnborough and Sands in the wings. I think Darnborough's through on Lamas. Yes, he is. So Darnborough to 6th. Lamas down to 7th. Sands still there in 8th. These drivers fly on down to the first couple of corners then. Will the RB Motorsport boys work together? The answer is no. Lovely exit from Bowyer, and he's able to slingshot his way straight round the outside out of hairpin number 1. And Bowyer is into his usual position in the final. 2nd place. Can he do it? Can he do it? There's 3 minutes left to go in this race. And Bowyer is on to the back of Hugo Pereira. Bit worried there. I thought Bradfield had a problem. He doesn't. He will carry on. Someone does, though. The 122 of Jonathan Militello has a mechanical flag. That's a shame for Jonathan. As, I can see why his NASA panel is almost no longer connected to the kart. As Jason Newman, still applying the pressure heavily there. Trying to get 4th place away from Declan J. Ulsher. And for the moment, he can't do it. Declan doing a lovely job there, keeping Jason behind. Jason, a very speedy peddler in a Rotax 177. But Ulsher, impressive to keep him behind for now. But those drivers have fallen a good 3-4 seconds now off of your race leaders. And now that Bowyer is through on Bradfield, he's up the inside of the race leader. He's gone for it down into hairpin number 2 already. Bill Bowyer's through. And a slight bit of contact there to the right rear of the bumper there on Pereira really helped Bowyer get that one sorted. Now that I could tell that wasn't he didn't try and make contact there. He sent it up the inside, made that little bit of contact on the rear bumper, and that just pitched Pereira the wrong way ever so slightly. He caught it nicely, but that little bit of time lost just made sure Bowyer got the move. But immediately Pereira is on the attack again. He gets sent to the outside line, down into hairpin number 1. Good exit. Is it enough? Oh, he gives him a bit of a wallop. That was a bit more of a wallop there from Pereira. Okay, I think we're all square now, lads. Let's carry on with the race. Pereira straight into the rear bumper of Boya. He'll be lucky if he doesn't get a drop-down nose of that one. That was a pretty heavy hit. But either way, they stay as they were then. Boya leading the race from 8th on the grid here, and we've got just less than a minute and a half left to go. What a story this would be if it's 3 second places for Boya and he finally gets the win from 8th on the grid in the final. Well, the battle for 4th continues to rage on. Newman's up the inside, and oh no! Problems for Hugo Pereira. He's out of the race. Pereira is out. What a calamitous final for Pereira. Has been leading from the start, and as soon as Boya gets through, his kart goes, I don't want to go any further, mate, if you're not in the lead. I'm parking it up now. And Pereira's out down the back straight. What a shame. Well, Boya and Bradfield are off then, but Boya now has a 3-second lead to his teammate in 2nd place. What a showing in this race from Boya. And he is going to remain unchallenged in this one, barring any mechanical issues. Well, Newman, we saw, did finally get that move done. And now that we've lost Pereira from the race, that move has put Newman into the top 3. And look at him go from the back of the grid as well, from 9th to 3rd at the moment for Newman. Still squabbling behind. Alsher's trying to keep the 2 behind him, that being Darnborough and Lamas. Has Lamas got back through? I think he has, you know. Oh, no, sorry, no, it's all changed. Darnborough's in 4th, Lamas is in 5th, and Alsher's down to 6th. That's what's happened there. My apologies. So good battling between those drivers in for 4th place. But timer has now hit 0. Oh dear, that was a little bit wide off of hairpin number 1 for Declan Alsher. He's dropped right into the clutches of Benton here as they head through towards the final lap of the race. And here is Bill Bowyer to lead us onto it. He sees the final lap board and he's got 950 more meters until he puts his hands on his first final victory in 2026. He leads the championship going into today, but it's been a very topsy-turvy day for a lot of drivers in 177, and one of those being Bill Bowyer. 2nd in every final. He leads the championship going into today by 2 points. Well, 50 points in the final is going to help. Bill Bowyer is going to do it in the final. From 8th place on the grid to the victory for Bill Bowyer. Fantastic drive through the field from Bill. And he should be very proud of himself for that one. Bradfield will come across the line in 2nd, only just ahead of Jason Newman. Jason Newman putting in personal best after personal best there to chase down your 2nd place finisher of Jake Bradfield. They end up a 1/4 second between them across the line. So Bowyer, Bradfield and Newman, your provisional top 3 there in the 177 Rotax final. Behind them, Dave Darborough and Drew Lamash, your top 5. Followed by Declan Olsher, James Benton, Stephen Calm, Adam Smith and Nicholas Ash, your top 10. And behind them, Chris Emerson. And sadly, then everyone else is a DNF. Hugo Pereira, Ryan Sands, I miss him, DNF. Sorry, Ryan, I missed that. What a shame. Ryan Sands out of the race in that one. Same with Hugo Pereira, as I said. Same with Jonathan Militello. And same with Wayne Smithers as well. Wayne had been getting stuck in the heats earlier on, so we lost a couple of speedy drivers in that one. But Ryan Sands, that is going to be a real hit to him on his championship charge. A DNF for him and his championship rival getting the full 50 points there in the final. That's going to shake things up then as we head into the 2nd half of the season. But that brings us to a close then here from round number 4 of the Rye House Kart Club in 2026. What a day of racing that we were treated to here today. Thank you so much for joining us, whether you were here racing, here supporting someone else, or watching at home on the live stream. I hope you thoroughly enjoyed my coverage of the action. My name is John Ratcliffe. Go and drop me a follow at Ratters Media on Instagram. If you fancy it, would be much appreciated. But again, massive shout out to everyone who was racing out there today. The racing was brilliant, and we saw some awesome action out on circuit. I can't wait for the 2nd half of the season when we get to this round 7 and 8, when the championship really starts to come into play. There's going to be some exciting racing out there on the circuit. And thankfully, I can say I'm going to join you at least for the next round of the Rye House Kart Club. I'm going to scroll back to the top. That will be my last one, sadly, for the season. I will be back for round number 5 on the 21st of June. And then, sadly, I won't be returning for Kart Club action until the London Cup at the end of the year. A shame for me, because I love Rye House Kart Club, but you'll be in safe hands with some other chaps behind the microphone. As we say, round 5 then, that'll be on the 21st of June. Make sure you join us for that one, whether watching, whether racing, either way, make sure you get involved. But again, big shout out to everyone behind the scenes here, everyone that works at Rye House, all the marshals, all the people in the main building, all the medical staff as well, that make sure everyone's safe when they're out there on circuit and well looked after. Everyone's done a smashing job, and a big shout out and thank you to all of them, and a thank you to them for having me back on the microphone once again. Well, I'll see you all at round number 5 next month, but I will also see you a bit earlier than that. Make sure you head over to the main building in about 15 or 20 minutes time. Oh, 20 minutes time, my goodness, what a way to end there. I can see my voices. It's already broken. 15 to 20 minutes time, we'll be doing your podium presentations over in the main building. So make sure you head over for that, even if you weren't on the podium. When you do get on the podium, you'd like for people to be there to clap you and give you a big cheer. So make sure you head over there and do the same for the other drivers racing in your class and all the other classes as well. But I'll see you over in the main building in a bit for the podium presentation. Otherwise, I'll see you all next month. Thank you so much for putting up with my shouting throughout today. My name is John. Goodbye from me. Have a safe travel home, and I'll see you next month for round number 5. Bye, YouTube. Thanks for joining us. Appreciate it. Hope you enjoyed the racing. It was good fun. Some really great racing. And I hope the coverage was all right. I hope you enjoyed it. All right. From me, John, Ratters Media, goodbye. Have a lovely evening. I'll see you next month. Ta-ta and farewell.